Raider Nation, what's going on? It's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, and it is our live show with us counting down the silver and black, getting down to that 53-man roster. If my math is correct, we got to move on from somewhere between 20 to 21 players in the next 2 hours. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. So you're going to see a countdown timer, and that is going to be the clock that is counting down to 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, when all 32 NFL teams got to submit their rosters for the upcoming season. I will admit there are times when I've done this show in the past that certain teams maybe get it in a little bit later than other teams. So I'm hoping that we end up getting the roster in 2 hours from now. But if we don't, hey, it's all good. We're going to be live on this channel. I'm going to be breaking down all the NFL roster cuts that end up happening. There has been a lot, and I mean a lot of movement around the National Football League. There's been a lot of teams making their own decisions, a lot of trades as well. We're also going to talk about the Jakobi Meyers trade rumors, the Kenny Pickett trade, the Amari Cooper signing. If you have any questions or comments around the Las Vegas Raiders, I'm up here to answer them. We're going to have some fun, though, for the next 2 hours, and this is a difficult day for a lot of people in the NFL. It's a difficult day, for a lot of players. Their dreams are going to get crushed, but at the exact same time, there are a lot of players that get to live up their childhood dream, their dream of being an NFL player, and it's a very interesting tightrope to walk. But at the end of the day, my job is to give you guys the best information that I can, and it is my job to tell you what my honest opinion is on each of the moves that the Raiders make. So I want to know from everybody that did tune in yesterday, because it was a long night here at the Raiders Report studio. Shout out to everybody that was a part of the journey. We were here for probably 14 to 15 hours yesterday, breaking down all the breaking news, and I want to know, how crazy was yesterday? I mean, we had Jakobi Meyers requested a trade, Raiders sign Amari Cooper, Raiders trade for Kenny Pickett, oh yeah, and the Raiders cut 18 players. Scale it for me from 1 to 10. I want to see who's rocking with me bright and early today for all of y'all on the West Coast. And we do have a little bit of an update on the Jakobi Meyers rumors, which I want to be able to discuss here, coming in from Adam Schefter. And as a reminder, if you want to get your questions, comments on the show, you got to use hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat. What up, Antonio? He said a 10. Zalesbo went with a 10. Seth Milbourne's going to go with a 10. Mad Bet Raider, 8.9. Bay Raider, what up, Bay Raider? Going to go with a 9. Raider 14's going to say a 7. I see a 9 from Joe down there below. 100 from Abel. Ed Robbins in the building. What up, Papa Robbins? Number 13 going to go in there. A 7 from Roger Parker. For me personally, yesterday was wild, and there was a lot of different emotions that ended up going on yesterday, and there was just a lot of things to be able to unpack. And speaking of unpacking, shout out to John Fallon. He sent me a Ashton Genty signed Raiders helmet, and he wants me to give it away on a future show. I'm not going to give it away today. We'll give it away on another video. But, John.
Maybe week 1?
Huge shout out to you. I think week 1 would be pretty dope. Week 1, give away Ashton Genty signed helmet.
I'll say this. Do it. Yesterday, on a normal NFL team, I would say craziness, probably an 8 or a 9. It's a Raiders 6. We've been around the Raiders for way too long to say, is this the craziest day? No. I mean, we've been through a Devontae Adams trade. We've been through a firing of Josh McDaniels at 12:30 in the morning.
Oh, believe me, the Raiders never disappoint in terms of excitement around.
This is a Raiders 6.
Yeah.
It's just like, where they're like, a Midwest.
That's what my wife tells her friends. I got a Raiders 6.
Yeah, like a Midwest 10 is like an LA 7.
Okay. I think it's fair. I don't know if that analogy is going to work for everyone here in the chat, but I get
hey, people in the Midwest, you know what I'm talking about.
Unfortunately, probably yes. The answer to that is yes. Unfortunately, some people do. What up, Ike? Raider 14, Chance-tastic. Again, y'all, we already got over 531 people in the building, and the way that I like to run this show is this. I want this to be a Raiders party. I want this to be an Oakland tailgate, and the more people that like the video, the more people that click that share button, the more people that are commenting down below, we can get this Raiders party to a little bit bigger of a party. Now, we're talking about a lot of crazy stories, and I want to know what you guys think was the biggest story yesterday. Was it Jakobi's trade request? Was it the Kenny Pickett trade? Was it Amari Cooper's sign? I would just put Jacoby, Kenny, or Amari. You don't have to type out the entire thing. For me personally, I think the biggest story yesterday was the signing of Amari Cooper. And I say that because I am still somebody that believes that the signing of Amari doesn't impact Jakobi Meyers. And, when I see this report coming in from Adam Schefter, Schefter is saying that the Raiders do not want to trade Jakobi. I know that they don't want to trade him. Y'all probably know that they don't want to trade him either. But Schefter is also reporting that at least one team has reached out, and they were saying, and this is quote, "My understanding is the Raiders had one team reach out to trade for Jakobi Meyers, but they wanted them to pick up some of his salary. The Raiders aren't willing to do that, and they're not looking to deal him." So what he's talking about here is the rumor that Ricky put out yesterday in terms of Kyle Duggar and Jakobi Meyers, because I reached out to a bunch of people, and I was trying to figure out what some of the scoops were, and yesterday it was reported by Ricky Scoops that the Raiders and Patriots have discussed a trade that would involve Kyle Duggar for Jakobi Meyers. That first part of the quote from Adam Schefter saying, "My understanding is the Raiders had one team reach out to trade for Jakobi, but they wanted them to pick up some of his salary." That is, the sum of the salary is Kyle Duggar. And the Duggar salary is not one that a lot of NFL teams want to take on, which is why he could actually be cut today. Like somebody hit me up, they're like, "Oh, Mitch Duggar's listed as the starter at ESPN." With all due respect, ESPN doesn't follow teams as closely the way that Chat Sports does. And when I talk to our Patriots guy here, he's like, dude, he's like third or fourth guy on that roster.
All you need to know.
ESPN also has Thomas Booker listed as the fourth string defensive tackle.
All you need to know is when you open up the ESPN app, the first thing you see is Taylor Swift. That's all you need to know. And be like, oh, yeah, ESPN's not a football company. They are an entertainment company.
Yeah.
They are not a football guru, landscape. They hire a bunch of people who are, ex-football players, guys who some of them are maybe even washed, some might say. But they're not a football company. They're a joke of a football company, and they are more of, I would say, an entertainment company. All you need to know is open up the ESPN app right now and see what the breaking news is with all the NFL news going on today.
I mean, I'll say this. My wife texted me about that, and I replied to her, I'm happy for them because in my mind that means Travis Kelce's retiring next season. And I think it's kind of well known that this is going to be his final year, but from the Raiders' standpoint, I'm sick and tired of watching Travis Kelce in a Chiefs jersey, and I do think Patrick Mahomes losing his safety blanket is going to hurt him a lot more than kind of what people realize. So congratulations to the Kelces or to the Swifts. I don't know what they're going to go by, but at the end of the day, John Rodriguez, I appreciate that you're here for me, and I want everybody who's here for me today. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to talk about a lot of different moving parts from top to bottom, but it has also been confirmed that the Raiders are not willing to trade away, or they don't want to trade away Jakobi Meyers. And that makes me very happy. I don't want the Raiders to move on for Jakobi. I believe the signing of Amari Cooper has more to do with their depth at wide receiver because they're confident in Jakobi. They're confident in Trey. They're confident in Dante Thornton. They are growing more and more confident with Jack Besh. But based on some of the things that I was told this morning, they like Jack Besh a lot. They're very confident in Thornton, Trey Tucker, Jakobi Meyers. I think the signing of Amari Cooper is just that extra depth because maybe Besh isn't projecting right away the way that they were hoping for. Tommy Millard is definitely not projecting the way that they were thinking, and I don't know if they want to hang on to Alex Bachman. So because of all that, you bring in Amari Cooper, somebody who's going to fight, obviously, to be wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. I don't think that he is going to be actually in the running for 1 or 2. I believe Jakobi and Trey Tucker are better. But if you can bring in Amari Cooper and he can help, Dante Thornton, Jack Besh, it makes your entire receiver room better. Amari does help you do that. My only concern, I think, with Cooper is you're going to take away valuable reps from some younger players. And, Amari's 31. If he can stay healthy, I think it'll be an okay signing. I don't think it's going to be the Amari Cooper of old. But, hey, show up motivated, show up ready to go, and sky's the limit. At least that's what I'm hoping for. So coming up here live on today's show, we're going to be talking about anything that ends up happening around the NFL. So, for example, the Packers just released cornerback Corey Ballentine. Some of you might be like, who the hell is that? Anytime NFL news comes in today, I'm going to give you guys whatever information comes across my desk. Also, we're going to talk about a 53-man roster breakdown. I already put out a video bright and early this morning. Shout out to the Chat Sports team. Shout out to Chugs. We got in here at 8 a.m. and, we had a long day yesterday, but we always want to be able to provide you guys with the best content possible.
Should we just tweet out everything that Schefter and Rappaport tweet out and just say, per my sources, the Packers are releasing Corey Ballentine?
There's a lot of people that do that.
There's a lot of people have millions of followers from doing that.
Yeah, hey, and I don't blame people for doing it. My thing is this. I don't get paid to tweet. I get paid to do my job on YouTube, which is why I share my opinions on here. We are also going to do a Raiders Report mailbag, and the way that I want to do it today is, you know how like after a Raiders game day we do instant reaction, and I want to hear y'all's reaction to the game? So we kind of do a mailbag. That's what we're going to do today after the roster is released, because this show isn't about me. The show's not about Jeremy and I. It's about all of our thoughts. Everybody has a voice here at the Raiders Report. It's why, I think that we've been able to accomplish so much as a YouTube community. So as soon as the 53-man roster is released, we're going to do, our full breakdown of it. And then probably like an hour after that, we're going to do a mailbag. And I want you to ask me questions that you guys are thinking about in terms of that 53-man. And that's how I want it to end up going down. We are also going to be doing 2 duck races today, one on Venmo, one on Cash App. So if you want a chance to get in, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, $20 Cash App at Mitchell Renz 365. If you're wondering, Mitch, what are the deals today? Here are the deals that I got for you, okay? Every time you send in a super chat, I'm going to get you up on screen. On a big day like today, it is very difficult to get all of the hashtag Raiders on here, especially once the news gets moving. I had a few OGs reach out to me yesterday, and they said, Mitch, I had a lot of hashtag Raiders, but unfortunately I didn't get up on screen. When we just get so many questions, we're just going to prioritize the supers. Think of it as like the Disney Fast Pass, if you will. So just please keep that in the back of your mind. We are going to be giving away a fantasy football spot, not today, but on Friday when I go live for Friday Happy Hour. We're almost at the end of the month of August, and we got 2 spots left. It is whoever is the Bang MVP in August and whoever wins our August fantasy football raffle. And we've been putting out a bunch of things over the past, month, 2 months, 3 months, and we got a 14-team league here at the Raiders Report. 2 more spots to get in, so if you want a chance to play fantasy football with me and a bunch of the Raiders Report legends, hey, send in that $5 super chat. We're going to count those 1 raffle ticket. All I say, though, is this, to Shep, Chance-tastic, put in a question. That way I also have something to talk about, and you get a raffle. Think of it as like a 2-for-1. The $20 Venmo or Cash App to get in the duck race. Every one hundo is a bang. And I never realized how much people love to bang until I went to Tucson. I had people tell me left and right, they're like, dude, I'm going to bang someday. Hey, if you're trying to compete in our August bang competition, that's the way to do it. Also,
Jack actually told me the same thing out there.
Oh, yeah? I'm sure he did. I'm sure the Cronkite, he was doing a lot of that. Also, every $101 Venmo that we get today, I'm going to give away a Raiders Report hat. All I say is this, if you want a hat, I only have, I'm looking at my list. I'm looking right now. I think I got 7. So I only have 7 of these. So if you are one of the first 7 people, give me your first and last name and your shipping address. That way I can give it to our team, and we'll send you out those Raiders Report hats. Those are the deals on today's show.
Speaking of NFL news, according to a Miami Dolphins insider, Dolphins 2023 second-round pick Cam Smith was not seen at practice. And might be getting.
That would be interesting. I mean,
getting beat out by Jack Jones is crazy.
I'm looking at. I just looked up Cam Smith Dolphins. Very first video is rolling, and it says "Cut him ASAP." So shout out to our guy Nick Roloff. But I do think that this is an important question, and I already see that we got some supers. I'll get to them after this one. To me, I think that for the first time in a Raiders head coach GM since I've been covering the team, this is a legitimate question. Because John Gruden was the one calling the shots, Josh McDaniels was the one calling the shots, and actually, Tom Telesco was the one making a lot of these calls last season. So who has the final say today? Think about it. You're sitting down in a room, you're trying to decide, does let's say Cody Lindenberg or Tommy Mellott. I don't know if they're going to make the roster. I know both of those players were drafted. Mellott in the 6th, Lindenberg in the 7th. But who do you think has the final say today? Do you think it's head coach Pete Carroll, type PC? Or do you think it's John SPytek, the Raiders general manager? I want you to type JS. Also, some AFC West news. DJU has just been waived by the Los Angeles Chargers, which, not surprised.
Knew it.
Not surprised. To me, personally, I think good organizations allow their GM to make final say. Now, again, I think all relationships, it's just like a marriage. It's like, here's the thing. Now, don't get me wrong. Alex, she's the one that calls a lot of the shots, right? But, hey, I got to say here and there. But when it comes down to certain times, my voice is heard a little bit more. I'm sure her voice is heard a little bit more. But it's a marriage, and that's kind of how I want this to end up working out. But, when it comes to paying bills and stuff like that, not going to lie to you, that's where I get final say. When it comes to what we're going to be doing, weekends, dinners, how the house is arranged, probably everything else that's going on in my life, it's my wife makes that decision. So, Pete Carroll type PC. I see James going to go with Pete Carroll. Magic 8 Ball from Lance Smith or the Magic Conch. They're just like, all right, let's go sign Amari Cooper. Big luck. Alex's boss. Oh, believe me. Alex is the 51% owner. I'm the 49. I'm the Mike Mayock, and she's the John Gruden in our relationship.
She makes the first-round picks.
What's up?
She makes the first-round picks.
In all honesty, I think she would do a better job than what Mike Mayock and John Gruden regime did. I'm not kidding. I think my wife would have done a better job with the first-round picks.
Damon Arnett, no. Let's go with Travis Kelce. He looks cute. Oh. Great pick.
And here we go. Patrick Roche! I really wish they could find a way to come to terms with Jakobi. Like, the first thing that I thought of yesterday, and the reason why I was so frustrated when the trade request came in is because it shouldn't have got to that point. And if the Raiders are serious about keeping Jakobi, let's get the deal done. The problem is, Spotrac put out a tweet that they believe that his market value is 2 years, $60 million. That's $30 million per year. And then with the deal that he already has is 14. So you look at that and you go, all right, that's 3 years for basically 75. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a little bit of an overpay to me. So I ended up tweeting it out, and I'm like, that's too much money for Jakobi. I want the Raiders to extend Jakobi. I've been saying it for months, and I know a lot of people are out there, but $30 million per year on an extension, with all due respect, Jakobi, you got to look at yourself in the mirror, right? And I think that we all know that he is a very underappreciated receiver. He's a very good receiver, but that type of money for Jakobi, I don't blame the Raiders for not giving him, right? I'm not willing to just throw out checks because I want the silver and black to keep a player. I think it takes two to tango. If you went to a car dealership and you're like, oh, I want to be able to get this $40,000 car, and they're going, well, it's actually $65,000. I'm going to be honest, I ain't paying for that car, right? You don't have to pay if you don't need to. And I think the Raiders are a lot more confident in their wide receiver room than what the national media does truly know, because they don't know how good Trey Tucker's been. They don't realize how good Dante Thornton is. And with the Raiders running a lot of 11 personnel, one of the things that I said today in my 53-man roster video that I got told this morning was, with the Raiders running so much 11 personnel and we'll call it the development of Michael Mayer, the Raiders are confident in their ability to run 11 personnel without Jakobi Meyers out on the field. So one of the things I was told today was, because Brock Bowers is, to me personally, Brock Bowers is a number one option on so many teams, maybe minus one with a Dante Thornton, with a Trey Tucker, and then you put Michael Mayer at tight end. To me as a Raider fan, that sounds like a really good offense. Do I think we are better with Jakobi Meyers? Yes. Of course I do, but I'm not willing to overpay for anybody. Nobody is above the shield. Do I want to bring back Jakobi? Abso-flippin-lutely. To me, $17 to $18 million makes him the 25th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. I think that is a more than fair deal for Jakobi. If you give him $34 million guaranteed, that's a good deal for Jakobi. It kind of aligns with what they kind of did with Geno Smith. It kind of aligns a little bit even, what they did along the lines of a Colton Miller deal. Because you look at Colton Miller's deal, he's got $42 million guaranteed. And that's the type of guaranteed money that I think Jakobi's looking for. Not 42, again, $34 million. But it's got to be a fair deal for both sides. But shout out to Patrick Roche, the man that has banged more than anybody in the month of August. And I want you to know, dude, someday, I promise you have my word, we're going to go on a fishing trip. I don't know when, I don't know how, but I want to go on a fishing trip someday
him and
with
Richie.
Patrick Roche. Oh, dude, Richie would love it. Richie, honestly, even Alex's dad would be stoked about it. Texans just released Jackson Woodard.
They also released Eli Cox, and multiple people have already clipped my UDFA video where I said, we all love some cocks.
We all love some cocks. Let's go to Chance-tastic. Mitch, did we really miss an opportunity to get Sanders for a fifth yesterday? If so, why did the Raiders go for Pickett?
No, he was not available.
Yeah, one, Sanders, they weren't going to trade him. Two, Kenny Pickett's a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders. And I think that might be a hard thing for people to be able to wrap their mind around. But, Shedeur, to me, is a very limited quarterback. I'm not saying that Shedeur won't be better than Kenny Pickett, let's say 2, 3, 4 years down the road. But the Raiders wanted to add a veteran. And Kenny Pickett, right now, helps the Raiders more than what Shedeur Sanders would have helped the Raiders right now. Like, Shedeur needs to develop. Shedeur needs another 2, 3 years to get underneath his belt because you see the flashes of good. Like that first preseason game, that one touchdown throw that he had in the back corner where he split 2 defenders, that's a very high-level throw. But if you've watched him over the past 2 preseason games, he's kind of fallen into some of those bad habits of, he's scrambling around, he's trying to make plays, and right now what defenses are doing, they're going, all right, Shedeur, I'll give you the 2-yard check down. I'll give you the 5-yard completion. And Shedeur's looking for that home run a little bit too much. So to me, and I knew the Raiders weren't going to go out and trade for Shedeur. I think people that throw that idea out there are maybe a little bit naive to what people talk about because it gets clicks. But the Raiders did more homework on Shedeur than any other NFL team. And they passed on him so many different times. And, they just don't want any extra drama on the back end. And they just don't want to have to deal with – they want you to buy into Geno. And I know I've talked about it a bunch, but – Kenny Pickett right now is a better quarterback than Shedeur Sanders. I also think that when you think about the type of player Pickett is, and I don't know if he's somebody that I would have drafted in round 1, but the fact that the Raiders already have a comp pick, and they're going to get that comp pick from Nate Hobbs, so you're still going to have another 5th-round pick. And then you think about guys like John SPytek, Pete Carroll, even Greg Olsen, Chip Kelly, how smart these dudes are with quarterbacks, and how our current regime has been able to take failed first-round picks, Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield, and then actually turn them into franchise quarterbacks. So I think, it might not be the right move. Do I think it was a little bit of an overpay? I do. I'm not going to lie to you. I do. But I also understand why they did it because they upgraded that quarterback too, and they upgraded over Aiden O'Connell. And I think, that's really what they were trying to do. But, Chance, I appreciate you. Let's go to Shep. T. Swift is a – see.
She's not a trash human being. Was she a bully in high school? Maybe. Does she put out more CO2 emissions than most third world countries? Of course she does. But that does not make her a bad person, Mitch.
Here's the one thing, right? I would not want somebody to say that about my wife, and I'm not a fan of Travis Kelce, on the field, but off the field, I'm a sucker for love, right? I love when people find that person, when you find that other person that makes you happier than anybody in your world. I'm all for it, but at the same time, I hope she's an amazing human being that takes Travis Kelce away from football, and I hope that she does it sooner rather than later. That's my spin on it.
Mitch is like, oh, my God, I can't believe Kim Jong-un found his soulmate.
That's a little bit different.
That's a little you're bit a different. Sucker for love. You said it.
Dude, I'm a sucker for love.
You said it.
I am a sucker for love. I'm not afraid to admit it. Let's go to the next super rolling in here.
Flavor of love with Kim Jong-un.
Oh, dude. You want to talk about a crazy show? The Flavor of Love show, that could never happen. I remember showing Alex that show.
Tequila?
Well, dude, there was what? The tequila one?
What
was the Rock of Love with Bret Michaels?
Yeah, and then it was Tila Tequila, a shot at love.
A shot at love.
And then Flavor Flav.
Oh, Flavor Flav.
It was like
I remember showing Alex Flavor Flav and showing her the show, and I was like, I remember watching this on MTV when I was a kid. There was a girl, he didn't give out names. It was just you're New York, you're hoops. I forget what one of the girls' names was, and she was like, oh, I hate that. And he's like, that's what I'm calling you.
Jeff Eleptic, by that theory, you must think Bill Cosby's a great person because he's donated a lot.
Sure, and I don't think that donating money makes you a good person. I will be very clear on that, right?
Especially when you're worth billions.
Yeah, with all due respect,
Jeff Eleptic, hey, guys, Bill Cosby, you see how many libraries he's funded?
He saves more than he... Jim, fit for Pickett, or free agency signed Cutlet, what would have been better?
Tommy Cutlets.
Oh, I'm
the DeVito.
In all honesty, I think I would say, based on what the Raiders need, they need a competent quarterback too. Signing Tommy DeVito I don't know if Tommy DeVito is better than Cam Miller, if I'm being transparent. Tommy DeVito is not better than Aiden O'Connell. So I think if I had to pick between the two, I understand the Pickett move more. I know it stings because we gave up a fifth, but I also want Raider fans to realize that we're going to have an additional fifth-round pick. We get the extra fifth comp pick because of Nate Hobbs testing free agency, and there's going to be a few extra comp picks that we're going to get this upcoming offseason. So I understand that it was a little bit of an overpay, but the way that I would use the example is, when you go to a baseball game, you go to a Raiders game, you're willing to overpay a little bit because when I'm at a game, I want to have a beer and I want to be able to enjoy it. And I know I'm going to overpay for a little bit, but in that moment, at that time, I'm going to do it. I think that's what the Raiders did a little bit. They realized, hey, we needed something, but for us, if you wanted to move on from Aiden O'Connell, I think that you should be a little bit more okay with the idea of Kenny Pickett because, again, this regime has been able to take quarterbacks like Pickett and turn them into franchise guys. Nobody believed in Baker Mayfield. Nobody believed in Geno Smith. We have two people on our staff that turned those guys into franchise quarterbacks. That's just the fact. Let's go to Rebel, Montana. What's the difference between waived and released?
I'm glad you asked. So basically, waived is whenever a player is on their rookie contract, first 4 years of the NFL, and they will hit what is known as the waiver wire. Mitch talked about it yesterday. The Raiders are currently 6th in the waiver wire. Those claims are going to be made tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern time. So 11 a.m. Central time is whenever those waiver claims are going to be made. So teams can basically put claims in for different guys, and based on where you are in the waiver wire order, whoever's higher, they get the player. They are awarded that player from the waiver wire. Correct. If you are an NFL veteran, been in the league for more than 4 years, you will be released. That means you immediately hit free agency, and you yourself can go out and talk to different teams and sign with whatever team that you choose. That is the difference between being waived and being released.
So when you see the Raiders like yesterday, they moved on from 18 players. It was 14 players waived and then 4 players released. If you looked at all, it was like Phillip Dorsett, Marquez Callaway, Collin Johnson, and I don't remember the other name. But those guys have been in the league a little bit longer. That's a good question, though, Reb.
Was it Gainer?
No, Amari Gainer was a UDFA. I probably should know it. Technically, if you go to the DMs between you and me, it'll be in there. Oh, yeah. Chugs and I DM each other from time to time. So the other name was Jaylon Smith. So those guys have been in the league for 4 more years. That's how it goes. Rebel, it's a good question, though. Also, the Raiders have now made it official. Amari Cooper is a Raider. Why go after Duggar when Simmons is available? I couldn't agree with you more. I hope that the Raiders aren't dumb enough to trade for Kyle Duggar and give up a player like Jakobi. When I talked to our Patriots guy yesterday, and I said this on our live show, and if you're looking for our live Kenny Pickett show, we had some complications late last night. It's no longer on the channel, but hey, it's all good. One of the things that we talked about was the Patriots have been trying to trade him, and our Patriots guy said it would take a 6th-round pick, maybe even a 7th, to get the Duggar deal done, and they would be willing to give up some of his contract because, the Raiders, they don't want to pay Duggar. And the reason why Duggar is still out there on the open market, he's got 3 years left. He's probably making around 10 to 11, 12 million. The final 2 years of his deal are 0 guaranteed. I do wonder how many times the Raiders have reached out to people because it was confirmed today by Jordan Schultz that the Raiders tried to sign Rasul Douglas. And the Raiders were interested in Douglas, but Douglas said, no, thank you. I'm going to go down to Miami. He signed a 1-year, $3 million deal. And I'll be transparent. I'm not going to tell you who told me this, but Rasul Douglas felt a type of way against the Raiders organization for letting him go a few years ago. And I said it yesterday. It wouldn't shock me if that happened because Douglas ended up being a Pro Bowler the same year the Raiders released him a few years ago, and he just felt a type of way against this organization, and he probably felt that he had a better chance down in Miami, which I don't know if he actually does, if I'm being honest with y'all, but, we'll see what ends up happening today. I don't like the idea of going after Duggar. To me, if you want to go get a free safety, it's Justin Simmons. The problem is I just don't know if Justin Simmons wants to be a Raider. So there is a lot of connections there. He might. He might. He might. The Falcons are releasing former first-round pick cornerback C.J. Henderson. Let's go to Sir Chai. What up, Sir Chai? Is this Dalton Wagner and Sam Webb's last chance with the Raiders? Well, Sam Webb was already waived, and he's not somebody that, I mean, they might try to keep him on the practice squad. I personally don't see the need to keep Webb on the practice squad. Dalton Wagner, there is still a chance, but there has been a few offensive linemen released today, and I was kind of telling Jeremy, like, I wish that I had more time today. You know, I wish waiver claims tomorrow were at 4 p.m. Eastern time. That would just give me enough time to put a video together about which players that I would like the Raiders to be able to claim. I'm still going to try to do it, but to me, there are better options out there than Wagner, but also I would rather keep Dalton Wagner than Thayer Munford because Dalton Wagner, to me, is a better offensive tackle than Thayer Munford. Now, if you told me Munford's going to get converted and that he's going to go play offensive guard, I think that role is, you know, it makes a lot more sense for him personally. But the interesting player today is Laki Tassi to me because I don't know if he were to hit the waivers. I think that he might get claimed.
Who the
fuck is that guy?
Laki Tassi, the International Pathway Program player. I think Tassi at 6'6", 350 pounds is going to be an interesting project.
People are saying he's the next Jordan Mailata.
Maybe. If it was up to me between Tassi and Thayer Munford, I would keep Laki Tassi. Though I do think Munford is more ready right now than Tassi, but Munford is not getting better. He's just getting worse and worse. And again, you're not using him, right? Like if you were to put Ashton Genty out at wide receiver, he wouldn't be as good as he is a running back. Then putting Thayer Munford at offensive tackle, he's not going to be as good as if you were to put him at offensive guard. Just the Raiders are a lot more confident in Alex Kappa. They want to develop Caleb Rogers. So for that, Ryan the Soup Daddy Campbell. Nation, what have I missed today so far? Anything? Been at work? Nothing. This has been a slow day for the Raiders today, but I'm actually happy that that's the case.
Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got engaged.
Yep. That's there you go. I guess the only other thing that happened was Adam Schefter did report that a team did reach out to the Raiders in regards to a trade, but the Raiders didn't want to take on that person's contract, and it was in regards to to me, Schefter didn't confirm that it was the Patriots and Kyle Duggar, that whole trade. I'm up here to tell you that what Schefter was talking about was 100% the Patriots, the Kyle Duggar trade rumors that happened yesterday. But I reached out to a bunch of people yesterday. I reached out to a bunch of people today. From what I understand, the Raiders have absolutely no interest in trading Jakobi. From what I understand, Jacoby's team wants him to be a Raider, but they also want to get paid the right amount of money. And the trade request was more, hey, let's speed this process up because you guys aren't rewarding me for doing everything right in the offseason. But in terms of number, I don't know what the number is. I'm just hoping that it's not too outlandish. Let's go to my man, Mad Vet. What up, dude? Do you think we could keep Jakobi for a one-year raise deal like Cincinnati did with Trey Hendricks? I'm not going to say it's impossible. It would be an interesting thing for Jakobi. Like, if that were to be the deal that ends up going down, I would see the Raiders then doing something along the lines of a one-year, $25 million deal fully guaranteed. And if that's what it takes to get Jakobi, I don't mind that option as much. And, you know, for Jakobi, I actually think it's kind of interesting for him because then he gets to test the open market next offseason. And the offense that he's in, I do think that, you know, he's going to have a lot of opportunities to have better numbers. But also for him, I get his standpoint. He's coming off a career year, 87 catches. First time he's ever been over 1,000 yards in his career. Only 4 touchdowns, but 0 drops. Voted the most underappreciated or most under-respected player in the NFL by his peers.
Under-respected.
I know, that's not the right way to say it. Underappreciated, I think was the verbiage. But to me, I think if this were to happen, it would be something along the lines of a one-year, $25 million fully guaranteed. And that's the guaranteed money is less than what I would have projected, but my projections were based on 2 and and 3-year deals. Madvet, shout out to you, my dude. The Chargers are releasing outside linebacker Garmin Randolph.
Not Garmin.
Garmin Randolph, gone. What's up, Josh?
Garmin Soft.
Just got here. Any DB from other teams that was let go that we could scoop up yet? I wish I had a better answer for this, and the only reason why that I say that is because Chugs and I came in this morning. We got our 53-man roster video done, and then we were just getting everything set up for our live show, and there has been a lot of breaking news today. I've seen some of the moves. I haven't seen all the moves. One of the players that jumped out to me, though, is Trey Palmer. He was a wide receiver for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He was released today. I do think that that is somebody that the Raiders could put a claim in for in terms of a wide receiver. If Jakobi's traded, I'll almost guarantee they'll try to go out and get him. But and at corner, Mike Hilton is available. That's a name that I would monitor. I'm trying to think of some other names. Chad Muma was a linebacker that I was actually kind of a fan of when he was first coming out of college. He was a former third-round pick. The Giants
remember
released
what college?
Wyoming.
Yeah, ding, 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 ding. I only remember
the Giants released one of their defensive linemen. I know Marsh was really upset about it. Elijah Chapman.
Only reason I remember Chad
Kobe
Muma
Bryant from the Falcons
is because this kid who I went to high school with, he was a freshman whenever I was a senior.
Yep.
He was the other starting linebacker at Wyoming.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, that's I can't even imagine like playing next to a guy that's just that talented, like knowing that they're going to the league, and I wonder like how you compare like yourself to that guy.
Yeah.
It's probably a humbling feeling.
I mean,
I used to pitch with a kid. He never he got drafted, but he never ended up being anything. But seeing him and then watching
in baseball.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
He lives under a bridge.
Yes. Now I just think like when you see that and you go, all right, I'm not that guy. Deal with it. Ryan, what's up, Ryan? Nation. Sorry.
No, I think this is.
That's Sway?
I think that's one that we already went to.
Yep, it is one that we already went to.
It's this one.
What up, Sway? Watching at work while I install this garage door. Raiders. If they allow Jakobi to get away, do they stick to this group or add to it? If the Raiders stick to this group, I will say that I think it's one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the NFL. Like Trey Tucker, I hope that he can materialize.
Do you want some of the trades that you came up with?
Which ones?
For Jakobi, and last night you came up with some trades for Jakobi and Kyle Duggar.
Oh, no, we'll hang off on that. I like, to me personally, if we're trying to add to like the wide receiver room, I don't really know who's available to us right away to be able to do it. But like Amari Cooper, Jack Bech, Dante Thornton, and Trey Tucker, that's one of the worst wide receiver rooms in the NFL. It just is. Now maybe if you think Amari can go back to being, a 1,000-yard receiver, I personally just don't think that that's the case. You might feel differently. But to me, I would almost look at it more as, like, if the Raiders trade away Jakobi, I think it has less to do with the wide receiver room and more to do with our tight ends and just, like, the utmost confidence in Brock Bowers and the confidence in Michael Mayer, where they're going, you know what, if I want to roll out 11 personnel, I can put Bowers out there as my number one. I can put Michael Mayer in there at tight end. And then between Amari Cooper, Trey Tucker, and Dante Thornton Jr., I'm going to be able to move those three players around, Jack Bech into that equation as well. And like that's going to be my rotation of receivers. Because to me, Brock Bowers has always got to be on the field, right? Obviously. And I do believe that we are better with Jakobi Meyers, but I also understand the idea of what we have with our current tight ends. And Michael Mayer has taken that next step. And because Dante Thornton has looked really solid, because Trey Tucker has looked really solid, because Mayer has done really well, that would be maybe the reason why they would decide to move on from Jakobi. But to add more wide receivers, there's just not a lot of solid options out there, right? Like, you're not going to be able to replace Jakobi. Maybe you could try to trade for somebody, but then again, you got to give up some of your future draft capital unless Jakobi is in that trade. But only time's going to tell, man. I just really hope that the Raiders don't trade away Jakobi because I hate when people hit me with box stats, like the box score. If you throw box score stats at me and tell me this is why Jakobi Meyers is XYZ, you can go after yourself. And I only say that because Jakobi's a hell of a blocker. There's not many receivers that are as talented as him, that are as humble as he is and willing to do the dirty work, especially in today's day and age in the NFL. There was one player that I know for a fact. Was not happy of how things transpired yesterday with Jakobi requesting a trade and then the Amari Cooper deal going down. Because Jakobi is so well liked and respected in that locker room, and he's just so well liked and respected around the NFL, there were a few people that didn't agree with that. Few people, one player. We'll leave it like that. Let's go to the next one coming in here on today's show. And again, already close to 1,700 people here in the building. And we got a lot of different things going on. I know that some of y'all are probably wondering, do we have a duck race? We do. It's a $20 Venmo and Cash App at Mitchell Renz 365. I will tell all of y'all who is in that duck race here in just a moment. We don't need Duggar. Actually, speaking of Duggar, this made me think. Marcus Epps was released today by the New England Patriots, and he actually asked the Patriots if they could release him. So he was somebody that was on the Raiders last season. He was a team captain. He is coming off a torn ACL. I have reached out to some representatives from Marcus, and I haven't heard anything back yet. But I actually think that that would be an intriguing move. If we're looking for another safety, yeah, he's going to play up near the box, and that's what he does. We still need a free safety or two, but Epps could be an interesting name to at least keep in mind. We need a cornerback one or a defensive tackle to help Max. If we don't, our corners are going to be running around for too long. I'm actually a lot more confident in the defensive line now than what I was a few weeks ago because of the development of Tyree Wilson. Malcolm does look like he's just acting a little bit quicker with that foot. Maybe he's getting a little bit more confident. Having Lecky Fotu back. One person that deserves a lot of credit, Tonka Hemingway. I think he's been putting together some really solid reps. I agree that we need help in the secondary. And if we can stay healthy, I hope our defensive line is good enough to be, league average to maybe like top 12 is what you're hoping for. I think that we have a very league average defensive line. But our cornerback room and our secondary in general is like our team in terms of overall ability to cover from a linebacker secondary standpoint. I do think that it's one of the worst coverage units in the NFL. So to me, it's not that I didn't love the Amari Cooper move, and I'll be very transparent. I've also been told I got to stop saying transparent.
You do say that a lot.
Yes, I know.
Who I was gonna tell you that the other day, but then I forgot. Who ended up telling you that?
I saw it in the YouTube comments, and I was like, I realized that I say it, and sometimes it's like a filler word instead of being or or whatever. And when you guys hear me saying something like that, tell me, right? Like tell me, because I don't realize when I say it all the time. I want you to be transparent. So I think though, from a cornerback secondary standpoint, we need to add more help because I do really think that our secondary is weak and we need more guys that can cover.
Funny enough, I actually have the number written down over here. How many times you said it this week? Anybody guess on how many times Mitch has said transparent this week?
I can't tell if you're
Put it in the comment section. How many times do you think just this week Mitch has said the word transparent on either a VOD or any kind of video that we put out?
Yeah, I know I say it a lot.
48, 34, 1,000, 47, 69,
Corey Max in, Victor Lobos in,
100K,
Jose Magos in, and then, wait a minute, Marcus Howard. All right, Marcus, thank you for finally taking off that claim. I appreciate you. Right now, it's a $20 Venmo. You would be in for a chance to win $40 here on the show. And then I'm over on Cash App. I'm going to refresh. And I just saw somebody by the name of Steve. You sent me $1. Steve, if you want to get in on Cash App, at Mitchell Renz, 365.
I've only seen one person get it right so far. Rock Vegas, 104.
Wow. It's impressive. I don't know what's crazier. If you actually counted or if somebody else at this company counted and slacked you that number.
James has been keeping count.
Believe me, if there's one person that would, it's that guy. It's all love, James. It's all love. That's my boss. He's I'll be a little transparent. He's a little wild like that. He's a little wild like that.
I'll be transparent.
We got some breaking news. The New Orleans Saints are naming Spencer Rattler their starter.
Oh, my. Trace!
Spencer Rattler will start the season for the Saints. I actually think that that's smart for them. Because does anybody think that they're going to be very good? I do not. Oh, man! Hunter Renfrow released.
Raider.
Hey, wait a minute here. Hunter Renfrow has been released by the Carolina Panthers. Should we bring him in? We already had Amari Cooper. Let's bring in Renfrow, right? Wild. I do not think that the Raiders should bring in Hunter Renfrow. I just want to be very clear on that. Very, very clear on that. I tweeted out, Raider, it is a joke. But with the Raiders signing Amari Cooper yesterday, and now with Hunter Renfrow being released, I already know the amount of people that are going to think I'm serious. And that's okay. The way that I do this show is I believe my real ones know everything that I say here. And Twitter's Twitter.
Did you see what I
no, what'd you put? Oh, did you slack it to him?
I slacked it to you.
Oh, okay. Spencer Rattler. That's actually one of my favorite movies. Dodgeball is one of my favorite movies of all time. We have 1 hour and 11 minutes until the Raiders roster is going to be in. My name is Mitchell Renz. Y'all are watching the Raiders Report. And if you want to get your questions, your comments up on the show, you got to use hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat to skip the line.
And, Jeff Eleptic, he said, are tree trimmers smarter than NFL GMs, Chugs? I guarantee you SPytek doesn't know how to use a elongated tree trimming tool.
I could text him, see if he does. Not many people do, probably, though. Do you?
Yeah.
You do. Okay. An extending tree trimming tool. Absolutely. I would say in terms of yard work, I know I can mow the grass. I can use the edger.
3 brothers, no dad. Who do you think was doing that?
Fair. All right, Seth. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is the chance of Jakobi getting traded? 1 being he's not getting traded. 10 is he's getting traded. I'll say a 3. I don't think it's impossible. I know the Raiders want to keep him, and I do really think Jakobi wants to stay with the Raiders. Is this new Seahawks are releasing Marquez Valdez-Scantling? MBS? I don't know if that's new. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. He signed a 1-year deal earlier this offseason. He's just been released by the Seattle Seahawks. I'd probably go with a 3. And it's not that it can't happen, but there is at least a chance that it happens. You guys can let me know, though. 1 to 10. What up, Phillip? Stop it. He's terrible. He's not any good, Phillip. And I don't know if you're trolling me. I don't know what. But between the character concerns and his inability to play football, we talked about this in the offseason. We had a team that went to the Big 12 Media Day. And the amount of negative feedback that we got from Shiloh being, thinking that his shit didn't stink, it was not good. And I'm not saying that I don't give a shit about what anybody wants to say. I am somebody, when I hear information, we quote tweet it, Raider.
You won't.
You're right. I will not. That's one guy I will not do.
You did say the Raiders need help in the secondary.
Yep. We don't need help that bad. Shiloh will fight for us from Big Luck. That's actually hilarious. DJ Scrappy, Mitch is transparent is the new taking shots game. Well, hey, every time I say it, if y'all want to take a shot at home, go for it. I'm not going to be upset about it. I'm 6'3", 360, and 37 years old. I'm going to lose tons of weight, make the NFL.
Honestly, you don't need to lose a ton.
at 37 years old, you're not making the NFL. I feel like I'm having another conversation that I've once had before. And unfortunately for you.
How many years of eligibility do you have left in college?
If you want to try to make the NFL, you should go try to play college football. At 6'3", 360, I mean, that's a big boy.
We have some buddies who
That's basically Lockie Tossie.
We have some buddies who went to Quinnipiac if you want to
hit them up.
Have the inside scoop on that.
Do they have football over there?
No clue.
Yeah, so you go play football at Centenary, though. Hey, man, I love the fact when you guys create games. I create deals. I create plenty of games myself, but if you guys can create some extra games, I'm all for it.
Let's play a game.
Let's play a game. How many receiving yards for Amari Cooper this season? How many? Also, when I told Alex late last night, I go, the Raiders signed your favorite player. And she's like, I hope not. I'm like, what does that mean? And then she was like, well, what about CD? I go, sign. And then we had the whole conversation, sign and trade, which that took a minute. Yeah, I know. And then I said Amari. She does have an Amari jersey.
She has an Amari tattoo.
That's not true. That would be wild. That would be insane. Let's see what some of these answers are. Allen goes 450. Mike Ando's going to go 750. Looks like the Seahawks have waived linebacker Tyreek Smith, and the Vikings have released, I love how Rappaport put this one out there. Vikings have released wide receiver, Dante Fleming. Those are the two moves. 1,000 from Marcus. That's a lot of yards. 375 from Desert Raider. 600 from Jonathan Gomez.
I think a good mark would be if Amari Cooper gets more than 600 yards.
See, the number I said yesterday was like 500, and I think it just depends where you think he is in terms of targets on the team. Because to me, again, I'm thinking about it from a Jakobi Meyers on the roster standpoint. Brock Bowers is your number one target. We all agree with that. Your
Amari
number two,
Cooper.
And then Amari Cooper. No, your number one target's Brock. Your number two target's Jakobi. I then believe your number three target is Trey Tucker. Then I might even go along the lines of saying, like, your 4, 5, and 6 to me are going to be between a Dante Thornton, Trey Tucker. You know, it wouldn't even shock me if Genty saw 70 targets this season. Maybe he has 50 catches, something like that. He's going to get a lot of opportunities to catch the football. It's a matter of how many targets and where do you think he ranks in terms of targets on the team. Like I think at best he's option 4. At best he's option 4. So knowing that, that's going to be hard for him to get, I think, up to that 700, 800. Can I be proven wrong? Yeah, of course I can. But his inability to block or his unwillingness to block is going to take him off the field more times than not. I see 559 from R.J. Cole. Jay Avila is going to go 777. To me, if I were to be an odds maker, more or less, I would do 500.5. And I know a lot of people would take the more on that, and that's totally okay with me. So if you guys did not know our deals here on today's show, we are counting down 1 hour and 4 minutes until the Raiders must put in their 53-man roster. There are times where teams take a little bit longer, so just keep that in mind. It could be the Raiders could be
some teams wait until 3 o'clock.
Some teams wait. I mean, there was one team, I think I went back and I looked at it with Joey yesterday. The Ravens didn't put theirs out until like 7 o'clock at night. Yeah, which I don't know how that's possible, but Ravens like, we forgot to hit send. Whatever the issue is. So again, y'all, if you want to get your questions and comments up on the show, you got a super chat to get up on screen. If you want a chance to get in our fantasy football league here at the Raiders Report, only 2 spots are left. $5 super chat is a raffle ticket. We're going to do a raffle on Friday during our Raiders happy hour show, so make sure you're on the lookout for that. If you want a chance to put some money in your pocket, $20 Venmo or Cash App at Mitchell Renz 365. The last time that I checked, it was a $20 Venmo to win $40, though I have seen a few people get in, which this is actually awesome. The person that I just saw got in, Corey Max. I see Richard Engel. And then my dude from Tucson, Carlos Comedy. If anybody wants some good comedy on Instagram, look up Carlos Comedy on IG. Dude's hilarious. I got to meet him in Tucson.
Let me know if you need an opener.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Carlos. Like your comedy, I actually think is very similar to Chugs's, and I know that not everybody can do stand-up. Like I'm somebody that I actually don't think I'd be able to do stand-up. I think if you practice, you could. I think you and Petey would be good at it. You would be good at it too. There's not too many people that I think could do it, but if you guys like comedy, hit up Carlos Comedy. He's pretty hilarious on IG. All right, so it's a $20 Venmo right now. Thomas Davis, you're in for a chance to win $80. 666 yards. It might be an unlucky number, but I would sign up for that. I mean, that's basically like Seth Roberts' 555. I mean, you knew Seth Roberts was going to give you 555 receiving yards, right? Like, to me, this is the Amari Cooper 666. That's a win. And he can make up to $6 million. So I think there you go. 1 year up to $6 million. Sign me up. The Ravens have waived quarterback Devin Leary. Can you name his college?
Devin Leary, Kentucky?
That's not the school I was thinking of. Maybe he played at more than one school.
I think he played at NC State and Kentucky.
I know he played at NC State. You know who also played at NC State?
Tyler Shuck.
Who we've talked about a bunch today.
Oh, wait, no. Tyler Shuck played at Louisville. NC State.
We've talked about him a bunch today.
A quarterback?
Mm-mm. Wide receiver.
Oh.
Jakobi. Yes, Venthrak.
Now I got to look up his college.
I mean, Leary definitely played at NC. Like, to me, I remember Leary at NC State.
Last year, Kentucky.
Okay. I got you.
Met this woman from Kentucky. She said, I fried some chicken.
If you fuck me. Venthrak, is the clock counting down to when the Raiders have to submit their cuts list to the league or publish it for the rest of the world to see?
First one.
Yeah. Technically, all 32 NFL teams have to have their 53-man rosters in by 4 p.m. Eastern time.
This woman from Japan never made love with an African.
That's a crazy song. That song, and then the one by, I believe is John LeJour, the guy who plays Taco from The League. Some of his songs are just, I hate to admit that I think they're catchy. I would never listen to them around my wife, but they are catchy. Oh, boy. I'll tell you this right now. Speaking of things.
As soon as Alex leaves for Paris, John LaJoy, Jim Jeffries, you're on.
And I don't respect them. That's right. What up, Castro? Reports are that the Raiders still don't want to trade Jakobi. I think folks hating too much Cooper. He's a solid wide receiver. This will only hurt Besh, in my opinion. I think it's hard to decide for some people what Amari Cooper is going to be, because I've done this show for a long time, and I love Raider fans, but if there's one thing Raider fans are guilty of, it's they fall in love with the old. And, I think Raider fans fell in love with Derek Carr because they thought of him as 2015, 2016
Raider fans,
Derek Carr.
Suckers for love.
Hey, sucker for love. I think Raiders fans right now are falling in love with Amari Cooper because of what he was when he was with the Raiders, and people maybe forget how bad it was that final season. I think people fell in love with Hunter Renfrow, right? I mean, the list goes on and on of players that were once really good for the Raiders that really just aren't that good anymore. And I don't really doubt the talent around Amari. I really, truly don't doubt the talent. It's more of is he going to be healthy? That's a question mark to me. Is he going to be able to do the run blocking, the dirty work that he doesn't like to do? He's got a severe drop problem. It's just the truth. And this is a guy that gave up on our organization. Those are hard things for me to be able to say, you know what, like that's a good guy to go out and get. Do I think, though, it hurts Jack Besh? Absolutely. I think it's going to hurt the development of any receiver that we're trying to develop. And I say that because he's going to take snaps away. But 1 year for $6 million, and it's up to $6 million. Like, it's a 1 year deal, $3.5 million. That tells me that, like, they view him the way that, in my mind, I'm viewing him. And if he's able to go out there and be a solid wide receiver number 3, that's good value. At his price tag, that's good value. I went back and I listened to the show that I did last night, and a lot of times I'll go back and I'll listen to the stuff that I do, and sometimes I'm a little bit too critical of a move because I think of what Raider fans are going to think. And, to the people that are going, like I saw people saying, Amari's going to be the Raiders wide receiver 1. Amari's going to be the Raiders wide receiver 2. If that's your expectation, you're going to be disappointed. If you're okay with the idea of him being your wide receiver 3, 4, 5, then, we're thinking alike. And that's where we got to be as a fan base. But I do think it's going to hurt. I think that it does hurt Jack Besh. You're not wrong in there. I think, though, it could also hurt the development of some other potential wide receivers. And if he's not willing to go out there and block, I think it's going to hurt our running game. And, this is going to be a team that's really investing a lot in making sure Ashton Jeanty is the best he can possibly be. Every time you put Amari Cooper out there and you plan on running the football, you're not at the best technically you could be because Besh is a better blocker than Cooper. Trey Tucker's a better blocker than Cooper. Dante Thornton's a better blocker than Cooper. Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers, Jakobi Meyers, they're all better blockers than Amari Cooper. So if you know that Cooper is by far your worst blocker, I do think it tips the cap a little bit to the opposing team saying, all right, if Amari's out there, it's probably going to be a passing play. And the way that this offense is designed, it just makes me a little bit more nervous. But I'm hoping Amari plays well. I reached out to a few extra sources. I know that he's not the most popular guy in some NFL locker rooms. I know he wasn't very popular in that Bills locker room based on my source from Buffalo. But if he's healthy and he's motivated, I know that he can be a good player. Just can he do that at 31? Time's going to tell. All right, let's talk about this because there was a big trade that happened yesterday for the Las Vegas Raiders, and they went out and they traded for Kenny Pickett. My question to you is this. Who's the better quarterback? Is it Aidan O'Connell or is it Kenny Pickett? And I want y'all to let me know. Danny R., Gruden push Cooper out, Mitch. I would say you're not 100% wrong, but Amari Cooper also gave up on the Raiders. And he wouldn't run routes, guys. Like he was pulling a Devontae. I encourage people to go back and watch Amari Cooper because I think the way people think about Devontae Adams, if you think the way that you do about Devontae, Amari Cooper was equally as bad on the field. He didn't talk a lot about it. He wasn't verbal like Devontae. But the effort that Devontae would give in games, the making business decisions, that happened every game with Amari. And I just want people to remember that. Like, I don't want people to forget about it, is all I'm saying. I'm seeing a lot of KPs down below, which is the right answer. Lance Smith in the building.
Which is the right answer.
I mean, it is the right answer. Ventrax saying AOC. KP from Zalesbo. Jose, going to go with KP. I'm seeing a lot of OKs, which I don't know why.
What's Abrams doing these days?
Jonathan Abram? Maybe working at YouTube TV or Fox? I don't know.
Give him a call.
Stop it.
We need safety help. Come on.
I'll be transparent. No. Doug, feel like if SPytek and Pete didn't want Mayer, they would have been traded him by now. I mean, they want Jakobi Meyers. Right? Is this what you mean? You mean Jakobi, right? I think so. They want Jakobi, and from what I understand, Jakobi wants to be a Raider. It's just more along the lines of, I did everything you asked me to do this entire offseason. We've had conversations going on, and there's been conversations going on for a very, very long time. And now that we are August 26th, right before NFL roster cut day, it was a smart decision by Jakobi and his agent to put that out there because as you've seen over the last 48 to 72 hours, there's a lot of things happening in the NFL. And the old expression is deadlines make deals. And I think that what Jakobi and his agent were hoping for was that this 54-minute deadline was going to turn into a deal getting done for his client and for Jakobi.
Deadlines make deals.
Deadlines make deals. That's why there's an NFL trade deadline. It's just a fact. And I think that's what the Raiders were essentially. The Raiders and Jakobi, there is a frustration from both sides. And I have not gotten any information in terms of how much the contract is, but I do know for a fact that Jacoby's team was frustrated. They've been frustrated. And if he's asking for the reported $25-30 million, when I say reported, it's more just a rumor, that's too much for Jakobi Meyers. And it is. It's just simply too much. Let's go to Carlos. This is the comedy guy. What up, Carlos? Tell Chugs to hit me up.
Let's go.
I'll get him some stage time. I'm based in Vegas, but do the mic drop in Plano. Okay. Also, what do you think the score of the week 1 will be, Ray? In all honesty, if you did a stage thing in Vegas, if we told Raider Nation to show up, we'd pack that son of a gun. But do you think you could perform in front of a bunch of Raiders fans?
5 to 10 minutes, yes.
Okay.
I could put together maybe like a 10-minute set.
Carlos, would you you set up something in Vegas that you're going to do because you do it professionally?
Raiders Cowboys weekend.
We'll be out there. Raiders Cowboys weekend, Carlos, out in Vegas. Chugs will be the opener for 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll tell Raider Nation to pull up. I guarantee you this: we're packing that bitch. I'm telling you right now, we're packing it.
I have done stand-up before, only whenever I was in my improv comedy troupe, and I did it maybe 2 or 3 10-minute sets. That's it.
I would actually love to hear you do it, and I would laugh regardless. You could tell. I'll be in the front. First joke, I'll be like, "Oh my God!" Carlos, appreciate you. I'll tell him to hit you up.
First joke: Antonio Brown, hot tub. Enough said.
Antonio Brown, Josh McDaniels walk into a bar. Venthrak, if we're putting the band back together, let's get Cleveland. What's crazy is if we wanted to bring back former first-round picks of the Raiders, wouldn't even be difficult. Cleveland Ferrell, available. Damon Arnett, available. Somebody else drafted the same year as Damon Arnett, soon to be available. Jonathan Abram, available. There's Alex Leatherwood, available. We could get a band. I'll tell you this, it wouldn't be a very good band. I don't know how many people would want to listen to it, but it would play some music. There's no doubt about it. It would play some music. Let's go back to my guy, Mr. Cash, Joey. You know from our meetup, I'm a sensible guy. Oh, dude, I believe me, I know that. I basically called how this draft will go.
You did say Ginty.
Yep. I don't love Cooper. I just know he brings talent at the wide receiver position. I don't care if he's 6. He's going to get 700 plus bet. What are we betting, Cast? What are we betting here, Cast? I'm down to make this bet because I don't think he's getting 700 receiving yards. And it's not because I don't think that he's going to bring some value. To me, if he gets 700, that means he is the 3rd target on our team, behind Jakobi and behind Brock. Because there's just other mouths to feed for the first time, and I think you've kind of seen it a little bit this offseason, how much Geno spreads the ball around. And that's kind of what makes Chip Kelly's offense very successful is the ability to spread the ball out. Now, maybe if this Raiders defense is really flipping bad and we're just trailing a bunch and we got to go out and spread the rock around, but I would be willing to make a bet on this. How about this? More or less, I want to know from you, more or less 700 receiving yards for Amari Cooper.
Less.
All right, Cass. I don't know if this is a good deal or not.
How about this? More receiving yards this season. Amari Cooper or either of the rookies. Jack Besh or Dante Thornton Jr. Out of those 3 guys, who gets the most receiving yards for the Raiders this year? Would you take Besh, Thornton, or Cooper?
It's definitely not Besh. I do think it's between Cooper and Thornton.
Really?
Yeah. If I were to make a bet with you, Cass, and if you're down with this, I'm down to do it because I think it's more risk on your end. Every single yard under 700, you owe me in money. Every 700 or every yard over 700, I pay you. So if he finishes with 800 receiving yards, I pay you $100. If he finishes with 500 receiving yards, you owe me $200. So you got to spend it on here. I don't want the actual money. You'd have to spend it on here. And my money, I would just Venmo you. What do you think? Or if he goes over 700, Cast, I'll let you fly me in your plane.
Oh, the Browns have released veteran kicker Dustin Hopkins. I went to high school with that guy.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, I don't know if this is a bit again.
No, that's the original bit. The OG.
Zahn. Oh, I know I stacked the deck in my favor. But he's the one that said he's willing to do it. So if this is, he'll get 700 bet. I mean, I feel like I'm allowed to stack that deck. Let me know, Cast. I also know this is on. Cast Joey's got it way better than I do in the bet department. What's up, Cowboy? How did we draft the pick we got from the Cowboys for Cooper? Oh, who did we get?
First round pick for the 2019 draft. So look at the 2019 draft. You got a first round pick.
So that's either Damon or 2019?
Because you traded him in 2018.
So that is either Jonathan Abram, Josh Jacobs, or Cleveland Ferrell. Yeah, maybe look at if it was the 2019 draft, because Clee went number 4, Jacobs went 24, and Jonathan Abram went 27.
Let's see.
Which kind of checks out.
Cleveland Ferrell was the 4th pick overall, so that was the
Correct.
Raiders pick.
That was the actual Raiders pick. So it would have been either the 24th or the 27th.
24th
was Jacobs. Yep. 27 was Abram.
No, the 24th was from Chicago.
Okay, so that's the Khalil Mack trade.
Yeah, so Jonathan Abram was who you got.
Yikes. Yikes.
And
yikes.
You could have had
yikes.
Could have had a lot of good players.
Oh boy, oh boy,
I mean,
boy.
Just going into
Believe me, you don't want to play that game. You don't want to play the we could have had this guy with the Raiders draft, especially in round 1. It's a game you don't want to play.
Draft kind of sucked.
Reminder, if you want to get in our duck race.
Could have had DK Metcalf.
Yep. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. You have a chance to win $80. Or if you want to get in our Cash App race, I don't have anyone yet in the Cash App race, to my knowledge.
Terry McLaurin was taken in the 4th.
Who?
Or in the 3rd, Terry McLaurin.
Corey in the Cash App race. Corey Max, I got you.
This draft kind of sucked.
In the Cash App race. Which one? 2019?
Yeah, not gonna lie.
I only really remember like what the Raiders do in a lot of their drafts. Like if anybody's ever in a trivia league and you need to phone a friend for random Raiders stuff, I hope that you give me a call.
You remember who the Raiders' 4th round pick was that year?
In 2019? So the year after was a Meek. 2019's Crosby. Yeah, duh. Also, Australian for beer.
Oh, I already exited out. Maybe.
I think Foster also was a 4th round pick that year. I think so. Max. Yeah, I know. I'm actually embarrassed that I thought he was going to try to hit me with a trick question, but that's on me. B, better than Raider. If we dropped the cash for Micah and picked up Samuel at corner, we are in the playoffs. The problem is, I don't really think it's the cash that's the issue for Micah. You're also going to give up. I mean, if you'd be willing to give up 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and then a player like Tyree Wilson for Micah Parsons, like that's the asking price, and that still might not even be enough based on some of the reports. Micah also, it's been reported that he's looking for $45 to $50 million per year. That's a lot of money. The other problem with Samuel at corner is it was reported today that Samuel has to go under a doctor's visit in October to make sure that his spine is all right, and he's not able to play for the first 2 months of the football season. But after the NFL trade deadline, he's going to start, answering to teams. But that's one of the reasons why I would tell people to subscribe. We've kind of thrown out the injury to Asante Samuel Jr. I'm guessing that's who you're talking about, and he's just not healthy to play right now. He's got that spine injury. It literally came out today, though, of that he's not going to be able to play the first half of the football season. But again, we knew that he was injured, and that's why he wasn't able to play.
Congrats, man. Thanks for tuning in. Shayer just keeps on spamming, I'm in India.
I am in India. What's sad is I don't know if I would have been able to get that flag. I know, geography is not my strong suit. I'm sorry. Eric! No, I disagree with this.
He looked good.
I disagree with this,
in the preseason game against the Texans, he got a couple catches. He looked kind of good. Not going to lie.
I don't doubt it, but if you were to tell me the Las Vegas Raiders signed Hunter Renfrow to the exact same deal that they gave Amari Cooper, I would have been more upset about it. Yeah, and
good cornerback that just hit the market also for Jordan Schultz. Jalen Armour-Davis, the former Alabama star, just released by the Baltimore Ravens. 6'1", 4'3" speed.
That's all I needed. I was going to say, how tall is he and how fast is he? That's when you're talking about corners for Pete anymore, is there a relationship? How big is he? Yeah, I mean.
Thanks, Carlos.
Jalen Armour-Davis.
Hey, drop the flag of where you're watching from, if you could, in the chat.
Actually, I think it'd be pretty dope.
Drop the flag from where you're watching from. Martin, I want to see that tea bag flying.
Let's get some tea bags going, Martin. Maybe some beans and some toast as well.
Also, I think is Texas the only state that has their flag in the emojis?
Maybe.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't.
Can you name? I'm trying to think of what the Pennsylvania flag even looks like. I think there's a horse on it. I think there's a horse on the Pennsylvania flag. That's where I'm from. I don't know though. I wouldn't do well with flags. Like I'm going to be real. I have no idea what some of these are. I think Drew got it right. Drew's probably the flag that I would have went with. Sacramento, New Mexico. Smart there, Michael.
King Zay's just a bunch of red flags.
Undrafted rookie defensive lineman Elijah Williams is expected to be part of the Vikings 53-man roster. Wow. Interesting. Shout out to Big Luck. Shout out to Chris. Shout out to the 1,700 people here in the building. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Stabler for president. How many Super Bowls would we have won if we drafted Dan Marino instead of Don
Moosbar?
I think that I find it strange that you asked this question, and it's because Dan Marino is, in my opinion, the best quarterback ever in the NFL to not win a Super Bowl. So I don't know. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made, and I know Marino was unbelievably talented, and you can make this argument for probably a lot of people. I bet you there's people that would make the argument, if blank quarterback played for whatever team, like if Peyton Manning plays in a different era where Tom Brady doesn't exist, how many Super Bowls does he get, right? Does a Phillip Rivers win one? And Marino is, am I wrong for saying that Marino's the best quarterback of all time that hasn't won a Super Bowl? He's no doubt a beast, but you're asking me how many Super Bowls we have won with a guy that's never won a Super Bowl. I don't know. I don't know. Zon, you agree? I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, I agree too. I mean, sometimes it's at least worth asking the question. I believe we are all caught up on Super Chats as it stands right now. So, again, we got 40 minutes until roster cut down time. And as soon as the roster comes in, we're going to do a video. We're going to discuss everything that there is to discuss around the silver and black. If you guys got any questions, I just saw a good Tuna's top 5. I don't know what that means. Rebel, food that we would waive or release. Am I reading that wrong? I do have a few people getting in the duck race here. And while we were waiting, I want to know, will Jakobi Meyers get traded? Give me a yes. Give me a no. I hope the answer is flipping no, because I just don't think it makes us a better team. Now, obviously, if you told me right now we traded Jakobi Meyers for a legit starting cornerback, I'm okay to entertain that idea. If you told me we traded Jakobi Meyers for a legit free safety, I'm okay with that. If you told me we traded Jakobi Meyers for a legit, and I mean legit, defensive tackle, I'd be okay with that. Trading Jakobi for Kyle Duggar, I said it earlier, and I'm not saying Jakobi's Luka Doncic, but I'm thinking Jakobi for Kyle Duggar is Luka for AD trade bad. Comparison, like if that trade were to happen, I would think whoever reported's phone was hacked. I wouldn't believe that it's true. I would text John SPytek, probably be like, what the f is this, dude? Like, get it together, man. Get it together. I see Mark Call is in the duck race. Amy is in the duck race. And as it stands right now, $20 Venmo. You have a chance to win $100. Let's play a game. If he does get traded, what team do you think is the most likely to do it? Is it the Patriots, or are there other teams that you would say?
I would say the Patriots make a lot of sense because their wide receiver room, like, they just cannot seem to draft any good wide receivers.
Kyle Williams does not look good.
In the first 3 rounds, yeah. They did get my guy, who I said was one of the biggest sleepers in the draft. Eftim Chisholm III.
But he would play slot.
Jakobi, Stephon Diggs on the outside.
I think Jakobi would be their slot guy. I'm trying to think who their other receiver is. I think that they have Stephon, and I believe there's one other dude who's one of their outside guys.
49ers make sense.
Yeah. Agreed.
Other teams that I think maybe could. I mean, the Seahawks, they traded DK Metcalf, so maybe they're looking to add another sure-handed guy next to JSN.
I wonder if the 49ers, the Vikings, there's been a lot of Steelers. I think the Steelers would be a great fit for Jakobi.
Texans won't trade for Jakobi. They drafted 2 guys and
Jakobi don't make sense down there. I think Minnesota, the 49ers.
Minnesota too.
Yeah, they've been really heavily looking. Because it was reported that they were gonna get Thielen and now they're not.
They want Thielen, but it's one of those things where the Panthers know that they want Thielen, so they're saying like Panthers are going like 4th round pick. They're like, no, 7th round pick. So they're just, and I guess the Vikings are probably calling the bluff of the Panthers, saying, all right, well, you can keep him if you want a 4th round pick for him. And then the Panthers like, well, damn, we don't really want to keep him.
I think like that's one of the fun parts about like negotiations of some trades, and you never know how a trade's going to end up going down, but it obviously takes 2 to tango. Let's go to Big. I don't know.
Big Al in the STL.
All right, Big Al in St. Louis. I'm so happy. Oh, this is interesting. The Chargers are releasing veteran safety Tony Jefferson.
Raider.
I mean, he had himself a great preseason. He had a 93.5 PFF grade this preseason. Safety on the open market. Hey, coached by Harbaugh, that matters to SPytek, and it matters to Mr. Brady, Michigan guys. I'm happy we got Coop back. Big Al in St. Louis, the stage 4 cancer annihilator. Dude, you know what, Big Al? There's been a few people on this show that have said that they've beaten stage 4 cancer, and I've lost a lot of family members to cancer. If you guys have ever seen my tattoo, I got a cancer ribbon here, and the prayer hands are on my grandfather's tombstone. That's, he unfortunately passed away from cancer. I've met a lot of people in my day. We used to do, I don't know if anybody has ever heard of the Relay for Life. Back in the day, my family, we used to do Relay for Life. You like walk around a track, you raise money for cancer, and each group would essentially like pick like what they're going to sell. So my family, we used to sell popsicles and we would sell soup, and we were called the Jaywalkers. And being a kid, I mean, we would show up to that every single year. My family and I, we did it for so many years. And if you ever hear of something called the Relay for Life, if you get the opportunity to do it, please do it. But for you to beat stage 4, that tells me you're one of the strongest human beings on the planet, and it tells me you have an unbelievable support system. So Big Al, dude, shout out to you, and I love when people share me this stuff. I'm happy. If you're happy, I'm a happy camper. Rebel, tuna top 5, food you would waive and release.
We'll do this. We'll each do 3 foods at a game, at the stadium, that you would waive/release. You don't think they're good / overrated / whatever at a stadium.
It's just what I think.
Yes. 3 foods that you're like, I don't care if they stop selling them altogether at any sporting event ever.
Or we go back and forth. We pick 5. Like, you get 3 picks, I get 2. The next suggestion, I'll get 3, you get 2. That's the top 5.
We can do that.
Is that all right? If you got, while we count it down, if anybody wants to do more Tuna's top 5, give us a suggestion. And
You might not like mine. But.
You're not going to like mine either. I'll let you go. I'll let you go first here with this one. What's the first food you're waving?
And
guys, let us know down below. We got 33 minutes until cuts. If any cuts come in, we're going to talk about that, not the food. Don't worry.
And I will say, Chat Sports office out there.
King Zay, I'm with you.
They're not going to like this take. They also don't like my take that I love the wave at sporting events. But the wave is cool. If you don't like it, suck it. I'm going to go with peanuts. Roasted peanuts.
Is that like with the shell or without the shell?
Without the or with the shell. I'm okay on them. Like if I'm going to a game, 10 times out of 10 I'm choosing popcorn over peanuts.
See, you and Alex are the same there. I mean, I love peanuts at a baseball game. I will admit though, I feel like a piece of shit afterwards because there's just all these peanuts just laying there. Like I feel bad about it. I really do. All right. This one is going to create an uproar, and I know it's going to create an uproar.
I know what you're doing.
But I don't like it, and I would never get it. Like, seeing a hot dog at a sporting event, oh, my God, it just grosses
Boo this
me
man.
out.
Boo.
I'm getting rid of hot dogs. You couldn't pay me to eat a hot dog at a game. You couldn't pay me to do it. I'm getting rid of hot dogs. Dude, I hear you loud and clear. I hate hot dogs.
All right. My next thing.
They gross me out.
Anything that's over a foot long. Who needs a 3 foot long chili cheese coney dog? Who needs a 4 foot tall funnel cake with ice cream in front? Parks are getting out of control. Who needs all the insanely big things? Like, imagine how
there was a hot dog at the Rangers game. It's 36 inches.
How obnoxious can you get? Like sitting down in a stadium, eating next to the person, and your hot dog is going over the side railings.
I think it's gross. Though, if I was with a group of friends and I wanted to try it,
no.
If it was you and me, if it was like a 36-inch sub. No?
And it always just ends up, you're like doing this weird, like, you got the cookout legs going where your knees are touching and you're kind of like trying to hold it all up. Like, no. Just give me a normal size food.
Okay. Fair enough. The first thing that came to my mind, I don't really think that it needs to happen, though. Next thing that I would get rid of. At a sporting event, it's probably like a cotton candy.
Yep. I hate cotton candy.
I don't mind cotton candy like at a fair or something like that, but I am like big on, like if I go to a game and if I were to eat cotton candy, my hands are going to get sticky. At some point, I got to get up and I got to go wash my hands. Like that to me is going to bother me. So if we're playing this game, I'll go cotton candy because I rarely eat cotton candy to begin with. Because I'm not drinking beer and eating cotton candy. I don't know why Alex is calling me.
Last up, maybe controversial.
Hang on. You got it. I'm going to answer this call real quick.
Maybe controversial, but my last pick is going to be, and this isn't like good nachos, but just the stadium nachos where it's just the chips and cheese. I don't want it. Like, just chips. My wife loves it. Just the chips, cheese. If it's like nachos that are done up, I'm cool. But just chips and cheese, no. I'm okay. Don't need it. And FYE, I agree with you. Stadium. Do you like stadium nachos? Y for yes, in for no. If it's just the chips and cheese, no. If it's like good nachos where it has like all the fixins, if it has all the fixins with like the beans and the meat and the sour cream and some guac, I'm cool. But just chips and cheese, no thank you. You need all the fixins. Mitch had to step out for a second. But let's keep on rolling with the super chats on today's show. Stabler for president. Here's the thing, though. Marino had to carry Miami because they had no running game. We had both Marcus Allen and Bo Jackson. Yeah, I mean, but Stabler, I see where you're coming from. But I will say there's a lot of the what-if games you can play with this, right? Like, what if the Raiders drafted Tom Brady? You know, what if the Raiders ended up, taking X player? It's always going to happen that way. So I see where you're coming from, and I agree the Raiders would have probably been in contention for more Super Bowls if they had a guy like Dan Marino to pair with a Marcus Allen, a Bo Jackson. I see your point, but also it's like, ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a jolly good New Year. You know the saying. You know the saying. John Rodriguez chugs try nacho cheese with popcorn. My wife likes putting peanut M&Ms in the popcorn. Peanut M&Ms popcorn mix, very good. Nacho cheese. I mean, I like cheese popcorn, so I could see how that would play. If I did do nacho cheese on the popcorn, I'd need some of the jalapenos on there. Even though I kind of just said the stadium nachos not my favorite. Not my favorite. Sway hot dogs. Oh brother, this guy stinks. I know. Mitch doesn't like hot dogs. He's un-American. Un-American. I don't know what to tell you guys. He refuses to eat any sort of wiener. Giggle Gambles. Tommy Malott waved. Really? Oh, my God. Mitch is going to be in shambles. Did that just happen? Tommy Malott waved. Let's see. Tommy Malott. I don't see it. Where are you seeing that he got waived? Because I actually don't see it just yet. Unless you're saying he should get waived. Giggle Gamble said, call me back as a source. Okay. I was going to say, I haven't seen it anywhere that he's gotten waived, but just had to do my research. Tuna's top 5 best rock bands of all time. Chugs, did you get my tweet from Big Luck? Let's see. Did you tweet at? They called it a surprise move, but for me, it was destiny. This is where it started. This is where I made my name, and now I'm back to finish what I never got to finish. Raider Nation deserves greatness, and I'm ready to give them everything I've got. This time, it's personal. Very interesting words. If that is the case with what he said, then very interesting. Very interesting.
All right. Sorry about that. I am back. I'm back. Wife called, had some issues going on, so appreciate all y'all bearing with me there. She's good. Wild. She just started a new job, so her last boss said some things to her that not great. So, are we on this still, or are we done?
I just put this up, and I was trying to tell Jersey Boy Greaser I might not be the best to give you the rock band.
I'm literally gonna go best rock bands of all time. All right, I get 3 here.
Yeah.
All right, first one that I see, Guns N' Roses,
Aerosmith,
Pearl Jam,
Red Hot Chili Peppers,
the Rolling Stones.
Okay, that's the top 5 there.
There we go.
Facts.
This is like you asking me top 5 presidents. No. Hey, Sanchez, what's going on, brother? If Meyers stays, what does the offense look like for wide receiver 1? I mean, Jakobi is the Raiders' wide receiver 1, but the role that he plays on the team is he's the slot. So because he plays the slot, like, the Raiders are going to run tons of 11 personnel, and they did it in the preseason. I believe the number that the Raiders ran 11 personnel this preseason was 98% of the time. I believe that is the number most out of any NFL team in the preseason. But I think one of the things that you're going to see them do is, yes, he's the number one wide receiver, but Brock is always going to be the number one option. And, there's going to be times where, Jakobi's probably lined up in the slot. Brock Bowers is in at tight end, and then you got Dante on the outside, Trey Tucker on the outside. There's probably going to be other times where it's going to be Brock Bowers lined up as the outside receiver. Michael Mayer is going to be the tight end. Jakobi's in at the slot. There's more creativity, I believe, with this offense with Jakobi on the team because he's a great blocker and he can do a multitude of different things. But I think that if this offense is, think about this, Geno Smith at quarterback, top 15 QB, top 10 upside. Best tight end in the NFL with Brock Bowers. I think a legit top 5 running back option in Ashton Jeanty. And then you have a wide receiver room that, yes, it is very unproven. But we have a lot of dudes like Trey Tucker, Jack Bech, Dante Thornton, Jakobi that I think are going to be willing to do some of that dirty work. And if Amari Cooper can have some sort of a resurgence, there's some talent to be had there. And, I went back and, again, I thought about a lot of things that I said last night. And if there's one overarching message that I do believe in, it's this Raiders secondary is not very good. And I think that we are going to get into a lot more shootouts than I was originally hoping for early on in this offseason. And if you do think that this is going to be a team that's going to get in a lot of shootouts, we have to improve our wide receiver room. Because if it was Alex Bachman and Tommy Mellott were wide receiver 5 or 6, Amari Cooper's definitely better than both of those guys. And now I think what you're looking at is Amari, Jack Bech, Dante Thornton, Trey Tucker, Jakobi. That's a much more reliable wide receiver room with 2 solid tight ends of Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers. Then you also have your running back in Jeanty. That, in my mind, is 8 reliable options. I don't know how many teams have 8 reliable options on offense. So I don't know if that answered your question, but our offense, to me, just looks a lot more dynamic with Jakobi on the field. Let's go to Giggle Gamble's Tommy Mellott waived. I'll say this. I don't know.
It's not true.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't know if Tommy posted something, but to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything like that. And if that information were to come out, I bet more people would talk about it. But I'll say that there is absolutely a chance that Tommy Mellott does not make this roster. There is absolutely positively a chance. And, I said it actually last week where I do this show to give you guys my honest truth. And I don't put any player above the shield. And Tommy and I, we have a cool relationship. I think, he was able to come up here on this show. I was able to communicate with him. We still DM from time to time. But I messaged him and I go, hey, man, I noticed that you unfollowed me. I hope that there's no hard feelings. And he told me, no hard feelings towards you. I'm just trying to focus on football. I'm, though, such like a sicko when it comes to just like Raiders content. I pay attention to a lot of stuff. I noticed that he unfollowed all Raiders content creators. He unfollowed everything Raiders related unless it was players on the team. And I'm not saying that there's anything to that, but I did find it a little bit weird. And maybe I'm overthinking it, and it's okay for you to think that. I also think, though, there is that other side of, well, that is interesting to me, right? Like, to me, I would only do that if I thought there was a chance that I could get cut. And I think Tommy understands that there is a chance for him to get cut. Yes, the Raiders drafted him in the 6th round, but, to me, there is absolutely a chance that he gets cut. Also, Cody Lindenberg, absolutely a chance that ends up happening. Let's go to Chris. What's up, Chris? Mitch Chugs. My concern with Jeanty is not his ability. If the Raiders fall far behind in games because of bad defense, they have to pass and abandon the run. This will make Jeanty a wasted pick. Genty's going to catch the football. And, you go back and you got to think about some of the things that have happened this offseason. And I remember talking about it when there was a lot of rumors about the Raiders really trying to get Jeanty involved in the passing game. And when you listen to a lot of the reports, a lot of the information that was put out there this offseason, it really wasn't too often of Jeanty running between the tackles. A lot of the reports were, hey, Genty's doing this in the passing game. Genty's doing that in the passing game. And it's because that's what the Raiders worked on. I'm not saying that the Raiders did that because they thought their defense was bad, but I do think that the Raiders look themselves in the mirror and they go, how are we going to get the most out of this young man? How are we going to get the most out of taking a guy at number 6 overall? In my opinion, he's got to be able to catch the football. And he showed that he can catch the football. He's athletic enough to do it. I don't mind the idea of trying to run the football through the air, like setting up a screen for Genty, putting him on a wheel route, just putting the ball in his hands. It's going to happen, and there are going to be games where you're right. We're probably going to get into shootouts, and we might get behind it. It's going to be hard to be able to establish that run. But to say that we're not going to use him, I think is foolish. And I'm not saying it's like you're saying that. I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, like we have to understand that this team is going to use him as a pass catcher. And he is. I really think that he's going to be somewhere around 40 to 50 catches this season. I'm not saying he's going to go for a lot of yards, but if you think that he's a bell cow back and he's going to be on the field, and I think he's going to be on the field for about 65, 70% of the snaps out there, he's going to get some footballs in his gut. And it's going to happen. But my concern is very similar to your concern, and I'm sure a lot of Raiders fans are in this exact same boat here. All right, y'all, we got 17 minutes until the Raiders got to get their roster cuts in. I'm going to challenge y'all out there. We got 1,800 people here in the building, 468 likes. Those numbers aren't good enough. Let's get this thing going. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. To all the moderators in the chat, let's get those likes up here a little bit. I want to get to 1,000 likes.
Woo!
1,000 likes.
Woo!
By the time this hits double zeros. I'm challenging y'all. Let's prove it today. Let's
Come
go.
on!
Let's go, JB. The Raiders release anyone today. Just tuned in. To my knowledge, no. To my knowledge, there have not been any moves at this current moment. And I kind of like that. I kind of like the fact that there hasn't been many leaks. I've been, paying attention to a lot more of the stuff that's been going on now that I'm live. I don't have the ability to, surf the web and do all the stuff that I usually do, but I would say right now at this moment, no, I don't see anything. And there is a part of me that wonders if the Raiders are going to be able to get this in time, because Pete, they did a lot of stuff late last night, and we'll see. But I know we're getting down there closer and closer and closer. I'm anxious. This is one of my favorite days, and I say that because, yes, I understand that a lot of people lose that opportunity.
Wow.
But this is one step closer to us being, regular season football.
You love people getting fired, huh?
Yeah, dude, God, does it get me off. I ask our boss every day, last person in the office, just fire him.
So that's what you were doing back there with calling Alex.
Oh, yeah. It's like, see that guy with the long hair? Get rid of him.
Babe, I just heard Tommy Malott might get waived.
Giggles. Chugs, don't forget about me when the news comes.
Tommy Malott, if it happens, got you giggle.
Yep. I mean, there's definitely a chance, no doubt. Shiloh Sanders, Marcus Epps, how much to keep Jakobi?
That is crazy.
Yeah, that's honestly, somebody with that picture would ask this question. Shiloh's a big fat no. Yeah, again, Shiloh's not. If Shiloh was smart, and if the XFL, if the UFL was smart, they would figure out a way to get him and make him one of the highest paid players. He would be a star in that league.
If Shiloh was smart, next season of Love Island.
Maybe.
I think he would make
Probably
double
more
the money that he would make if he continued his NFL career if he decided to go to reality TV.
I'm not going to disagree. Again, I think Shiloh is a Sander, and I get that he gets a lot of attention, but if we're talking NFL talent, he just doesn't have it. Marcus Epps was actually released today by the Patriots, but he asked to be released today by the Patriots.
This actually kind of goes perfect into what we're talking about right now, Mitch.
Tuna top five.
No, not this.
I was going to
Sorry,
say, I don't see the alignment at all. Tuna top five players the Raiders should target. Oh, boy. It's tough because I haven't seen all the players that are out there. If we're talking just free agents, top of my dome right now, Justin Simmons is going to be number one. I believe Mike Hilton's probably in there somewhere. Jadeveon Clowney is going to be in there somewhere. I can't think of his name, but the backup offensive lineman of the Chiefs ended up getting released today. I actually thought he got some good reps in. He's better than Thayer Munford. Trey Palmer, wide receiver from Tampa Bay, he was released. I think that could be a sneaky name to look out for. Chad Muma could be a name to look out for. Again, linebacker, I know it's not a big need for us. Well, Depends who you talk to, I guess. But I don't think the Raiders are going to believe that it's a big need. Epps would be interesting. To me, I wanted to be able to put together a list of all these players that were waived, and the problem is there's just been so many players that have been waived, and we're about to get a brand new list of 100+ players that have been waived. We're about to get all those names. But I saw some people asking if, Mitch, did you get me in the duck race? I'm about to go through the list of names here of people that are in the duck race. So give me a moment here. I'm going to go. Reminder, we're doing one on Venmo and on Cash App, which right now on Venmo, I just saw Justine Gons, I gotcha. Bruce Bird, gotcha. LA Crash, gotcha. Gary Back, gotcha. Right now it's a $20 Venmo. You would go home with $160 to the Cash App party. I'm refreshing right now. Right now, I only see one person in the Cash App race, and that is Corey. So shout out to Corey.
You'd win.
For getting in you would win. I guarantee you that. You would win. So if you want to get in and race against Corey, Cash App, you can scan that QR code. Venmo, you can scan that QR code as well, or you can add me as a friend. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. We'll do both of these races at the very end of today's show. I'm going to see if I can I go grab some water real quick? Can you just give me like 30 seconds? Hold it down. Sorry. I should have did that when Alex called me. I just know if like any news happens here in the next 10 minutes, I want to have my water. I'll be right back.
Here we go. Got some more super chats to roll through. John Rodriguez. Rasul Douglas is available. He is not. Sadly, this morning he signed with the Miami Dolphins. He was actually in between the Dolphins and the Raiders, and he ended up choosing the Dolphins, which, fun fact, if you know who the Dolphins starting cornerback is right now, you probably know why he chose to go to the Dolphins, because it might be a little easier. Their starting cornerback right now for the Dolphins is Jack Jones. Not lying. Not lying. So, yeah, sadly, Rasul Douglas, who Mitch really wanted, he chose the Dolphins over the Raiders earlier this morning.
All right, what up, Lamont? Good to have you back here today. How many players can you get off waivers? We need JC. You got to give me more than that. JC Treader is the only name I could possibly think of.
Is it somebody like first name J, last name C? We need.
Yeah, you got to give me a little bit more. JC. I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
October,
Dude,
you win.
He would go hard.
Bro, Jesus Christ. What position would he play?
Quarterback.
Would he? All right. I guess. Or you could just float. Play wide. You just go wide receiver down the field, float up in the air, throwing up to him.
Would he actually even make the 53-man? Because most famously, he rests on Sundays.
Jadeveon Clowney? Is that JC?
He rests on Sundays.
That's true.
Would he make the 53-man?
If you could have a player like Jesus Christ and he only played on Monday night and Thursday night, would you keep him?
No, because Super Bowl time is.
He literally can't play.
Can't play. Super Bowl Sunday.
That's true. That's true. I am all on board for going out and getting Jadeveon Clowney. I do think that he would be a good player.
He's also Jadeveon Clowney. You don't need to get on waivers because he's a free agent. Correct. You can just sign him.
Aurora Lim, you're in. But to my understanding, you could put in a claim for as many players as you want. I just believe it's like when you get a player, and then you go back to like the bottom of like the waiver.
The holy roller.
Dude, that's elite. I got a few people getting in for the Cash App. You guys never disappoint, and I appreciate that. Merlin Bond, I got you. I see Zach Jar, I got you. Tiana Williams, I got you. So right now it's a $20 Cash App.
What?
For a chance to win $50. What happened? What happened?
If this is real, that's crazy.
No. I'm not reading all that.
Just read the first couple paragraphs. If that's real, that's nuts.
Wow. That would be wild. That would be a game changer. I just saw something very interesting. It has nothing to do with anything going on today. It has nothing to do with the Raiders. But it's interesting for what Chugs and I do. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm going to message Brett and be like, is this real?
Yeah, I think you gotta. That's crazy, man. Almost time for some cuts. Oh, boy. The National Football League today placed Jimmy Ward of the Houston Texans on the commissioner's exempt list. Ward may not practice or attend any games while on the list. There you go. The Chargers are waiving offensive lineman Branson Taylor. He was the 199th pick this year. Can you name somebody else that was 199th pick? Javon Baker from the Patriots just released. So now we're going to start getting some info that comes in, and I just want y'all to be ready for it. Let's go to the next one from Alex. Can you give happy B-Day to my friend?
Oh, nope. Don't say it.
I was just going to say, I'm not falling for it. Not going to fall for it.
Good one, Alex.
You tried. Sanchez, what corner would equal Jakobi's value in a trade? I guess it depends, like, what team, right? Like, I would say if we could find another corner that might not be a cornerback 1, but if he was a damn good cornerback 2, that would be somebody to keep in mind. The first name that legitimately came to my mind was Greg Newsome from Cleveland. Like, that's the first name that came to my mind. He's in the final year of his deal in Cleveland. He's, kind of been on the trade block from time to time. Another name that I'll throw out there that I think Jakobi's better than he is, but Jamel Dean. Jamel Dean's a corner for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and because of our coaching connection with the Tampa Bay Bucs, with our own team, if based on this question and this question alone, I would say Greg Newsome, Jamel Dean. Those would be my top 2 answers. I don't think the Raiders would trade to Seattle, but Tariq Woolen is somebody that this team likes a lot. Sorry. But that could be one as well. That's what happens when you sign Jesus Christ. Bless me. Sanchez. I think it's a good question, though. I really do. I like Tariq Woolen, Jamel Dean. Greg Newsome would be some names I throw out there. But I would still want more if it was Tariq Woolen. I'd still honestly want a little bit more if it was Dean. Niners are trying to trade for Jakobi. How am I feeling? Player for player, how do you feel? It depends what we would get, right? Like, if you're willing to offer me somebody that's a starter in the secondary, I'm not totally against that idea. I just got so upset yesterday about the rumors around Jakobi for Kyle Duggar, because if you look at that trade and you don't go, that's one of the dumbest trade ideas I've ever seen, and I hope that people that watch this show are smart Raider fans. I hope people hit that subscribe button, because you will become a smarter fan watching this show, and I'm not even saying all the time, like, you're going to agree with me. You're going to hear a lot more football talk. And I think when you hear a lot more, you're able to soak it in. You're just able to create a better overall knowledge, for you and for everybody else around you. But if you're giving me somebody who is a starting caliber player in our secondary, I can get on board with that trade. And even if it's I would trade Jakobi Meyers for a starting free safety. And I mean, like, a legit, like, if there was a Justin Simmons, like, that's why the whole somebody in the secondary is a little bit of a frustrating conversation, because I go, we don't need to trade Jakobi to get a Justin Simmons. You could go out and try to get him, right? Like, if you told me 1 year for $6 million for Amari Cooper, I would have rather us invested that money into a Justin Simmons, and I don't think $6 million is going to be enough to go get him. But if it would have costed 12, I would have used that 6, and I would have just slapped it on over there, and I would have gone out there and tried to get him. All right, so this is some interesting news. Not interesting, but Kyle Duggar is going to be making the Patriots 53-man roster, and the front office has fielded trade calls for him. Again, the Raiders do not want to trade Jakobi, but you have to look at Kyle Duggar because that's been a conversation that has at least been had between the Raiders and the Patriots. It has been a name that has been had. To Carly's Kruger and to Jose Mag, I don't know. You guys tried to send 20 on Cash App. I am seeing that it failed. I don't really know what that means, so I'm going to let you guys figure that one out. To Mario Alv, you in. So Duck Race on Cash App, 20 to win 60. Over on Venmo, I'll refresh my phone real quick, and this will be the last time that I do this for a little while, just so you guys are clear on that. And then I see Chad Howard in, and then I see Raider Fan for Life is in. So it's 20 to win 180 on Venmo, 20 to win 60 on Cash App. I'll give you guys an update in a little bit from now because there's about to be a slew of news to come in. What up, Cast? I'm back, was getting a massage. Not a happy ending, though. Site bet deal. So you're saying our deal between Amari Cooper is good. So if Amari finishes with 1 receiving yard, you got to spend $699 on this channel. If Amari Cooper ends up getting, 80 or 800 yards, I owe you $100. Every yard above, you get. Every yard below, I get. And if it's exactly 700, we'll send 700 to Chugs for the tie.
Deal.
He's like, deal. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed. Cass, appreciate you, though, dude. All right, we are getting down here. We got 1:30 to go. If you want a shout out here on the Raiders Report, I want to get some LVs down below.
That is real.
It was?
Yeah, I found the Yahoo Sports. I Show Speed is one of the other guys allowed to do it. Grossi and a pair of Spanish language web stars, Robe Grill and Skabesh.
Interesting. I mean, if it's happening for them, I wonder if it'll happen for us. To the moon.
You think?
I don't know.
I told Brett, you should get our
reach out.
YT rep on the phone ASAP.
Yeah, I agree. Get him on the phone.
If that's the case.
Get him on the phone. Wild. Oh, dude, I can't even imagine. If
we were allowed.
Oh, I can't imagine. We'd have 100,000 people watching. Legitimate. I think we would because we'd be faster than TV. What up, Raider Muerte? Sending in the good vibes. Appreciate you, my man. 25 seconds to go. I see Zalesbo, Show, King Shop. Let's keep it going. If you're ready, I know this. I'm ready to get this thing going. Lamont, as of now, how many picks we have next year with the comp? I'd have to double check. Not going to lie to you. I'd have to check. With the comp picks, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm doing the math. I believe we're at 10 picks. Because there's some sites that don't have everything updated yet, but I believe it's 10 picks. That can change, though, because the thing about comp picks, it can also continuously change. Raiders versus Jaguars on November 2nd. You guys going to be there. I'll be there flying from Hawaii. I probably won't be there that weekend. I would love the opportunity to be able to go to more games, but because that one is so close to the Monday Night Football game against the Cowboys, and that's the weekend that I really, truly want to go out there, it's probably going to be a no for me. Probably going to be a no for me. What up?
Raider Grader.
Raider Grader. Thank you for tuning in. Sway. Sway says that you can't accept payment at this time. All right. And maybe that's the truth. I don't really know. I have gotten some notifications, and it does look like a few people have tried to get in on Cash App. And maybe I can't. I don't know. Maybe Cash App locked me out. But to the people that are in, we'll figure it out. I don't usually use Cash App. So maybe that's something that we don't use anymore. I don't know. Carlos. Chugs, I followed you on IG. Let's get you up on stage on the Dallas weekend and get the nation out. See, I think if we did it, I don't want to try to do it out in Vegas. Now, obviously, if we did it in Dallas, it'd be dope. But I could see how many Raider fans I could get there in Dallas. I would at least try. All right, it looks like a few teams have released their rosters, and the Washington Commanders, I believe, are the first team that got the 53-man in. I believe the Commanders are the very first team. Mike, we're still waiting on the cuts to be released. I do not have the information yet. As soon as the Raiders make their announcement, we will go from there. As soon as the Raiders make the announcement, we will go from there. But I don't have any of that information yet. The Commanders, to my knowledge, are the only team, as it stands right now, to officially put out. Oh, here's a trade. The Texans are trading offensive lineman Austin Deculus to the Chargers for a conditional 7th in 2027. Nice. Nice.
Dude, we're going crazy.
Let's go to Big Luck. Let's get those streaming rights. Big Luck, dude. I'm going to try, man. I would love to actually be able to show the actual Raiders game on YouTube while we are live for a watch party. And sounds like that might not be impossible. And if that happens, we're going to go to the moon. We're going to the moon. What up, Adrian? Love the pick, dude. Are you guys maybe going to be allowed to stream games on the channel for reaction views? Need to extend Jakobi. Yeah, there are some rumors out there that certain YouTubers are going to be allowed to stream the actual game on their channel. We're reaching out right now to our YouTube rep, and we're going to see if we can get it done. But it does sound like that is a conversation that is being had, and I hope that the answer to that is yes, because actually being able to do a watch party where we're allowed to show the game would be unbelievable. It would be unbelievable. We'd get so many more people that would watch, and it would be really cool to see the channel grow. It'd be really cool to see us, be able to do our thing, and it would kind of look like a Madden show. It would be electric, man.
And I think you found a website, or you were able to find it out. The Raiders Report is only second behind Grossi in sports YouTube channels in terms of super chats.
Yep. We are the second most super chatted channel in the United States for sports, behind Tom Grossi. And we'll catch up. But I'll say this, doesn't keep track of Venmo. I think if you added Venmo into the equation, it would be pretty flipping close. Sway, mine's the pay from Jose. Oh, okay. Josue, I got you. Oh, shit. Lord Cameron Abbott. Bang! It's fun to stay at the LCA. What up, Cam? Let's get the roster. Just win, baby. When we get the roster, how can we make it better? And who do we go for? I play NFL Fantasy. What do you use? I use Sleeper for fantasy, and once we see the official roster get released,
I'm just gonna add it to the front of the roster.
Once we see it, then I'll be able to make those calls. But if I had to guess, probably gonna be some players in the secondary. Probably gonna be some guys on the defensive line. Probably gonna be like an offensive tackle. Probably maybe another wide receiver potentially. Depends on what happens with Malott. I promise you, as soon as our roster is released, one of the videos that I'll do at some point this week will be top free agents the Raiders should go out and sign after NFL roster cut day. The top players that the Raiders should try to claim. The top trade targets. These are the videos that I like to do after, something big that happens in the NFL or around the Raiders, because I know that so many people have those questions. So I will do all that, but because I don't know who the 53-man is, the Raiders haven't released it, those will all be videos that I will end up doing. But at this current moment, I don't know exactly, but I guarantee it's guys in the secondary, a lot of defensive help there.
It's fun to stay at
Jerome? What up, Jerome? Should Harbaugh be suspended for Michigan signal stealing?
Yes.
Sure.
I mean,
sure.
I will say
I don't see why he would for doing it in college. I mean, that would be like, I don't know, a college football player getting ejected in the final game, whatever, and then he can't play week 1 of the NFL season. Like that would never happen.
If he punted somebody in the face?
I actually don't think it would matter. I think his draft stock might fall, but you know what? Let's go with a yes. And as long as he's suspended week 2, I'm on board with it. I'm on board with it. What do you got for me?
Do we have the official?
I don't have anything yet. The Falcons are placing offensive tackle Caleb McGarry on IR. Unclear how much time he's going to miss. To Fabian Moreno, I see. Oh, wow. The Chargers are moving Najee Harris to the active roster, to the non-football injury list. Harris is recovering from injury.
Oh! And Yordan Alvarez playing tonight for the first time in months.
And a little bit of baseball. Let's go to Blinky. Panthers released Renfrow. I know we won't, but I love for us to get him back. I don't really see the fit. I know fans would be excited, but to me, you can't have two players that offer you absolutely nothing in the running game. And two players that are also injury risk, and that being Amari Cooper and Hunter Renfrow. I believe the Raiders, if you were technically to entertain this idea, Amari Cooper or Renfrow, I would pick Amari because I do think Amari is the better receiver compared to Renfrow. But, I mean, it'd be a fun story to talk about. There's no doubt about it. I also will say the Carolina Panthers wide receiver room isn't the best, and I think our room is more talented, so again, like Renfrow is a outstanding human being, right? He's an unbelievable dude. I love being able to root for him. It's unfortunate that he had the injuries and he sustained some of the stuff that he had, but at the same time, if we're trying to be honest with ourselves, does he fit in this offense? I personally do not think that he does. And could he be good enough to maybe make it? Sure. But if he, let's say, is our, sixth wide receiver, I would rather develop a young player instead of bringing in a 29-year-old Hunter Renfrow. Like, I would rather the Raiders develop Tommy Millott. I would rather the Raiders honestly develop Cedric Jackson over bringing in Hunter Renfrow. And if you're going to make those decisions, I think at a certain point you got to go, all right, we've chosen Amari Cooper instead of Renfrow, so let's roll with Cooper. But it'd be a fun story. Don't get me wrong, man. Like, if the Raiders went out and they signed Renfrow, I would sit up here and go, I don't really agree with the move, but it's a fun move to talk about. And I don't think I would be the only one that would say that. I know that a lot of y'all are wondering, Mitch, are the cuts in yet? The roster is not in. And the moment that the Raiders submit it, I will do it. But there are some teams that are starting to do it. The Detroit Lions.
Cowboys have their list in.
The Cowboys and the Commanders right now, I believe, are the teams that have theirs in. As soon as the Raiders submit it, we're going to talk about it here on the show, and then we're going to break it all down for you. But right now is a waiting game. Right now I feel like I'm fishing. Fishing, and I know I'm going to get a bite. I don't know when, but we're reeling right now. We're reeling right now.
I'm trying to see.
What?
I think the Texans are in, but I'm trying to see. Hold on.
You're okay. Do your research. What's up, Ryan? Have they cut Mr. Hospital Ball, Jimmy Garoppolo, please? I'd love to see that. I'll be real. I don't want them to cut him. Right? Like, I think that's a better story if, God forbid, and they won't cut him. He's going to make that team because of all the concerns around Matthew Stafford and his back, and the only other backup quarterback to Jimmy G is Stetson Bennett. I want Jimmy G to stay with the Rams. I want Devontae to have to potentially deal with that. It's going to be a story that I follow all year long. And, I'm not somebody that usually likes to hate watch. I often get mad at people because I know obviously a lot of people hate watch me. And I'm sure everybody hate watches, I'm sure somebody out there. I'm going to hate watch Davante Adams. There's no doubt in my mind. And if it comes out that Matthew Stafford is the start or isn't the starting quarterback in a Rams game, I might go live for that show. I want Davante Adams to have to catch balls from Jimmy Garoppolo. I think karma is a very real thing, and I hope that he has to face the karma for it. Caramel or caramel? Caramel. Let's go to Truth Bomb. What up, Truth Bomb? Do you think we will see more of Shedrick or not until next preseason? He's going to be a player that this team tries to keep on the practice squad. And you saw some flashes, and a lot of times a very easy way to get like a tip of the cap, if you will, of what a team is thinking in terms of practice squad or just player evaluation in general is how much usage they get in the preseason. Like oftentimes, people get really excited about certain players and usage, and just because you get used a lot doesn't mean that, that means you're a player that this team's going to keep. I think for Jackson, it does mean that they wanted to legitimately see what they had in him, and they were trying to test it out a little bit more. But sometimes, a lot of preseason usage, teams go, I know what I got here. I'm kind of interested to move on. I think Keelan Doss, honestly, is a good example of that. A few preseasons ago, he was unbelievable. Even like Ramel Keaton, that last preseason, he was very good. But those are practice squad guys. And I think that's what Jackson is. He is a practice squad wide receiver. He's got some good athletic ability. Keep on working, keep on training. I would be really surprised if he made the team, because if he makes the team, that means we are cutting Tommy Mellott. And both players are developmental pieces. So I would say you develop the player that you draft. But if they were to keep Jackson over Mellott, I think that just goes to illustrate, just even on a whole nother level, how much, Mellott just simply wasn't ready. Raymond Cerna, Jakobi and AOC to Colts for Pittman would be great. I don't think Indy entertains this idea. I actually like this trade idea, though. I don't really know why the Colts would do it, because to me, this is basically Michael Pittman for Jakobi Meyers straight up, because Aiden O'Connell's got that fractured wrist and he's out 6 to 8 weeks. They also still have Anthony Richardson. So I think it's creative, and I give you bonus points for being creative. I love creative trade ideas, and it would be an upgrade going from Michael Pittman to Jakobi, and I understand that Michael's a little bit more expensive, but I don't think Indy were to do it. If Indy were to pick up the phone and say, hey, Jakobi Meyers and Aiden O'Connell for Michael Pittman, sign me up. I just don't see it happening. But I respect the creativity. I really do. I think it is a very, very creative trade. We got 2,500 people here, yet only 770 likes. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. It would greatly, greatly help us out. I want to get more Raider fans here. I want to turn this into J-Lot Oakland style. Not everything, maybe not the smells included of J-Lot, but at least the amount of Raiders fans. That's what we're trying to get here. What up, Edgar? Cooper will wear number 17. Trying to think. So what, 17, I believe, was Collin Johnson. Maybe they are going to keep Tommy Mellott. Because one of the things I was wondering is, does Amari get 89? Obviously, that's Brock's number. And then Brock, I was like, oh, could Brock go to his college number, 19? So if Amari's going to wear 17, I almost wonder if they just have so many leftover 17 jerseys, you just slap Cooper on the back of it. What is that? Wow. That's actually hilarious. That's hilarious. I guess they just have a lot of 17s laying around. I don't know. I don't know. Somebody said I burned my Adams jersey. What's funny is when I was in Tucson, a fan came up to me and they handed me a Raiders jersey, and they go, I don't know what you want to do with this Devontae jersey, but you can do whatever you want with it. So I have a extra Devontae jersey, though. I have the white Devontae Adams jersey, and I have now a black Devontae Adams jersey. Maybe we'll just try to figure out a way to get that name off there, slap a new name on the back. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know if anybody out there knows how to sew, but if we can, let's get it going. Still waiting on what the Las Vegas Raiders. You don't need to put that super chat up. I'll say this, guys. I'm not a politics guy. So if you ask me politics stuff, I'm not going to show it. I appreciate the super chat, but I'm not a politics guy. I think it creates division. That's not what I want to do here on the Raiders Report. So I'll be very clear. Here's some news. Greedy Vance has been waived. That's the only Raiders news that I have right now. Greedy Vance did not make the Raiders 53-man roster. So I'm going to guess this in my experience between doing this show. When a few leaks start to come in, it means we're getting closer and closer to actually getting the 53. But the news just came in, and Greedy Vance did not make the team, though they are going to try to bring him back to the practice squad. Greg Dulcich. Interesting. He's what, tight end, right? I think he played at UCLA. At least that's what I'm thinking of right now. Yeah, I mean, I really liked Greedy Vance as well. I think that means that Darnay Holmes is going to end up making this roster. Like, to me, Vance was the player that I thought about, could they keep 6 corners? Because to me, it's Eric Stokes. Let me know if you agree. Y for yes, N for no. Eric Stokes, Darian Porter, Kai Blue Kelly, DeCamerion Richardson, Darnay Holmes. Like, to me, those are the 5 corners that are going to make this team now knowing that Greedy Vance isn't going to make it. Demarcus Robinson suspended 3 games without pay for violating the NFL's substance abuse policy. It was announced today. And, again, I think it's only a matter of time before that happens. There's a suspension that comes in for Charles Snowden. Who do you not want to get cut today? Let me know down below. Is there a player, who's the player that you don't want to get cut today? I hate to even admit this because it sucks to say, but I do. I hope Munford's not on the team. And it has nothing to do with Munford. It's, I want the Raiders to be the best team possible. And because of that, I don't understand how you give Thayer Munford a job. Like, I understand the offensive line, but if you could keep one, Thayer Munford or Greedy Vance. You know, like, I'm going to keep Greedy Vance over Thayer Munford every day of the week because I think Greedy Vance has the chance to turn into something. When you have a player like Munford that's got worse and worse, and I mean, he's just only gotten worse to me. I don't know how you keep him. Joshua says Geno Smith. Yes, I can confirm, a source close to me, the Raiders are keeping Geno Smith. There was also some confusion. They were like, do I keep Crosby? Do I keep Brock? They are also going to keep those guys as well. I see Freeman says keep him a lot. Has upside. Big Luck says Bumford. Alex Kappa. You don't want the Raiders to cut him today? Okay. I don't think that that's going to happen. Also, this is, some of you Raider fans are going to laugh today. Darren Waller did not practice. He's injured. He's battling an injury. I was talking to our Dolphins guy, and I was like, dude, when Darren Waller's out there on the field, he's going to be fun to watch. But you're going to have a lot of he ain't practicing. I don't root for injury, but I can find a good laugh from time to time. Logic Game says don't cut Trey Taylor. You know, Taylor's one dude that I definitely root for a lot. I don't see how he makes this roster. I've talked to a few people close to Trey. There are other NFL teams that are keeping an eye on him. The team that I believe he ends up going to is the Baltimore Ravens because of his connections with his, I don't know if it's his cousin or his uncle, I forget. Ed Reed. I know he's related to Ed Reed. Wes Coulter says Carter. Unfortunately, Andre Carter was already released. I talked about that yesterday, and I know a lot of different stuff happened yesterday, but that was one thing. I see Carly's Kruger getting in the duck race. I've also been informed that my Cash App is not accepting. It's not. So, unfortunately, nobody sent me anything else on Cash App. It's declining payments. I don't know. It's not letting me. Every time somebody tries to send me something, it says decline. So, Jose, Carly's, Fabian, and Jose, I'm sorry. I know you tried to get in the Cash App duck race, but don't send me anything else on Cash App. To the 6 people that are in the Cash App duck race, That's how the race is going to go, and winner's going to go home with $60. I don't know why. So stop sending me on Cash App. We'll go to Venmo. Venmo only. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now you have a chance to get in for $190. Let's go to Mando Ace. Big, I believe, dumpster fire of an organization, Jets, Colts, or Browns. How are the Colts going to draft AR knowing he needs to develop and not do it? Completely agree with that last statement. I think it's idiotic to draft a quarterback like Anthony Richardson, number 4 overall, and then not allow him to develop. Like, they're like, oh, he's not ready to play. Yeah, of course. He's not ready to play. Yeah, it's dumb. Oh, put it out, put it out, put it out. If I had to say bigger dumpster fire of an organization, oh boy, I actually don't think it's the Colts. There's actually a lot of people some people think that the Colts are actually a pretty well-run organization. Right now they're going through a little bit of turnover. There's a part of me that wants to say the Jets because of how bad they've been, but it's also Cleveland. I'll go with the Browns. I'll go with the Browns. Also, this is some news coming in. Sincere McCormick has been cut by the Raiders. So that tells me that this running back room is going to be Ashton Genty, Raheem Mostert, Dylan Laube, and Zamir White. Sincere McCormick has not made the Raiders roster. He was waived. Probably not. Darth, I know that you're all for a good dad joke. Sometimes I don't know if I should put certain things like that up. But if you guys want to send in a dad joke, you can laugh about it. Some people are saying, why? The reason why Sincere McCormick didn't make this roster, in my personal opinion, is because of how well Zamir White looked. And to me, you were really only going to keep one running back. I think that could run between the tackles the way that Zeus and Sincere did. And they like Zamir, and Zamir's played really well. So that's that reason. Laube offers more special teams value than Sincere McCormick, mainly in the punt return game. Also has the ability to catch the football. I don't know if it's better than McCormick, but one thing that I love that Sincere did well is he pass protected, and he was not afraid to pick up a good pass protection. Also, Dylan Laube is, in fact, on the Raiders roster. Dylan Laube is, in fact, on the Raiders roster. So that means this. That means what I originally put in there is going to be good to go. So the Raiders running back room is Ashton Genty, Zamir White, Raheem Mostert, Dylan Laube. Also, today, this one just came in. The Browns have named Dylan Gabriel quarterback 2, Shedeur Sanders quarterback 3. Ventrac, sweating bullets.
That's not going to cause any ruckus.
I mean, think about breaking news, and it's the quarterback 2 decision. And again, like, that's why earlier we were like, that's kind of why I think ESPN sucks now.
Maybe I was getting got, but I saw on Twitter that there might be a Bovada, bet on whether or not Harrison Butker gets invited to the wedding.
Whose wedding?
Travis and Taylor.
I know this. Alex wouldn't want him at our wedding. But that's a whole nother discussion. I'm sweating a little bit too, but it's not because of this event track. I can confidently say I think Ashton Genty is going to end up making this squad. Confidently say. I think the only other one that we haven't gotten yet is Raheem Mostert, but since Chris Collier cut, since Sincere McCormick cut, and Laube is on the team, I think that tells me everything I need to know. But I would be shocked if we carried 3 running backs. If we carried 3, that means we're about to add another, or they're going to convert Tommy Mellott to a running back and just bulk him up a little bit. That's a joke. Not going to happen. But McCormick cut. Laube made the roster. Chris Collier was cut the other day. That means our 4 running backs are Genty, Mostert, Dylan Laube, and Zamir White. How would you grade that running back room? A, B, C, D, or F? Ashton Jeanty, Zamir White, Raheem Mostert, and Dylan Laube. How would you grade that running back room? Let me know down below. A, B, C, D, or F?
Or F.
I'll be curious to see what you guys have to say on that one. I'll be curious to say.
I cannot wait for people to
what
freak out about the Browns QB2 situation.
And it's. But I think that's why ESPN struggles at times, because instead of concentrating on the players, instead of concentrating on what should be concentrated on, to go breaking news, Dylan Gabriel named quarterback number 2. That would I'll tell you this right now, I would never do that.
I mean, if you open the ESPN app up right now, the very top is
Taylor Swift and probably Shedeur Sanders, quarterback 3. And I get it, that's what they're trying to do because that's what people click on, but I don't know.
Y'all call us clickbait. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think people that call us clickbait don't watch our shows.
Signing Jakobi is like an ATM that only dispenses pennies. It just makes sense.
I'm gonna steal that dad joke. I don't know when, but I'm gonna steal that dad joke. That's a good one.
This is like that D2 that D2 head coach that Sperry was showing us the video where he's
dude, yeah.
We're like a woodpecker in a petrified forest. You just keep on looking around for work to do.
I mean, that's the most Minnesota thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's kind of like watching your mother-in-law drive off a cliff. You got mixed feelings.
Oh, maybe not for him. Tanner, we don't sign a safety. Do you see Jamal Adams switching midseason if linebacker play is good? I do not, because Jamal Adams doesn't have the ability to cover the way that some safeties need to be able to cover, but I also am a believer that if it ain't broke, don't fix. And, I was concerned that the Raiders were going to use Jamal Adams as a safety, and that's just not how you want to use Jamal Adams. You want to use him as a heat-seeking missile, allow him to get downfield, let him be an athlete, go after the quarterback, go after the runner, go north. You don't want him going south, you know what I mean? He can move east to west. He's a good sideline-to-sideline speed. He just can't cover well. So, to me, I don't think it makes any sense to put him at safety. I think that would be a really bad football move. I am happy that he looks like he's getting shit done here at linebacker, and if you would have told me Jamal Adams would have looked as good as what he's looked at the linebacker position, I wouldn't have said it was a bad signing. I still would have disagreed with the idea of bringing him in because I didn't like some of the off-the-field issues that he has brought to himself and some of the things that he said. Now, again, it's kind of a tough side of the fence to stay on because I'm like, I want to win football games, and if Jamal Adams helps us win football games, you're able to forget about that stuff. It's just the truth. You're able to forget about it a little bit easier, but I think Jamal's got to stay at linebacker. And maybe I've been wrong. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. I think he's got to stay at linebacker. I got a few more super chats, and after seeing everything that I did, I'm seeing right now a lot of B minuses, B pluses for this Raiders running back room, and the only reason why I'll disagree with that is because we have one of the best running backs in the NFL. I believe that this running back room, because of Jeanty, is an A grade because of how talented he is.
Oh.
Now, you need some of those other players to do some things from time to time, but in terms of running back room, I think it's an A because of Ashton Jeanty, right? You don't look at the Chiefs quarterback room and go, it's a B, it's a B minus. No, it's an A because they got Patrick Mahomes. And I think that's how it goes. A minus, A.
Did we answer this from Tanner?
Yes.
Okay. Can Leki Fotu start on the D-line?
Start. I don't really want him to start. I believe that he's probably our third defensive tackle. Not third, fourth. Because you're going to see Thomas Booker and Adam Butler are our top 2 guys. And then, if it was up to me, I'm converting Tyree Wilson, and I'm going to have him play a lot of defensive tackle. I would say between those 3, those are your top 3 DTs. For Leki Fotu, it's going to be more about the conversation of Tonka Hemingway, Jonah Lalu, J.J. Pegues. They're probably going to battle it out for the next rep, but this is going to be a constant rotation. And, that's what Pete Carroll defensive lines have done. That's what Patrick Graham defensive lines have done. And luckily for us, we have, I think, arguably one of the best defensive line coaches in the NFL, and Rob Leonard. Let's go to Gabe. Will Zeus help us this season? Be transparent. If Zamir White runs the way that he did in that final preseason game, because, I've had a bunch of people, they were like, You got to stop calling Zamir White Zeus because he looks like Zamir White. Zamir White looked like Zeus in that final preseason game. Like, I know that Zamir can be good. He looks lighter on his feet. He looks like I think last season it was the wrong running style for him. He's a lot better of, like, just being able to read, like, zone gap and just he's a patient runner, and when he sees it, he gets north and south. Like, that's the type of game that they used to run a lot at Georgia because, again, Georgia doesn't want to waste time. They know their offensive line is going to be able to create holes, and it's like, all right, when you see the hole explode through and get upfield. Zamir looks a lot more lighter. With the running system they did last year with James Craig, he needed to be a little bit more bulked up, and I think he bulked up a little bit too much, and he got a little bit slow. He's lost some weight. If he plays the way that he did in that final preseason game, he is going to look, and I mean this very, very similar to the way that he looked in that final 2023 season. That's a running back that we can use, and that's a running back that can help us out. If he also is able to help us out in the kick return, kick return game, that could be another area. But to me, Zamir's just got to not turn over the football, and when he goes out there, I don't need him to break the long touchdown. It's not going to happen. But what we can't have is negative plays when Zamir's out on the field. Zamir's got to pick up 4 yards per carry, and he can't turn the football over. If he does those things, he's going to do his job well. He gets maybe 40 to 50 carries this entire season. That's what I need him to do. Ashton Genty needs a breather for a run.
Hey, we are also 16 likes away from 1,000. Type LV if you've liked the video.
Come on, man. Let's go.
You know what? We're doing a raffle at the end of this month to see who's the final member of the Raiders Report Fantasy Football Draft. You know what? We got 2,000 people in here. I'm going to give away 5 free entries for the raffle right now. All you got to do, like the video and spam LV. Like the video and spam LV. I'm going to give away 5 free entries right now. I see Marcus Zamora, you're getting one. Who else wants one?
Ooh, I like this game.
Who else wants one?
Raheem Mostert made the Raiders roster.
Roy Leos, you got one. 3 more. And you know what? If we get to 1,500 likes, I'm giving away 3 more free raffle tickets as well. Let's keep on hitting that thumbs up icon. Spam that LV. If we can get to 1,500 likes, I'll give another one away.
Keep going. I got to research something.
We got, let's see, Zalesbo. You're getting one. Raider Prime. You're getting one. Who else? Who else is in here? I'm going to give one to Brian Baca.
All right, so the Raiders just placed Aiden O'Connell on injured reserve. He's, again, expected to be out 6 to 8 weeks. He does not count against the 53-man roster. But they just placed him on a short-term IR. I think essentially what you're going to see is the Raiders are going to put him on IR. I do not anticipate that he's going to be on this team this season. What I believe you're going to end up seeing is when we get around week 5, when he has to return. If Aiden O'Connell's not able to go week 5, if he doesn't pass a physical, then he gets placed on season-ending, IR, which not going to be good for him. So what the Raiders, I believe you're going to see is there's going to be a lot of trade rumors around Aiden O'Connell around that time because of the trade they made for Kenny Pickett. They traded the 5th-round pick. That tells me that they value Pickett over Aiden O'Connell. So he's not going to count against the 53-man. He's going to be placed on IR, and I believe that you're going to see probably a trade, even a potential cut if they're unwilling to get a trade partner somewhere around week 4, week 5 of this upcoming season. Sorry, I just had to give that in there. Anybody else? Anybody else?
I did the 5. Marcus, Roy, Zalesbo, Raider Prime, Brian Baca. I said if we can get to 1,500 likes, which we have almost 3,000 people in the chat.
Come on, man.
I think we can get there. 300 more likes. I'm giving away 3 more free raffle tickets. Lamont asked about what would make Mart give us an updated uniform. I don't think the uniforms are changing.
I'd be shocked if they did. It would have to be maybe like a sponsorship deal with a company, but Mark is a little old school, and he also knows that not every Raider fan would be on board for a brand new jersey. So I don't know if it's going to happen. If it was up to me, though, I think an all black, all white, all silver jersey would be dope. Max dropped from number 10 to 22 on the NFL Top 100 list. Is it time to move on from him? I'm not surprised that he fell that far. Oh, this is interesting. the Steelers released Beanie Bishop. I remember talking to Sperry about Beanie Bishop. I actually think that this could be a player that the Raiders potentially go out and look at. 5'10", 184. He's a little bit undersized. I didn't realize he was that small. Played 549 snaps last season for Pittsburgh. 25 years old. 4 interceptions, though, last year. Does he play in the slot? I'm going to see. I just remember Sperry talking about him. I'm trying to get the info, and I'm not getting the info that I'm looking for. Beanie Bishop. Hang on. We're almost there. I thought so. Season grade, snap counts. Man. I can't figure out where to find it.
What?
Where it shows in PFF if they how many spots they play, like outside,
defense,
inside.
and then you go all the way to the right.
That's what I did. I didn't see it. Oh, I'm in. All right, slot corner. Yep. Okay. Beanie Bishop, slot corner, was played college football at West Virginia, but he had 4 interceptions last season. I actually think that could, since we need some help in the nickel, I do think that could be a name to just keep in mind. I know he's undersized, but I think he's a pretty damn good player.
Mando.
Mumford versus Max. Loser loses their job. I wouldn't even want to risk that. I mean, Max is winning 99 out of 100 times.
98.
I don't think that that's a high enough number. Like Max Crosby is, when you read there's a 99.9% chance.
The one rep where he accidentally slips.
Right, like Max Crosby is the Kleenex, and he's killing 99.9% germs. I don't want that 0.1% of Thayer Munford to be the reason why Max Crosby gets cut.
Common.
What's up, Common? Venthrak, aren't we all? Common Raider X, my brother from another mother. What up, Jersey boy? More sacks this season. Jamal or Coons?
Jamal Adams.
I hope the answer is Malcolm. But Jamal does have a season where he at least, he put up 9.5 sacks, I believe, the last time he played like a full year. But the answer better be Malcolm Coons. Now, if Jamal goes out there and has 10 sacks, this defense is a lot better than what I thought it was. And the Jamal Adams signing was worth every single penny and then some. I'm going to go with Malcolm, though. If you guys want to get your votes in, give me a 51 for Malcolm Kuntz or a 33 down below. What are you guys thinking? What are y'all thinking? Where is
me versus Gibble? Tony Jefferson cut by the Chargers. Would you like to see him in the silver and black?
I think it's an interesting move. I know he wasn't the only safety that got moved on today. Like Marcus Epps is another name. But to me, and I know that just because I'm like, hey, we got to pick up the phone, we got to try to bring somebody in. If Justin Simmons is still out there, Justin Simmons is my answer. Now, I get that sometimes it's not going to go that way. The Raiders, they contacted Rasul Douglas, and Rasul Douglas picked the Miami Dolphins over the Raiders. Wow, I just read Patriots release first-round pick. Patriots release former first-round pick Cole Strange. Started 29 games on the offensive line during his 3 seasons in New England. Cole Strange, I mean, that's basically Alex Leatherwood all over again for them. That's their Alex Leatherwood, though. Our Alex Leatherwood replacement, that was the year after, wasn't it? He was drafted in 2021, 17 overall, and I'm pretty sure it was 2022 he was released. We've just had so many first-round busts, it's hard to keep track, but interesting. Interesting. Let's go to J.J. Rivera. You're next up here on the show, and yes, we are all still waiting for the Raiders 53-man to be released in the meantime. Let's get some questions flowing. Let's try to have a good time today, and as soon as we get the info that we've been waiting for, we will break it all down for y'all today on the Raiders Report. Wow. All right. Can I get a Raiders happy birthday to J.J. Rivera? Are you 21?
21.
Can you do some for me? Ryan Campbell. Chugs, I have the Houston defense in one of my fantasy leagues. How do you feel about them this year?
You're a smart man.
You're going to love.
You're a very smart man. Texans do have a top 5 defense in this league in this season. I'll say that straight up. Will Anderson Jr., Danielle Hunter, Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter. Enough said. Enough said.
I think the Texans have one of the better defenses in the
best
NFL.
Edge rush duo in the league, best secondary in the league.
I don't know your team as well as you do, obviously, so I'm just trying to think of who you have. I've heard the arguments around the Chat Sports office. I've heard the Dolphins have a great defense.
Oh, yeah. With somebody who's played like 5 games in the past 2 seasons as one of his top 3 edge rushers, for sure.
This says Justin Watson, Braxton Berrios, 53-man.
Justin Watson and Braxton Berrios?
Yep.
Wow, so they ended up keeping 7.
That's what I mean. I think that's what was just reported. I think that was just reported. Jack Jones for MVP would be insanity. It would be insanity.
I just want to text and be like, bro, do we have the list or not?
Would be crazy. Like, how many interceptions would a guy have to get to win MVP at corner? Because Xavier Howard wasn't even in the conversation, and he had 10 that one year. I think honestly, for a NFL cornerback to win MVP, I think honestly you got to be around 20 interceptions. And that sounds stupid, but I think that's the truth.
I agree.
Unless they had 10 picks and a bunch of sacks to go along with it. Oh, dude, actually, Amari looks pretty good in this picture. Looks a little old.
What?
He officially signed his contract. So he's at the facility today, rocking. I got to get me one of those Raider hats. I think they're freaking dope. What's up, Ben Thrack? I saw a guy steal the wheels off a cop car. They're working tirelessly to catch him. Oh, God. I hate how hard I laughed to that. There's certain dad jokes where you're just you read it and you're just, you hate yourself for laughing so hard, but that's a good one, man. Never heard it. Never heard it. Breeze, what up, Breeze? Appreciate you, Ben Thrack. Realistically, how big of a chance do the Raiders have to make the playoff, all BS aside? I'd give it one just win, baby. I'd say there's a 25% chance that the Raiders make the playoffs because, to me, I view them as a team somewhere in that 7, 8, 9 win mark right now. I think with the team that they have, they're somewhere around 7, 8, 9 wins. And that's a really good improvement from where they were last season. Could the Raiders win less than that? Yeah, absolutely. Injuries are going to play a big part of that. The defense is going to play a big part of that. The offense obviously going to play a big part of that. But I also think that there is a chance that the Raiders could win 10 games. Going to the 11 and 12, I'm not saying it's impossible. Nothing's impossible in the NFL, but we also play a pretty tough schedule. To win 10 games is tough. And even if we win 10 games, that's not a guarantee in the AFC West that you're going to, or in the AFC that you're going to make the playoffs. So I'll say one just win, baby, which I'll say 25% chance. Because I think that this is a lot closer to an 8 and 9 win team. And I want to be, wrong on that. And I feel like every year I predict this team to be basically 500. But I also don't know how, if you're saying all BS aside, I also do not know how I'm going to be able to do this. I don't know how I could sit up here and say all BS aside, we're going to make the playoffs with anything higher than a 25% chance, right? Would anybody here bet their house on the Raiders making the playoffs? The answer to that is no, right? No, of course you wouldn't, unless you got a few houses. I don't know. $100 would you bet on the Raiders making the playoffs? Okay. $1,000? I don't think I would. I'm wrong? All right, man. So what does that mean? We're not able to... That might be a problem.
What?
What Tom's saying.
Well, they were saying they just tried it a couple times and then it worked.
Oh, okay.
And then that's why I said Tom's just a quitter, I guess.
The New York Giants just released their 53-man. So we're still waiting here. The Giants just released their 53-man. We're still waiting for the Raiders to. I believe there's been 4, 5 teams to do it. Cardinals first-round pick Walter Nolan is being placed on the physically unable to perform list due to a calf injury. He's going to miss the first 4 games of the season.
Wow.
What?
Texans released
what do you got for
me? 7th-round pick this year, Luke Lachey.
That could also happen with Cody Lindenberg. Reminder, y'all, if you guys are trying to get in the duck race, it's at Mitchell Renz.
This is ridiculous.
365.
Texans just need to literally, we're at 55 or 56 players.
That's wild.
I just need to know.
I actually feel bad that you're counting it out because the Raiders, I love the way that the Raiders typically do it. It's, yesterday it was, here are 18 players. Now, if you watch the show, I got four names that I was able to put on the channel.
I feel like
before.
Freaking Hansel and Gretel over here. Just following the breadcrumbs. Breeze.
Ooh, piece of candy.
We read this one, right?
Ooh, piece of candy. Yep.
Spoken.
Ooh, piece of candy. Epps. Return, maybe. Sure. I mean, he's not a member of the Patriots anymore. He asked to be released by New England, which I find it strange, and I almost wonder if something happened because, Epps wanted to go to New England. Epps signed with the Patriots. He was a Josh McDaniels guy. And for him to ask to be released, now maybe that was the situation where he goes, if I ask to be released, instead of just getting cut, does my value go up a little bit more? Maybe that's a conversation him and his agent had. I don't really know. But do I think Epps would be a good fit on this team? Yes, I do. I think Marcus Epps is better than Chris Smith, and I believe that Chris Smith is going to make this roster. Do I still think that we need more help as a coverage guy in terms of the secondary? Yes, I do. I also know that Epps was the captain on this team. He was very, very well respected in that locker room. All right, Lockie Tassi has been waived. So they're going to try to bring him back on the practice squad. Lockie Tassi has been waived. So that's another name to at least keep in mind. We still are waiting for the full list of names to be brought down, but I think if Tassi's not making it, my only other question mark now is going to be around Thayer Munford and Dalton Wagner. Is Darian Porter going to start? I don't know. There's a part of me where I want him to start to develop, and I'm hoping that, he has a Jacorian Bennett type year 2, and I know that sucks to say because we traded him away, but Jacorian was so bad in this first year, and then he showed a lot of growth in year 2. Darian really struggled in the preseason. It's just the God-honest truth. He really, really struggled in that preseason, but he does need a little bit more time to develop. The only reason why I don't know if I'm going to say yes is because I'm hoping that we still go out and add a corner. And if we add a corner to the caliber of a Rasul Douglas, I know Douglas went with Miami, but if we add a Stephon Gilmore, the answer to that is probably going to be no then for Darian Porter, but we'll see. All right, another one here, J.T. Woods, waived. And they're going to see if they can bring him back on the practice squad. I don't really think that we've had really much of a surprise yet. I don't think that there's been a name that I've said and they go, oh, wow, that's surprising. So far, I'd say it's pretty status quo as it stands right now. But do you guys think that Darian Porter is going to be a starter? Give me a Y for yes and for no. I know that y'all were expecting the Raiders to get their cuts in by 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're a little late. We haven't gotten it yet. And as soon as we do get the info, this one is very interesting. And this is absolutely going to be a player to keep in mind. And I can't quote tweet it because Garofolo blocked me. Juju Brents, cornerback from K-State. He's long. He's lanky. He just got waived by the Indianapolis Colts. That's a player, if I'm the Raiders,
waiver claim.
I go out and try to get him. Juju Brents
also
would be one of the best corners we have on this team.
Robbie Chosen, released from the Niners. He kind of cooked in that preseason game.
I'm going to get Juju Brents. His name was what? Julius Brents, I think is what it. He used to go by a different name when he was first coming out of the draft. K-State corner. Long, lanky, athletic.
Drew.
Second-round pick in 2023.
Better receiver for the Raiders, Cooper Devontae.
Honestly, I think you got to go with Devontae, and it's because he's had the best year out of all of them. You know, like Devontae, that first year he was with the Raiders, 14 touchdowns. To my knowledge, I don't think Amari Cooper's put up the numbers ever that Devontae had, but I think both players quit on the Raiders. But you know what? Devontae is no longer a Raider. Amari Cooper is a Raider. So I'm hoping this one is going to be Amari Cooper. Raider run! Oh, Ron. Being fully transparent. Trusted sources close to me have indicated Daniel Carlson will make the 53-man roster. He needs an extension, Mitch. Cheers, and an alley-oop ball. You're not going to like what I'm going to say. I don't think that Daniel Carlson deserves an extension yet. I think he's got to play that final year of his contract. He's due $4 million this season. I know that he's going to be a free agent next year, but at age 29, I need to see more consistency out of Carlson to give him a contract extension. And maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but I'll ask all y'all, because when the GOAT talks, I want y'all to listen. I want y'all to interact. Give me a Y for yes and for no. Would you give Daniel Carlson a contract extension?
Yes.
Y for yes and for no. And while those answers are coming in, would you get upset if I peed real quick?
No.
Or are we going to play Don't Let Mitch Pee game? Because we played that the other day, and that was a disaster. Y for yes and for no. Carlson, 29 years old, will be a free agent next season. I see a lot of yeses. Ike Nasty, Scott, Stuttgarten. Yes, a lot of yeses. Maribeth says no. I see Raider Ron spamming yes. I love it. I'll tell you what. There's a lot of people that agree with you, Ron. I'd say 90% of those votes coming in are all Y for yeses. All right, Chugs, if you could just hold it down because I can't hold it in and I got to go take a leak. Also, I see LCA is in the duck race. I'll be right back. I'll be quick. Yes, we are doing a duck race only on Venmo. Right now, Cash App is not accepting anything else. So $20 Venmo, and you can tickle my butthole.
There you go. At Mitchell Renz, 365. All right, let's continue on some of these super chats. Lamont, I respect a team and a man with a strong chin, Mitch. The Crimson Chin. Some might say. The Crimson Chin. We're still waiting on the final 53. We've gotten some breadcrumbs here around the Raiders. Guys who a lot of people thought were going to get cut, did get cut. Waived was Laki Tassi, the International Pathway Program player. Dylan Laube, though, reportedly did make the 53-man roster. Sincere McCormick out. So we'll continue to keep you updated with all the roster moves we find out. Vinthrak, congrats, Travis and Taylor. At least one of them will get a ring this year. Yeah. Not a big Swiftie fan here, nor am I a Travis Kelce fan. So love this joke, Vinthrak. Lamont, we need the OLT Chiefs release. Gave up 0 pressures. The left tackle the Chiefs released. Who did the Chiefs release? Interesting. Tony Jefferson. This is a very interesting tweet from him. I'd have to look to see who it is. Chiefs releases. Let's see. Who did they release today? Who are we talking about? And also, it's a third stringer. I don't know. We'll have to see. Breeze, I recently got engaged to my girlfriend. Should she automatically become a Raiders fan now? If she had no allegiances before, I think 1,000%. I think 1,000%. Me and Mitch, both of our wives are unfortunately Cowboys fans, but don't let her go down that path. If she's not a fan of a team already, she must be a Raiders fan.
She must be a Raiders fan. I mean, I'll say this right now. If there's one thing that I know, I had so many people who were like, Mitch, you got to give Amari a chance. I'm going to try to really give Amari a chance, but that's like Amari Cooper is my wife's favorite player. If Amari Cooper ends up being a great player, he might be the one player that I got a shot to get her to fully convert to the dark side. She's always going to love the Cowboys. That's her dad's favorite team, and I think that she's always going to be a Cowboys fan growing up down here. But Raiders are definitely number 2 for Alex because of the nation, because of the show that I do. But if Amari Cooper catches a touchdown against the Cowboys on Monday Night Football, I can't wait to see her reaction. I won't see it, but I would love to be able to see it. What up, Mando? If you were GM, what would you do to make us contenders this season? I would extend Jakobi Meyers to $17 to $18 million a year. If Jacoby's like, I want more than that, well, we're going to have a difficult conversation then, Jakobi. My max I would give him is $22 million a year is kind of like the max number that I think that he deserves. But I would do that. I would go out and sign a Justin Simmons or go out and add a starting free safety because we don't have one. Isaiah Paul is a great strong safety option. I think he's a great safety number 3, but I don't look at Isaiah Paul like Isaiah Paul being the safety number 1. To me, it would be like if Trey Tucker was our wide receiver 1. You wouldn't feel great about it. And then I would add another corner. But one of the corners that just got released, Juju Brents. I think Juju Brents would be a great pickup for the Raiders. And I don't know if I can emphasize that enough. Quite frankly, I think that this right now might be my top waiver claim for the Raiders to go out and try to get.
Also,
6'3", 198 pounds, 25 years old, very athletic.
Tony Jefferson tweeted out something very interesting a couple hours ago whenever the news came out he got cut. It was Drewski. He was like swishing his drink and he goes, okay.
Maybe I guess he didn't expect it.
Yeah, I don't think he did at all.
I think that's another example of I think Trey Taylor goes to the Ravens. I've heard it a few times. I've heard rumors around it. Heard conversations, let's say. I think Trey Taylor could be a Raven. What up, Jersey boy? Why is Marcus Williams not been signed?
He's average?
Maybe. He's had some bad years. I will admit this. If there's a team that could potentially give him a shot, I do think it could be the Raiders, and because of his ties to Marcus Robinson and to, I don't know if Joe Woods had any overlap with him, but I know Marcus Robinson has some overlap with Marcus Williams from his days in New Orleans. The Texans' offensive tackle Blake Fisher, close to return to practice from an injury. You're like, oh my God, did they cut him? What up, Jose?
That would have been like Hanukkah.
That would have been wild. Would have been wild.
Jugs!
Who's the Raiders' defensive MVP, not Mad Max?
In 2025, the Raiders' defensive MVP, not named Mad Max. Oh, that's a tough question. I'm going to go... I think you got to go with Adam Butler.
That's a good
Or actually, nope. Tyree Wilson.
I was going to say.
Tyree Wilson.
I would say, I hope that it's Tyree Wilson. There's a part of me that wants to say Jeremy Chin because I think they're going to use him in a lot of different ways. It's just, are we talking about impact on a defense or are we talking about stats? If we're talking about stats, it's probably going to be somebody on the defensive line. If Jeremy Chin, though, is probably the next player that I have the most confidence in besides Mad Max. But if Tyree Wilson could be that answer, this defense is going to be a lot better. I'm seeing some Jamal Adams is down there. I like it. Let's go to Renee. What up, Renee? Just got out of work pushing this. That's hilarious. What did I miss today on the Raiders? And like I said before, if the Raiders win a playoff game, I'm getting my girl. We're going to make a little baby. There's a lot to unpack on this super chat. I'll tell you that right now. But I know that you're probably not the only one that watches the show when you're doing some of your best work. There hasn't really been much today. I guess I'll go through here. Laki Tassi waived. Let me think. Dylan Laube made the team. Zamir White made the team. Sincere McCormick was waived. Grady Vance was waived. Trying to think of anybody else. They placed Aiden O'Connell on short-term IR. He's not going to count against the 53-man roster. I'm trying to think if I missed anything else. Juju Brents was released by the Colts. That's somebody I would absolutely love to go out and get. Trying to think here. JT Woods, he was waived today. I believe, though, that's all the Raiders news that has happened so far. The official 53-man was supposed to come out. Oh, I got so excited. The Raiders just announced we've officially traded for Kenny Pickett. Come on, Raiders.
Come on.
Release the 53-man for the love of God.
Glenn Jones.
What's up, Glenn? Why cut Laki Tassi? He didn't count against the 53. If you would have kept him on the 53-man roster, he would count against the 53-man roster. He doesn't count against the practice squad. It's a little different. So if he's on the practice squad, you're allowed to have 17, not 16. If you keep Laki on your 53, he's on your 53. Does that make sense? I know it's the International Pathway Program, and it might have been an old rule in the old days where like you could just keep him and he'd be like number 54. I know that's not the case this season. So they waived him. They're going to try to get him back on the practice squad, and they keep him on the practice squad. He can be player number 17. But no, if you keep him on your 53, he's on your 53, and you're only allowed to keep 53. Let's go to Breeze. Raiders week 1. Who's scoring a touchdown? I think it's a great question to ask all of y'all. Who's scoring a touchdown
Who's
week
scoring
1?
the first touchdown?
First touchdown week 1. And if you say Geno, it's got to be a rushing touchdown. Like it's not like Geno, like a passing touchdown for Geno. Like if you say Dante Thornton, I'm going to go, obviously that's a Geno pass to Dante Thornton.
Jakobi.
Maybe.
He's thrown a ball before at Allegiant.
Yeah, he's also thrown the ball in New England. The game is in New England. Next to the Tom Brady statue. I mean, if I was a betting man, I'm going to go Ashton Genty. I think they're going to try to give him an opportunity. Brock Bowers would be my next guess. If you wanted ultimates, like if I were to make a bet on it and I was going to try to win some like serious cash.
Michael Mayer.
Mayer's sneaky, dude. I think Mayer would be a sneaky. Mayer or Trey Tucker, I think, is where you could try to win some money. Like, Jacoby's going to be a little chalky. Genty's a little chalky. If it was a defensive touchdown, that would be lit. Max Crosby defensive touchdown. First one of the year.
Sway stealing my idea once again.
Take it to the bank. Michael Mayer, first touchdown. Hey, I would be happy for Mayer, and I say that because I would be happy because that's the kind of confidence that he needs. And low key, there's when you can get the confidence going very, very early, especially for a young player that has struggled with confidence, I think it'd be fun. We got Jack Besh from Dwayne. Dude, if it's Jack Besh, Dwayne, I'm going to remember that.
Dwayne.
Dalroy Rogers is going to go with Darian Porter. Amari Cooper would be sick. Packers long snapper Matt Orzech reached agreement today on a 3-year, $4.8 million contract extension. It's amazing how that would change everybody here's lives probably getting that contract. But when you see that in the NFL, you're like, I mean, for a long snapper, though, to get that deal, congratulations to him. I mean, that's basically what Bob and Moyer got. Bob and Moyer got a 3-year deal when Josh McDaniels and the crew came in. We are still waiting for the 53-man, y'all. I'm honestly, I'm sorry. I didn't think it was going to take this long.
What do we do if Like in an hour, we still don't have it.
I mean, if the Texans 53 comes out and we still don't have it, I'd say you go do it and bring somebody else in here to help me. But I'm hoping it happens sooner rather than later. Also, I didn't realize this, Kenny Pickett wearing number 15. Number 15, Kenny Pickett.
Who's worn that? Minch.
I've already forgotten about Minshew. Ugh. Gardner. Gross. Kenny Pickett, number 15. Who's the greatest 15 of all time for the Raiders? Let's play this game. How many people can hop down memory lane and think of 15s for the Raiders? Did Crabtree wear 15? I think Crabtree did. I guess that's my answer right now. Minshew's disgusting. Brock Bowers did not wear 15. Hostetler, 15. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of crabs, man. Flores. That's a good pull, Taino. That's a great pull. Flores is probably the right answer. I like this. I see Crab. Cooper's not 15. Graham Mertz made the Texan squad.
Yeah, I just saw that.
As did Justin Watson. Number 15, Kenny Pickett. Nelson Aguilar is a great pull from Quentin. Okay. I like this game. Who best? Give me some other Raiders 15 wears. Lee Higgins. Collins, not ringing a bell to me. Johnny Lee Higgins. I don't know. The GOAT, Johnny Lee Higgins. I love like playing the game, like name that random Raider and just seeing like what people come up with. What's up, Sway? Our first snap, deep ball to Thornton. If I was the Raiders, I don't know if I'd go first shot down the field to Thornton. I also don't know if I'd go first play would be a run with Ashton Genty. I think getting some sort of play action involved, and the first play that I would try to do is I would put Jakobi in the slot, and I would have Brock Bowers in at tight end. I would do a fake handoff to Ashton Genty, and I would cross Bowers and Jakobi. So it's the fake handoff, you pop up, and whoever's more open, I'm going to try to throw that missile. But the fake handoff to Genty, I'm going to have him run to the middle of the field because Bowers and Jakobi are going this way. So somebody, one of my top 3 players is getting open. You send Trey Tucker deep, you send Dante deep, hit somebody under the middle unless it's very open deep. There's my first play. If that happens, I'm gonna go nuts. I might even do the Covutter celebration. Though I did message Dante and I go, we said 10 touchdowns your rookie year. And I said, we're 9 away from the Covutter celebration.
What did he say?
All I got was a like of a comment. So I'll tell you this right now, man. If that ended up happening, I would go bananas.
BANANAS.
I literally can't spell bananas unless I sing that song. It's like Mississippi. Don't think I could spell it without singing it.
MISSISSIPPI.
What up, Rick? Charlie Garner is a very interesting name. I feel like there was a random Raiders quarterback recently that was number 15. Like a bottom of the roster guy, not a Carter Bradley, but the equivalent of a Carter Bradley. And I can't think of who it was. Charlie Garner. That's not who I'm thinking of. Matt Flynn, gross. Was it Chase Garbers? It might have been Chase Garbers. Kyle Phillips, no. I'm thinking of a quarterback. It was like a recent quarterback. Maybe it was Matt McGloin. It was not Matt McGloin. I think it was Chase Garbers. Matt McGloin is a very interesting story in my family. I know I've told it a few times. Let's go to the next one if we have one.
Yep. So we had this one. And then, what's right?
Jeannie Grant's 3 Raider wishes for you. What are they? Oh, man. I get 3 Jeannie wishes for the Raiders. Oh, boy. I mean, is it more like, if I could just say, I want to win a Raiders Super Bowl, I want to win a Raiders Super Bowl this year. If that can be a wish, that's going to be my wish. That would be unbelievable. I would say, if it's like players and I can only bring in like players, if I could say I'd take Patrick Mahomes off the Chiefs and put him on the Raiders. I don't know if that's a possibility. That's probably not happening. Let's get a little bit ridiculous, but I'm down to get a little bit ridiculous. Let's say Cam Miller turns out to be the greatest quarterback in NFL history. He's young, got some playing experience. That means a lot of touchdowns and a lot of wins, a lot of Super Bowls for us. Let's go with I'm just trying to think of young players. Darian Porter turns out to be the greatest cornerback of all time. That's a lot of wins. And then let's go with Ashton Genty breaks the NFL all-time rushing record with the Las Vegas Raiders. I think that's a lot of wins. There you go. I don't know. There you go. Tom Flores, number 15, is a great answer. I know that I've had a few people say, Mitch, Darth said you're dreaming, Mitch. You're not wrong. The GOAT, Johnny Lee Higgins. It was supposed to come in. The Raiders 53-man was supposed to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern today. I don't know why I thought that it was going to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern today, but we are still waiting around. Don't worry. I haven't really nothing really has happened today. There's been a few players that have been waived by the organization. Sincere McCormick has been waived. Zamir White made the roster. Raheem Mostert made the roster. JT Woods was waived. Laki Tassi was waived. Kenny Pickett wears number 15. What else am I missing? Greedy Vance was waived today. We're still waiting on the official 53 to come out, but we'll see. We will see. Let's go to the next one. Ryan Campbell. Again, y'all, shout out to y'all rocking with us today here on the Raiders Report. Greatly appreciate it. The deals that we were doing today, if you didn't already know, it's every super chat. We're going to put it up on screen. I want to answer it. Every $5 super chat, you get in for a fantasy football raffle ticket. And we're going to do that raffle this Friday during Raiders Friday Happy Hour. If you could take off the Cash App part. Unfortunately, guys, my Cash App isn't working correctly right now, so it's a $20 Venmo to get in the duck race. To the 6 people that are in the Cash App race, we will run it, and I'll still send you the money after. I just can't add anybody else. Every hundo is a bang, and right now I'm looking. We got Lord Cameron Abbott, Raider Ron, and Patrick Roche. So far, LCA, Mount Raidermore's very own LCA, is the only person to bang today. And if anybody wants a Raiders Report hat, Venmo me 101 at Mitchell Renz 365. Just give me your first and last name and your shipping. If you do all that, I'll send you out that Raiders Report hat. Soldier Man said, Mitch, get me up in that hoe. Soldier Man, I got you in that duck race. It's a $20 Venmo right now for a chance to win $250 on the channel. Let's go back to Ryan. 2 things I want to see this year. Jimmy Garoppolo throwing a hospital ball to Devontae and Thornton Jr. doing the utter dance. That probably should have been my genie wish, in all honesty. That's on me. If I could get the Dante Thornton utter touchdown dance after 10 touchdowns this season, that's going to be massive. That would be great for the channel. It'd be great for the Raiders. It'd be great for Dante Thornton Jr. Love it. Let's go to Breeze. What happened to Minshew, actually? He still live on a boat or whatever. He's with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's with the Chiefs, and I can't stand it because you want to talk about karma? I would love the opportunity to go up against Gardner. Obviously, that means Mahomes got hurt, right? Or there's a blowout, and I'm worried if there's a blowout, it's not in our favor. But going up against Minshew would be electric, dude. It would be electric. I just can't imagine he sees much field. What up, Willie? Jeff Hostetler? Yep. Great number 15 there. Renee, if we lose Jakobi, what free agent wide receiver can we look at? I know Cooper won't be number 1, or can we trade for somebody? I mean, I'll go real quick here. Top NFL free agents. The problem is, you're not going to be able to find a Jakobi Meyers on the open market. Like right now, I'm looking at the top names. It's OBJ. Come on, man. Gabe Davis, Nelson Aguilar, Tyler Boyd. I mean, out of all those names, I actually think that Tyler Boyd would be maybe one of the more intriguing ones if you're trying to replace what Jakobi is, and Jacoby's a slot receiver. But, I mean, we're comparing the two. Like, they're really, truly not close. I mean, DJ Chark, he's a field stretcher. I'd say your best wide receiver option is probably going to be Tyler Boyd for filling that void. Unless you want to go, like, field stretchers with Gabe Davis. What's up, Nico? Stop it. Stop it. Johnny Lee Higgins was a beast, old school Raiders. You know, I love, if there's one thing that I want to be able to do more of, it's understand the history of some of these old Raiders greats. So he played in 60 games. 60 games played. 57 catches. 779 yards. 4 touchdowns. He played from 2007 to 2010. I mean, I respect the name drop. He's from Sweeney, Texas. Do you know where that is? Do you actually? No, I have no idea. I've never heard of it. You just said it so quickly. I was like, oh shit, like maybe he actually did. Never heard of it. All right, let's go to John Gronkowski. All right. Drew, if the Raiders go 10-7, you think that will make the playoffs? I would say there's a better chance of us making the playoffs at 10-7 than missing it. I'd probably give it like a 65% chance. But I do think that there are a lot of teams in the AFC that can win 10 games. Jeff, yes, Laki Tassi did end up getting waived. We're still waiting on the actual Raiders roster to be released. We actually do not have that information yet. We're only about an hour 18 late. There have been a few NFL teams that have gotten their 53-man out. Unfortunately, the Raiders are not one of those teams. We're still working. We're still working on it. But you know, if you go 10-7, that's probably going to put you in an area that, because if I'm thinking about the playoffs, right? Let's just go to NFL standings, AFC. To me, and I want y'all to answer this with me with a simple yes or no. And I'm going to, essentially what I'm going to ask is the team that I'm going to say, is this a team that can win 10 games? Because if it is, then it's a team we got to compete with. The Buffalo Bills. That's a yes to me. I do not think the Dolphins, the Patriots, or the Jets are a 10-win team. Do we agree there? Let me know. The Broncos, are they a 10-win team? They have a great, great defense. They really, truly do. But that offense is a little bit shaky. I will say, though, I could see the Broncos winning 10 games. I could see it with that defense. The Chiefs, hate to break it to you, they're probably going to win 10 games. The Chargers are a little bit interesting to me, where I think the Chargers are the worst team in the AFC West. That's my personal opinion. But I'm going to go with no for the Chargers. So let's go with the Ravens. Yes. Do we think the Bengals are a 10-win team with that defense? They won 9 games last season. I don't know if they got better this year. Bengals, we'll say Browns, no. Steelers, I don't think the Steelers are winning 10 games. Go to the Texans. Yes. Colts, Jags, Titans are all no's to me. They're all no's. So 10 wins puts you right in that area. So I think 10 wins you get in. I think 10 wins you get in. Yeah, YouTube's bugging right now a little bit, apparently. I'm a little bit concerned when we have to get our cut out. Kumo says the Jags are making the playoffs this year. I mean, I think the Jags are probably one of the most overrated teams in the NFL. I just don't believe in Trevor Lawrence, right? Like, I think with the amount of money that Jacksonville's paying Trevor Lawrence, it's going to be really hard for them to win football games. Like, I don't even know if Trevor Lawrence is top 20 quarterback in the NFL. Like, I know that he's got the name value, but when you really, and I mean, like, honestly sit back and look at the numbers, if I were to show you Trevor Lawrence's numbers, and then if I were to show you Gardner Minshew's numbers, they're not very different. They are not very different. Let's go to John Rodriguez. While we wait. Sorry, I meant Gradkowski. Okay. He came from the Steelers. I remember Bruce Gradkowski. I remember him actually very, very well because, again, I grew up in Central PA. I knew a few people that actually had Gradkowski jerseys when he was with Pittsburgh. But though I keep thinking that you're John Fallon, and it's not. I appreciate John Rodriguez, but I don't know if John Fallon is here today to the 2,500 people we have watching. I received a package yesterday, and inside that package was a signed Ashton Genty helmet, and with a letter on it. I want to figure out how I can get it authenticated, so it's going to be something that I work on, but I was told to give away the Ashton Genty helmet. Signed Ashton Genty helmet. I'm allowed to give it away. Texans linebacker Jake Hansen expected to make 53 man. Expected to make 53 man. Yes. We are still waiting. If anybody's trying to get in the duck race. Uh-oh. Oh, no, nothing. Rob Fravor got in. Rob Fravor, you in. Jonathan Smith in. Tony Barrera in. $20 Venmo right now. You go home with $280 on the show. We're pumping along here, dude. We are cruising. Here's my next question to the Raiders fans out there. Over or under 1 hour for the Raiders to get their roster in? We've already given them an hour 23. It was supposed to be released hour 23 ago. Over or under? I see Kumo says under. Seth is going to go over. Sam's going to go under. Darren says over. I'm like nervous to say under. I'm going to try to reverse jinx it. I'm going to go over. I'm going to go over. We're going to reverse jinx this piece. And again, Kenny Pickett made official. Run play with J.J. Pegues for the first play of the Raiders game would be actually insanity. Also, Jonathan Smith, Raiders report hat to you. Shout out to Mr. Smith. I'm going to send this to you, Jeremy. Mr. Smith. Again, Jonathan, all I need you to do, send me, I guess that's your first and last name. I got your address. I will get you that shipped out sometime this upcoming week. All right, hang on. This is actually kind of interesting. Jeremy Fowler reporting the Patriots got multiple trade offers for safety Kyle Duggar per sources. But his $9.75 million guaranteed salary and how much of New England would absorb was a hurdle. For now, he remains on the 53-man. So the Raiders had a conversation with the Patriots about Kyle Duggar, but teams don't want to take on that salary. And if the Patriots aren't willing to eat some of it, sounds like that they're going to hang on to him for now. Also, Raiders report hat going to Jonathan Smith. Bang! Jonathan Smith. Reminder, $101 Venmo, first, last name, and send me your shipping address. And I'm going to send y'all out a Raiders report hat. I do only have a few more, so if you want a chance to get one, now might be one of your only opportunities to get one, because they do take a little while to get made, and I gave away a few in Tucson. So if you guys want a hat, I got you. I got you. What up, Mr. Smith? When Aiden comes back, who we waving? Aiden O'Connell. You don't trade for Kenny Pickett. You don't give up a 5th-round pick to not move on from Aiden. So I think what's going to happen, and again, you're not going to keep him over, you're not going to keep Aiden over Cam Miller. And do I think Aiden's better than Cam Miller right now? I do actually think Aiden's better than Cam Miller right now. but you're not projecting right now. With Cam, you're trying to project for the future, and I think Cam Miller is going to be a better quarterback in year 3, hopefully, than what Aiden O'Connell looks like in his year 3. I think that's the way you have to look at it. But I'll ask y'all, who's a better quarterback, Kenny Pickett or Aiden O'Connell? KP for Kenny Pickett, AOC for AOC. I imagine I'm going to get a lot of KPs down below, but to me, with the Raiders giving up a 5th, that tells me everything that I need to know. With the Raiders giving up a 5th-round pick for Pickett, that tells me they want him to be the quarterback too. Jacorian Bennett makes the Eagles 53-man roster. But with you doing that move for Pickett, that tells me that he's their quarterback 2 option for the future. And with Aiden, he's got to be back and be healthy by week 5. He's already out the first 4 weeks. They put him on short-term IR. So with him getting placed on that short-term IR, he's got to come back week 5. If he's unable to go week 5, then he goes on season-ending IR. What I believe is going to end up happening for the Raiders is, because the silver and black are going to know everything that I just said there, you're going to start seeing probably some rumors, some leaks about Aiden O'Connell's ahead of schedule, and Aiden O'Connell is looking healthy. And then by the time he's ready to go, I think that's when they're going to put out the decision of, hey, we're either going to trade him, and if teams know that Kenny Pickett's their guy, and I think teams obviously know that they're choosing Pickett over AOC at this point, the trade that would happen if you tried to trade Aiden would be a 7th-round pick in probably 2027. And I think the team most likely to do it is New England. I talked to our Patriots guy, and he did tell me that that's a team that is looking right now for a 3rd option at quarterback because they have, what's his name? He played for the Cardinals last year. Josh Dobbs. They have Josh Dobbs already on that team. And with Drake May being the number 1, I think Aiden O'Connell would be a good number 3 option for Josh McDaniels. So, Taino says the Rams. That would be absolutely hilarious. That Jimmy Garoppolo, Aiden O'Connell with Devontae Adams. Oh, my God, please make it happen. Do I still have the genie wishes? Do I still have the genie wishes? Though ED says AOC, which, I think people will be surprised how much better Kenny Pickett is. And I think we also just have to realize, to me, this isn't so much maybe as who's a better quarterback. I might be able to make an argument that Aiden O'Connell's a better quarterback in Josh McDaniels' system than a Kenny Pickett. But for Chip Kelly and his ability to just move a little bit, right? I'm not sitting up here saying Kenny Pickett's a super agile athlete, but he can at least move. Aiden, is it safe to say Aiden is the least mobile quarterback in the NFL under 30? I bet he might be able to beat Kirk Cousins in a race. He might be more mobile than Kirk, but Kirk's also 30-something. He's got a bad Achilles. For Aiden, he moves like a 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers. He's got no pocket mobility. And that's that's just something that we need. My opinion, I'm not going to – I really don't want to say that I think Kenny Pickett blows. I want to be able to give him some hope, and I do think the offenses that he played on didn't really actually fit him very well. And he also was playing – when he was in Pittsburgh, his offensive coordinator was Matt Canada. And I would compare Matt Canada to Luke Getsy. And Canada's not even in the NFL anymore. So to me, that would be like saying, oh, this guy's really bad because he had Luke Getsy. I don't think that that's 100% fair. So to me, he's going to be playing with an offensive coordinator that's the best offensive coordinator he's ever had in the NFL. He's going to play on an offense that's the best fit for him that he's ever had in the NFL. And on top of that, you're working with people that have literally taken failed first-round picks at quarterback and have turned them into a franchise quarterback. If I was Kenny Pickett, I would be thrilled about the opportunity to play for the Raiders. The other thing is, we all know it. He's got small hands, right? Dude's got small hands. It gets talked about all the time. His hands, Derek Carr, also very small hands. Greg Olsen worked with a guy like DC, but I make that joke kind of because playing in Pittsburgh when it's cold and your hands are small, it's a lot more difficult to throw the football. Playing in Philadelphia, outside, cold, a lot of elements there. Going to be a little bit more difficult to throw the football. With the Raiders playing indoors in a dome, and I know that not every game is indoors, but 12 games this season for a QB that's got smaller hands. And again, that's one of the things that also DC struggled with in cold weather games. People used to always say, oh, he can't play in cold weather, but it's also when you have smaller hands, it's harder for you to grip the football in cold weather, and it's going to impact the way that you throw a football. For Pickett being able to play indoors a little bit more often, I'm telling you right now, it's going to help him out. I know he went to college at Pitt. I know he played a lot of outdoor football there, but this is my glass half full take. I'm not trying to sit up here and say Kenny Pickett's a top 32 quarterback in the NFL. I'm just trying to make sense of what the Raiders decided to do, because I do think what they did is a slight overpay, but I understand why they did it. Let's go to Darian. You're next up here on the show, waiting on this 53-man, like waiting on your number to be called at bingo. I love this analogy. I said it kind of reminds me of fishing. Like, knowing that you're going to catch something, you toss the hook in, and you get a nibble here and there, nothing too much. What do y'all think the best analogy is for this? Whoever comes up with the best analogy, and how about this? Super chat the best analogy. Whoever super chats the best analogy, whatever number you send in, if it's the best, I'll double those in raffle tickets for you for the Fantasy Football League. So if you send in a 5, and Darian, if this is the best one, you started the train, I'll give you 10 raffle tickets for our Fantasy Football League. That's a lot of tickets for a chance to win. It's a lot of tickets. Actually, that's maybe too many. Let's do whatever you send in, that's how many tickets you get. That's also probably easier math for us to keep track of. So 5 tickets right now would go to Darian. If anybody else can beat it, I want to see. Because we are waiting right now, and we've been waiting. All right, we got, how do you say this, Woes? Tom Flores wore 15, first Latino Raider. First Latino head coach. First Latino Raider. First Latino to win a Super Bowl, I believe, right? I mean, he's like one player. I've been trying to get Alex, my wife, to the dark side for a long time. And Tom Flores is a name that I've brought up to that family multiple times. They're just Cowboys fans, and it's hard to persuade in any other direction. Very, very difficult to persuade. But I think he's one of the greatest of all time, and I think the Raiders are a great example of an organization that does a lot of the right things. And shout out to Tom Flores, man. There was one year a few years ago out in Vegas. He did an event, at one of my buddy's restaurants, and I was really trying to get out there to go meet him, and unfortunately, I was unable to get out there and go meet him. Let's go to Maribeth. Who y'all got? I love this question. A little college football this weekend, and I can't wait for some college football action. Texas versus OSU. All right, we'll start there. Texas or Ohio State. Let me know. Type TEX. Type OSU. I'm going to go with the Longhorns. And I'm going to go with Arch Manning. No?
Yeah, give me Texas.
All right, what about Bama versus Florida State? I don't know how you take Florida State.
Yeah, I mean, especially after the quarterback who, transferring from Boston College, said...
Can you name the best quarterback ever from Boston College?
Probably Matt Ryan.
Yep. There you go. I don't know. To me, that's the only guy I could think of.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, if it's not Matt Ryan, I don't know who. You're like, actually.
You're like.
Johnny Unitas.
Doug Flutie? Probably still Matt Ryan.
You think so?
Did Johnny Unitas play at Boston College?
I don't know. Oh. But no, you think Flutie over, or you think Ryan?
Did Flutie play at Boston College?
I think so.
I thought he did. I can picture the Hail Mary, no? Doug Flutie?
Yeah, I'm going Bama. Not to agree with you on every one of them. This one, I chose LSU earlier, but I'm just like, this one's a coin flip for me. I could see Clemson.
See, I want to see more at a Klubnik, and there's a lot of hype around him right now. My problem is I need to see it, and I need to love what I see, because from the limited football that I've seen from him, there's flashes of good, no doubt about it. There's also some flashes that he's not he's not a top 5 pick. Like, is he going to turn into a Spencer Rattler where everyone's like, oh, this is going to be the number 1 quarterback, or oh, he's one of the top QBs? and then he just turns out to not being all that great. But I don't know too much about the LSU team, but LSU is a team that I like to root for. That's probably Alex's second favorite college team.
It's her first.
Texas. Texas is number one. LSU, I would say, is number two for her. But that's because she's got a few friends that went to LSU. Actually, one of her really good friends, she stayed with us for like an entire week, like 2 weeks ago. She was really, really good friends, actually, with Foster Moreau. And a few years ago, Alex, funny story, her and her friend went out to a bar with Foster and a bunch of their friends. This right when Foster was drafted, actually. And Alex was like, oh, my boyfriend at the time does the Raiders show. And Foster was like, yeah, I've heard of that guy. But LSU, I would say, is probably her second favorite team. Miami versus Notre Dame. I want to go with the Fighting Irish because I think Carson Beck is a schmuck.
Yeah.
And that's my logic. I don't have a better answer besides that. And I don't even really like Notre Dame.
Yeah.
You mean Michael Mayer? Touche. If you watched our Madden stream, you'll understand that joke. If you watch the Madden stream, you'll get the joke. Guys, I've been waiting all day for a Raiders 53-man roster.
Night Devil.
Like waiting for your girl to be ready to get out the door for dinner. This one is very accurate. I mean, this is the ultimate. Again, I don't know how many of y'all, I don't know if it's different with, I'll say my experience, probably the best way I can put it. Alex's family is notoriously late to everything. I am very, punctual. I like to try to be on time. So I don't know if it's just, Mexican women, Latino women, or what, but they are always late. So I'm going to be honest with you. I resonate with this one. I'm probably going to go with this one here. I'm probably going to stick with this one. That's going to be tough to beat. I'm not going to lie to you. Like waiting for Jamarcus Russell to watch those tapes. The problem is he never watched them, right? Like if I just went live and I stayed live until the 53-man came out and it never came out, that would be the analogy. I like this one, though. I'm still going to give it to Fabian. Peter said women equal late. I don't always agree with that. I know some people that aren't always late that are women. Actually, a lot of people in my family, I'm talking about older people now, are very punctual. Like my dad's side of the family is if you're there on time, you're late.
Raider Muerte said in Mexican culture, it's actually rude to get to an event early.
Stop it. Well, then we got to change that up because, there are times like Alex's family, they've missed flights. I don't know how that's possible.
They've missed flights?
Missed flights. That's crazy to me.
Well, what would be your reaction if Alex couldn't get out the door and y'all missed a flight?
Wouldn't be good. I'm very punctual. Now, we did just get TSA pre. That helps out a little bit. But I get on, when you leave the house, you want to look your best. Or, you want to have an outfit that you like. But to miss a flight over something like that, that's not possible to me. Or to be late for a birthday dinner. Crazy. Crazy, man. Robert, waiting on this 53-man roster is like Jakobi Meyers waiting on his contract extension. Oh, man, this one's hitting home, dude. The only thing is, I don't know. This is not guaranteed to happen. The Raiders have to put out a 53-man. They have to put out a 53. If they don't, they won't play football this season. There won't be a Raiders football team, which I'd be unemployed. I don't know what the hell I would do. Nobody in Mexico wears a watch October. I don't know if that's true. I literally was just in Mexico for my honeymoon, and there was a lot of people there that had watches. Sorry if you guys are seeing a little more than what you wanted, but I had to tie my shoe. This is a good one. I'm not going to lie to you, but I still think Fabian is the one that is the top one for me. This is good, though. This is good. Sanchez, waiting on the 53-man roster to be released. is like waiting for the Undertaker's entrance to be over.
Very long entrance.
I don't watch enough WWE, and based on Chugs' reaction, I don't think you won.
Nah.
You did get one raffle ticket, though. You're just not going to get 5 raffle tickets. I'm waiting for somebody to throw in a hundo and just drop a bomb, and it be the best one. I'm like, yo, that's 100 tickets. Sean, like waiting for my girl to make up her mind on what she wants to eat. This is a very good one. See, to me, Alex, she picked me up from work yesterday. Obviously, we were here pretty late. And I get into the car, and I go, I'm starving. Like, I haven't eaten all day. Like, do you want to go get some food? And she's like, no, I'm not really hungry. I'm good. I'm like, okay, sounds good. So she's like, where do you want to go? And I said, let's just drive up the road. Like, let's see what we can find. We ended up stopping at this hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant because I was like, I kind of just want, like, a burrito or, some, like, taco. Doesn't need to be fancy. I didn't really want to eat anything fried, so we ended up going to this hole-in-the-wall spot, and I ended up getting a burrito. Soon as I get out of the car, and I mean as soon as I got out of the car to go place my order in, because it's not a drive-through place. You just, like, walk up to the window, and there was, like, 3 people in there working. I go there pretty often. Soon as I get out of the car, she goes, carne asada, street taco with elotes. And I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't think you were hungry at all. So I think Alex for us personally is usually the one that picks out where we go out to eat. I know that that's not always the case. I know there's actually a chain of restaurants, I believe in Oklahoma. I've seen them before that are literally like, I don't care. And it's the idea is like when you ask your girlfriend or significant other, where do you want to go out to eat? And they say, I don't care. You go to the restaurant that's called I don't care. Or I think it's I don't care or I don't know. There's actually like a chain of those restaurants.
Where?
I think it's in Oklahoma. I think it's a chain called I don't know. Or I don't care. If I'm getting got again, like Cold Stone Creamery style, then it is what it is. But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I saw it on the internet, so it's got to be true. Sean, shout out to you. We got, I think, a few more in here, which I'm not going to lie. I like these. These have kind of helped pass the time. Because the Raiders, somebody said, yup, in Oklahoma from Jeremy Cole, so you know it's true. Waiting on the 53-man roster, like we waited for Getsy to be fired. There's a better name that could go in here that might persuade me. I think the Getsy's a very, very good one. The Getsy's a very, very good one. I do think, though, that there is a better name that could be right there. Sway, what's up, Sway? Waiting for this 53-man is like Pete waiting for Aiden to scramble. But see, it's not pretty. Like, you could wait for Aiden to scramble, but it's not going to be a pretty one. Oh, my God, Alfredo. That is wild. Sometimes I think it happens pretty quickly. Sometimes I think it happens pretty quickly. All right, y'all. I know that we've been live for a long time, and we are anxiously waiting what the hell the Raiders are going to do here for this 53-man. I know that it was supposed to come out at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I probably jinxed it today when I was talking to Joey because one of the guys, he runs a Tennessee channel here, and he's like, dude, is it going to happen right at 4? And I was like, it usually is like fairly like consistent. I don't remember it ever being this late, but this is pretty late right now. This is pretty late. David, like Cowboys fans waiting for another Super Bowl. Could say the same about the Raiders, right? I would have rather you said the Raiders because, again, this is implying the Cowboys are going to win another Super Bowl. For that reason, I can't give you a win. I hope I never see a Cowboys Super Bowl. I'm not kidding you when I say that. I get it. Life goes on after all of us, and at some point, maybe in the year 3000, the Cowboys win a Super Bowl. But I do not want to see one in my lifetime. I do not want to see one. Alfredo, what's up, man? It's been a minute. Waiting for the 53-man roster is like waiting for your girl to give birth. I can't relate on this one. The only birth that happens to me is also like the one that we got earlier from the guy he was giving birth, kind of. Jay, feels like the first day of free agency for the Raiders. Kind of does. Where we're like, all right, this is going to be a wild, wild day. All the rumors around the Raiders spending all this money, only to find out that we decided to do just about nothing. Blinky! One of my favorite names on the show. Wait on the 53-man roster is like waiting for the Travis and Taylor news to stop flooding our feeds. Hey, not going to disagree with it. One more, and then I'm just going to give the win to Fabian Moreno. I do want to get some actual Raiders questions aflowing here, and I don't know how much longer we got to wait, and I'm just like, I almost want to do what I did yesterday, end the stream, because I feel like as soon as I do that, the Raiders are going to announce what they're doing. But unfortunately, I don't have that info yet. Dude, there's a lot of teams that haven't had anything yet, to my knowledge. I mean, the Raiders so far, Lockie Tossie waived, JT Woods waived, Laube made it, Mostert made it, Zamir White made it. What? And then the 18 players that were waived yesterday. Besides that, I don't have any 53s yet. Stop it. Like waiting for someone to come out of Walmart. Which one? Which one? Yep, Laube did end up making the roster. Like waiting for someone to come out of Walmart. Are you saying like you're sitting in the parking lot and somebody goes in and you're waiting on them? I would never wait in a parking lot at Walmart. I would always go into the store. I wouldn't want to buy anything. I think maybe the only store I would try to avoid is Target. Oh, because when I go in, if Alex and I go in Target, that's never good for me. Never good for me. I'm not going to lie to you. I got to pee again here soon. I just been chugging water. Been chugging water, Lamont. I'm kind of running out of gas. Yesterday was a long day. We were live for a very, very long time. Show S said duck race. I mean, we could do a duck race, but then we can't do another. We could do the Cash App duck race. Let's do the Cash App duck race. So our Cash App, unfortunately for me, I can't accept anymore, and I don't know why it did it. And I'm really sorry to everybody out there that was trying to get into the extra Cash App duck race. But right now, there are 6 people in: Corey, Aurora, Marilyn, Zach, Tiana, and Mario. And somebody's going to go home with $60. Somebody's going to go home with $60 here. So if you don't know what a duck race is, I'm about to show you. The winner of this one's going to win $60. And if you want to get in for the bigger duck race, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. If you want to get in for the bigger one. After this, I'm going to have to go take a quick pee. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's run it. If you enjoyed this, you're really, really going to enjoy the one on Venmo. It's going to be for a little bit more money. You might not see your duck, but just know if you send in a 20, it'll be in the race. Right now, it's Mario and Aurora. This is, I actually think it's interesting that there's only 6 ducks because it's a lot easier to pay attention to everything. Taina, hope I pronounced that right. Looks like the chef of the family. Tiana, Jesus, Mitch. Zach Jar. Is that Rudolph? I'm guessing that's Rudolph. Corey Max. What a hairdo. What's crazy is many, many years ago, when men got dressed up, they wore white powder wigs. That's wild to me. What'd you say? Yeah. They're probably running late. 7 seconds to go! Come on, Bon! Tiana! Tiana with the dub. Tiana with the dub. All right. Oh, it's got to get in my face. Tiana, if you could please confirm that you just received $60 on the Raiders report, that would be dope. So if you want to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365, you can scan this QR code here. I am about to go use the restroom, so give me like a minute. I just got to pee really quick. Chugs' wife brought us in these waters, and they are absolutely amazing. How? I've been crushing them left and right. It's probably some of the best water I've ever had, in all honesty. Dude, it makes such a big difference, and I know it sounds crazy to say, but my body, when I drink it, I just feel so much more hydrated. And when you watch the show, if you ever see me like get the hiccups, think about like when you get the actual hiccups, like I drink water really slow. It's because your body needs some more oxygen when you get hiccups, and this water actually does really help me out. It's just since I didn't eat really too much today, I want to be able to get some water in me, so I've been drinking it like a fire hydrant. I've also been waiting around for 3+ hours for the Raiders to make their moves. Actually, we're getting ready to go on 4 hours for the Raiders to release this 53-man. But I'll be right back. I'm just going to go take a quick pee, hang out with my guy Chugs.
It would probably help if I turned on my microphone. That might be a good start to me reading off some of these super chats. I will – hold on one second. Let me pull them up. I'm getting the rest of the super chats right now. All right, here we go. Going to read off some more of these super chats. I think we left off at Fluhy. Oh, no. We left off here. Breakfast. Like waiting for Jimmy Garoppolo pass. Yeah. Honestly. That's a good comparison. Breakfast. Night Devil. Like waiting for PS1 to stop saying loading. The real ones remember. Fluhy! It's like DC fans waiting to hear he is coming back and gonna get us a Super Bowl win. I can't even lie. The first part of the sentence, I thought I was reading it as like Marvel and DC, and then I realized you meant Derek Carr. DC fans, they go to bed every night hoping they somehow get another season of Derek Carr. Here we go. Caden, would you like Isaiah Simmons another resurgence? I personally wouldn't want it. I mean, at what point are we done with the resurgence and just saying like, you know, he's a special teamer backup linebacker? At what point are you like, all right, he's not going to be a starting caliber linebacker? It's not like he's been in the league for just 2 or 3 years. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. I'll ask Mitch whenever he gets back. Soul Chef, waiting for the 53 like Christian Wilkins waiting for the players in the kissing booth. I think this might be the winner. I think this might be the new winner for waiting for, funny enough, Mitch coming back right now. Mitch, we might have a new contention for winner.
Oh, man. I don't know if we can say this is the winner. Oh, dude. Oh, man. That's tough, dude. That's we're treading on water here. I'm not gonna lie to you. We're treading on water here. I'm not gonna say you won, but I'm also not gonna say you lost. Dude, it's clever. I'll tell you this, Soul. It's the most clever one. No comment. Oscar.
Can we get an FKC and
I don't know what that is.
Taylor Swift?
I'm not going to scream Taylor Swift. I will give you an FKC, though, out loud. Can I get some FKCs? I'm trying to wake up here a little bit, and maybe we got to wake up Pete from a nap. I don't know. I don't know if the Raiders were just like, we're going to do everything late. I mean, yesterday was late. We had all of these breaking news stories left and right. And now today, we've been sitting around. I literally just talked to Harry, and I go, Did you get your 53 man yet?
He's like, I'm actually already home.
Oh, he said, yeah, ours came out at 3:02. I was like, that's unbelievable.
Must be nice.
I mean, that is unbelievable to think that there are people out there that have that full roster already. Oh, would be nice.
Quick question for you.
Is the Raiders wide receiver room better than last year? This is a fun question. Why for yes and for no? I see Rusty, I see Blade, I see Anthony all getting the FKCs in. Is the wide receiver room better this year or last year? That's tough. I mean, I'm still looking. Still nothing from the Raiders. This is brutal. We got Justin, Caden, Gage Bentley. What up, Gage? DJ Big D. Seeing a lot of yeses. And I actually agree with this. Trey Tucker, better. Jakobi Meyers, we'll see. Dante Thornton is a good option. Now, where you kind of got to look at this, is it where we were last year at this time? Because Devontae Adams is on our roster. And it was Devontae, Jakobi, Trey Tucker. Like there weren't very many pieces to this Raiders wide receiver room. I don't know if we have the big, heavy top name like Jakobi or like Devontae, but in terms of just overall, I'm going to say yes. I do. I think it's a better overall wide receiver room. From top to bottom, I think it's better. I should also say this. The Raiders do practice today. So I would find it hard to – do you think they send guys out there on the practice squad?
I mean, they can't. It has to be official by 3 o'clock.
I'm saying, like –
unless they sign him to a practice squad deal.
But I'm saying, like, you send players out there on the field that aren't on your roster to get, like, a final evaluation.
You can't.
I thought I saw – Joey was talking to me today about, like, the Ravens. Apparently they practiced with, like, 70-something guys today this morning.
I mean, before roster – if it's before the 3 o'clock deadline, yeah.
All right, well then –
but once the 3 o'clock deadline hits, if you're not – I mean, if you're not waived, if you're, released, you could technically sign back to the practice squad if you sign there. But, like, unless you're on an NFL contract, I don't think you're allowed to be there at practice.
No, I mean, that logic makes sense. So here's the Raiders practice in 30 minutes. So by that logic, from now until the next 30 minutes, the Raiders got to get their roster in. They practiced today at 3:30 their time, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. So 30 minutes from now, their practice starts. I mean, will Shedrick Jackson make the 53? I personally don't think that he will, because in my mind, the wide receivers that you're keeping, Jakobi Meyers, Trey Tucker, Dante Thornton, Jack Besh, Amari Cooper, and then if you keep a sixth, is it Tommy Mellott? Is it Alex Bachman? Is it Shedrick Jackson? Like, who would you keep out of those three? Tommy Mellott, Jackson, or Alex Bachman? Let's do it by numbers. Jackson is 4, Bachman is 81, and Mellott is 19. 19 for Mellott, 4 for Jackson, 81 for Alex Bachman. If you could keep an extra guy, who would you keep? Because I think we're all in agreement that Besh, Cooper, Tucker, Thornton, Jakobi they're going to make the squad. So who would you keep? And I'll be curious to see what you guys have to say on this one because I think it's going to be very split, and it is very split, which there's a lot of 4s right now, man. There is a lot of 4s. I see Roy Leos, Rick, Martin all typing 4. I see Praise a Lot's going to go with Malott. Dude, this is a split bag. Danny R. Wegs is going to go 81. Same with Urza Alvarado. Blade Blazer the Raider, 19. Chef Caesar's going to go 4. I mean, again, I don't blame y'all for going that route, but if y'all are waiting like all of us are waiting, the Raiders do practice today in now 29 minutes. I'm like almost worried to put up like a countdown timer like until Raiders practice because I mean, I understand that they got to get it in by a certain point, but I was also like trying to talk to myself about it. I was talking to Chugs about it. The Bills plays first-round pick cornerback Maxwell Harrison on IR. He was a really good athlete. He played college football at Kentucky. I liked him quite a bit. We'll get some people in the duck race here. I see a few names are getting it in. I see the last name that I saw was Richard Magbull. I got you in. I see Phillip Bogert. Got you in. Darth Fatass. Got you. Soldier Man. Got you. Eugene Patch. Got you. Travis Benson. And then Drew. Drew, your picture is scary. James. Nice. Gotcha. And then James nicely again. Sean Morgan. Gotcha. So right now it's a $20 Venmo. You would go home with, listen to this number here, 20 to win. This is pretty cool. $370 on the Raiders report. Got a few extra people getting it in. While we wait. Oh, boy. While we wait. All right, there's a lot more coming in. So I'll get all those in a second. Let's go through some super chats here real quick. Killer Dragon. Waiting on the 53 is like waiting on GTA 6. I played a little bit of Grand Theft Auto growing up. And when I say little, I mean very, very little bit. I used to go over to like a few of my buddies' houses. Like when we were kids, we would type in a whole bunch of cheats and we would just go around and F shit up. That's just basically what we did. But I usually just played like college football, Madden, a lot of Halo growing up. A lot of Halo, a little bit of Fusion Frenzy in the mix there. This is a good one, though. Let's go to Cast Joey. Waiting for the roster release is like Mitch waiting for Coop to get less than 700 yards. Going to have to pay me my money. You know, I don't make many bets that I hope I lose, and this is one of the bets that I hope I lose. I hope I lose this bet, because if Amari Cooper is going for more than 700 yards, we are definitely a top 10 offense in the NFL. Again, this is with my mind of Brock Bowers, because in my mind, Brock Bowers is getting 1,000 yards, right? Brock is going to get 1,000. I anticipate Genty to get 1,000 rushing yards. I would imagine Jakobi Meyers in this offense gets north of 900 to 1,000 receiving yards. So if you got 3 players on your offense with over 700 receiving yards, 3 players in general that, if he's at 700, I think between Brock, Amari, and Jakobi, I think that is a total of, they're probably around 3,000 passing yards. Like 3,000 yards in total. That's tough to do. I mean, that's really, really tough to do. But Cast, I'm honest. I hope that you get this one. I don't think you will, but I hope that you do. Let's go to Lamont. Yikes. Yikes.
Go to his other one.
Would you trade Genty, Bowers, Max for any QB right now? I mean, you're not going to like my answer, but yeah. If you're telling me I can go get Patrick Mahomes and I can take him away from Kansas City and give them Genty, Bowers, and Max, you're going to take the best quarterback on the planet. And it sucks to say it, you know, but I think when you have a QB to the caliber of a Patrick Mahomes and you have the best QB on the planet, just like all those Tom Brady-led teams, it was you had the best QB. And the fact that we'd get to steal him away from Kansas City, now I get it. Those guys go to Kansas City, but their quarterback is Gardner Minshew. I don't think they're going to win many games. So I don't want to move on from those guys, but if I could steal Mahomes away from Kansas City, I would do it. Christian says, what? I'll take. I mean, is it though? I think saying that you wouldn't try to, because here's the thing. If you offered this trade to Kansas City, they laugh in your face. They literally laugh. Like, you could say 10 first-round picks. I'm serious. You could say 10 first-round picks, and I'll give you Genty, Bowers, and Max. Kansas City still says no to that. I know it's not physically possible, and I know that this is never going to happen, but it's they wouldn't do it. The Bengals wouldn't trade Burrow for 10 first-round picks. The Bills wouldn't trade Josh Allen for 10 first-round picks.
Seahawks dropped theirs finally.
The Seahawks just put out their roster. Again, the Raiders got to practice. They are practicing in 23 minutes. By my logic, and by mainly Chugs' logic, that means that they got to put out their roster in the next 27 minutes. They wouldn't. They literally would not. You go ask a Chiefs person, they would not trade their quarterback for 10 first-round picks. No chance. Mahomes is worth more to Kansas City. Josh Allen is worth more. They're just worth more. When you have a quarterback that's that much different, they wouldn't do it. Any team would take 10 first? Wrong. I'm sorry. There's no chance. They wouldn't do it. Would not do it. All right, let's go to some of the people that are getting in the duck race as it stands right now. I see Sean Morgan was the last name that I saw get it in. And then we had a few more come in. I see Huang. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Huang, Hoang. I got you. Patrick Roche, the Bang King, in. Sean Irish again, in. Terry Harrington, in. Lucas Farrell, in. So right now, we got a 20 to win. Rustin Long and a few more people. Sean Morgan, Rustin Long. And I think I just saw one more come in here. Nope, that's it. 20 to win, $440. 20 to win, $440. We will do the duck race at the very, very end of today's show as well, which I don't know when that is. If you would have asked me before when the end of today's show is, I would have said it would have happened way, way before that. But again, the Raiders practice here in 21 minutes. I think they got to have the roster out by then. And if not, there might be a few leaks that end up coming in. And if more and more leaks come in, it'll be like, this guy's at the practice, this guy's at practice, this guy's at practice. So we'll have an understanding because I don't think that you can put out more. Like, because your practice squad is what? Your practice squad doesn't get announced until, like, players have to clear waivers. And then, like, waivers tomorrow is at noon Eastern time. Noon Eastern time is waivers. So there's going to be teams that put waivers in for some of the players that we moved on from that we want to bring back on our practice squad. What? Yeah. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I'd go with it. That's up to you. I have no idea what that guy's talking about, though. Oh, man. Jonathan Hankins to the reserve football list. Former Raider. Though, good friend. Not good friend. Friend of mine. Got to know Hank. Really good, nice guy. Was nice enough to invite me over to his crib. Got to meet the family. Obviously, it's a beautiful home. Got a lot of nice whips. I'll tell you that. It's the first Lamborghini I've ever driven in. I was an SUV. I've never been in a Lamborghini in general, but a Lamborghini SUV is pretty wild. Agent Red, Mitch is running on fumes. Well, like my last few days. So for me, okay. So for me, Thursday night, my wife and I, we go out to a piano bar, and we were out a little bit later than what we wanted to be because we were having a good time. One of the singers at the piano bar was a Raiders fan, and he didn't know who I was, but he saw my Raiders leg tat, and he was like, oh, like this guy's a big Raider fan. So he was like hooking us up with some drinks and stuff. And so that's a late night. I wake up at 5 a.m. to hop onto my flight, go out to Tucson. So I get out to Tucson. Obviously, Tucson was all day, had a great time. Wake up bright and early. It was 5 a.m., hopped in my flight, got to Dallas at a decent time. I went home for like 2 hours. Then I ended up getting here to work. Got here to work at about 3 o'clock. We were here until about, 2:30. And I couldn't fall asleep right away because I'm just so amped up after a Raiders game and my mind is spinning that I don't lay down right away and I don't pass out. So, do that. And then Alex had a work event on Sunday, and I had to be there for that at 8 a.m. So I'm at the work event 8 a.m., probably like 4 hours of sleep. Then I'm there all day, and then we had her dad's birthday party that Sunday night afternoon. So Sunday, I got basically like 2 hours to sit down. Monday, yesterday, I was here for a good like 15, 16 hours. And now today, like, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm a little bit tired, but I also don't want to drink any more caffeine because I'm worried I've already had enough caffeine today. And if I have to drink more, I'd like to wait to hold off on the extra caffeine train. So, Giovanni Tejada, what's up, Mitch? Coop, Pickett weren't on my 2025 Raiders bingo card, but regardless, I like the moves being made. Jakobi, 30 mil, hell no. Yeah, I'm not paying 30 mil. Love the photo that you got there. That's a little bit too rich for my blood in terms of Jakobi Meyers, but I don't love the Cooper move, and I'm not going to say I love the Pickett move. I understand the Pickett move. The Cooper one's going to be one that I'm going to have to wrap my mind around a little bit more. I am happy that it's a cheap deal. 1 year, 3.5. He can make some extra money in per game bonuses. The total value of that deal is up to $6 million. Like, that's a good value for a wide receiver that's going to be someone like, again, I think he's going to be wide receiver 4 or 5. That's where I kind of slot him in. Maybe he ends up being wide receiver 3, and if he does, he's got to add a little bit more in terms of the blocking and just helping us out and doing some of the dirty work. But, I mean, I've come around on it a little bit more. I think yesterday was a little bit too harsh because there's the balance of, I think Raiders fans like, oh, it's Amari Cooper. He's going to be the Raiders wide receiver 1. I had a lot of people saying that yesterday, and you got to be like, dude, like that's not what's going to happen. Amari Cooper being out of the team, yes, gives us more depth. No doubt about it, gives us more depth. There's also the part of me where he gave up on the Raiders. He quit on the team, and that's a hard pill for me to swallow. It is. I mean, that's just a tough one for me, right? If your girlfriend left you and then 6 years later says, I want to come back, sometimes like that's a tough one. And sometimes you got to make those decisions, but that's a tough one. Let's go to Yoda. What's up, brother? Waiting for the 53-man roster is like waiting for the clock to expire when you make a deal to not use the restroom during a post-game live reaction. That's spot on. Yeah, that one's pretty spot on. I think I ruined my bladder that night. I mean, you guys were kicking my ass. The pee that I took that day during that watch party of the third preseason game, I say it a lot. I put a hole in that urinal. I did, man. That was a wicked, wicked, wicked one. Love this show from Dead Raider. Dead Raider, I'm happy you're having a good time. I know that this has been a little bit of a slow program because, again, the Raiders were supposed to get their roster cuts in at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Now, the good news is this. I think we're about to get them at any moment because the Raiders practice in 15 minutes. So if the logic in my mind that Chugs and I talked about, like, I don't know how you send players out on a practice field unless they're on a team. Well, you can't, like, I think, like, if the Ravens had practice earlier today before the official cut down time. Now, though, like, because you're not going to have a practice squad because they got to clear waivers, in my mind, it has to be in the next 15 minutes. So, for you, I have a few names in the doc if you're in the doc right now. you're going to see some question marks. The question marks are guys that I have not been able to confirm whether or not they've made the team. If they don't have a question mark, though, then we'll be good. But all the depth charts are going to have to be filled out, and those graphics are going to have to be made. So if you're not confident in the ability to do that in like less than 5 minutes, we might have to ask for some help. Okay. We'll put it out there then. I would say if we get it, when we get it, we'll just put it in production and say, hey, need some help building this. I think is what we'll do. So what we will also do a little bit later on today is once the Raiders 53-man comes across, I was thinking about doing a mailbag. I'll be transparent. I know, laugh at me. I don't know if that's what I'm going to do now simply because I'd like to be able to sit back and look at some of the players that are out there that the Raiders could claim. And as soon as this 53-man comes in, we'll probably do the duck race. I also want to see how practice ends up going down, and then I'll probably get you guys another video bright and early tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm going to end up doing the mailbag just because of how much longer this has gone. Keon said, Mitch, I said Country Roads at that piano bar. Country Roads. Oh, Harrison Bryant, they released him. I'll tell you what, an interesting third tight end option. I know Harrison Bryant was on the Raiders last season. I do think Harrison Bryant, though, is better than Ian Thomas. If we wanted another tight end 3, I think it would be interesting. Let's go to Lamont. If Chip was elsewhere, would you take him serious? Absolutely. I think Chip Kelly is one of the best X's and O's offensive minds that there is in football. Like, I absolutely positively believe that. And I think, a lot of the offense that he's gone to. In year one, Chip is locked in because he adds new stuff and he's very creative. Where Chip has kind of gotten in trouble is, like when he was a head coach, he was just trying to do, I think, a little bit too much. And then once he installed his offense, he was unwilling to change his offense, and a lot of other teams were able to catch on to it a little bit more. But I think Chip Kelly is a top 10 offensive coordinator in the NFL. And I want to see him prove it. I want to see him go out there and do it. I understand that the offense that he was running at Ohio State was just the most talented offense in the country, and it was stacked from top to bottom, but absolutely, positively, I would have been fired up. If Chip was anywhere, I would have said that team's going to have success on offense. And I'm thrilled that we were able to get him. I mean, there's a reason why we had to make him the highest paid OC in the – like, you don't do that for just a schmuck, right? Even if you're trying to coach up the Raiders, and I know the Raiders have had a lot of issues on the offense, and I know when that deal got done, we didn't have Geno Smith yet, so you probably did have to overpay a little bit for a offensive coordinator, but he was making $2 million at Ohio State. He's making $6 million now, highest paid OC in the NFL. You're doing that type of stuff because you know that he's a valuable asset, and he is. He's a valuable asset as an offensive coordinator. Giovanni, I think we already got to that one. Let's go to, I see Domper is the next one. We already answered that one. Domper next up here on the show, and then I saw Caden with a super chat as well. What do we got? Mr. Domper. Waiting for the 53-man is like waiting for your next pick in fantasy football. That's actually a pretty damn good analogy. Also, I believe that's a dog. I was like, I couldn't really see it from my angle. I'm like, I think that looks like a dog. Yeah, I'll say this. In fantasy football, I actually like being in the back end of the draft because I like the pick where I feel like I get two solid players, like kind of back to back. I don't love being in the middle because I think it's harder to plan like what your next move is going to be. So for me in a fantasy draft, if I get the pick, I either want to be 1, 2, 3, or I play in a lot of 12-team leagues, 10, 11, 12. Because I think it's just easier for you to plan your next move when you're closer to the back ends. I know some people like the middle of the draft because you're maybe more involved and you get picks here and there, but if it was up to me, front end, back end. Nobody wants to be in the middle. Let's go to Caden. Jakobi for Christian Barmore. You know what's funny? I was talking to our Patriots guy, and I said, because him and I were talking this morning about like what trades could happen just in regards to all the rumors that, came out yesterday with Ricky and, with him saying, oh, Kyle Duggar and Jakobi Meyers, there's some conversations right now. One of the things that I told him, I go, to me, if I want a secondary player, and he was like, no, you're not going to get anybody from the secondary. I said, all right. I said, then can I get Christian Barmore? And I was like, Jakobi Meyers for Christian Barmore would be the trade. And he was like, no, Christian Barmore's our second best defensive player. And I was like, I mean, Barmore's a hell of a player. He's a defensive tackle, Alabama guy. But, like, that's what I would want. Like, I would want Kyle Duggar, Christian Barmore, and my trade was I'll give you Aiden O'Connell, and I'll give you it was Aiden O'Connell and Jakobi for Barmore and Duggar is what I said. He's like, and he laughed at me. But the problem was I laughed at Kyle. Like, Kyle Duggar for Jakobi is you saying, here's $1, can I get 10? Nobody's going to agree to that. Ryan Campbell, the soup daddy. 2 things I want to see, I think is what it was. Oh, wait. Waiting for the 53-man roster is like waiting for Jimmy Garoppolo to throw a hospital ball. You know it's going to happen. The problem is this season, I guess I do kind of want to see it, but that's kind of mean to say. Jimmy G, I got a stronger arm than Jimmy Garoppolo. I can throw a football further than Jimmy Garoppolo. I honestly think I could. Now, my hands aren't very big. I got some Kenny Pickett hands, some Derek Carr hands. But if you gave me a football that's equally, like the way Jimmy holds a football, NFL-style football, Jimmy's got bigger hands than I do. He's a bigger guy than I am. If you gave me a football equal to the size of hand, right, equal to, like, hit football in his hand, give me the same football in my hand, I'm throwing that football further. It's a guarantee. I bet you right now, I don't know how far I could throw a baseball. Back in my day, I used to be able to go back of the end zone for a baseball. 120 yards. I did it, again, that's college baseball days. But we used to long toss all the time. Throwing a football, oh, man. I like to be able to think that I could throw a football 60 yards. Definitely 50. That extra 10 yards is a big difference, though. Hey, you got to crow hop a little bit. You got to lean into it. Dwayne said, sign Mitch. Throwing a football, throwing a baseball, very different. Oh, I think I throw a good football. Let's go to Mo. Commitment to excellence. Real ones here waiting with you for the 53. You're damn right, Mo. We went live 4 hours and 23 minutes ago. Joke's on us. We thought the Raiders were going to put out their 53-man when they had to at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Joke's on us. Joke's on us. We're still waiting, but they practice in 7 minutes. So, again, I feel like it's got to happen soon. I don't know how you put a roster out at a practice field when you don't have a roster out yet. They're just going to send out, it's going to be like Max, Brock Bowers, and Geno Smith. It was like, whoever we know is going to make the team, get out there and get stretching. I mean, sooner or later, we're going to hear it, man. Ed says, let's go. It will be another 3 hours. It better not. Gorb said it's after practice. I just don't know how that's possible. What up, Malachi? DB Beanie Bishop, any good? Steelers cut him. He's a nickel dude, and I do think that he is an interesting option to look at. I know he had 4 interceptions. I mentioned him at this point probably like 3 hours ago as being an interesting option. To me, the other corner that I think that I know Pete, Juju Brents. His name was Julius Brents coming out of college at K-State. He now goes by Juju, but he's 6'3", he's 200 pounds, and he runs a 4.3. And long, lanky, and he was cut by the Colts today. Former second-round pick in 2023. I'm a little bit shocked that he didn't make the squad. But to me, 6'3", 200-pound outside corner, that sounds like something we need. And also sounds like something that Pete would be interested in. What's up, Campbell? Wait for the 53 man is like waiting at the DMV to get your permit or license. Waiting for this 53 man is like waiting on me to get on my flight to go to my honeymoon. But American just kept delaying me. 10-hour delay going, 20-hour delay coming home. Oh, dude. American. Wild, man. Wild, wild, wild. Janoy, if you're going to be a dick, go be a dick somewhere else. David, shout out from Las Cruces, New Mexico, and my whole wife's family are Cowboys fans. Any advice? I don't really have a great answer for you. My wife's family is also filled with Cowboys fans. You know, I get that they're probably the most popular team in the world, but I will say this, and this is probably going to, hurt some feelings out there. Cowboys are blindly loyal a lot like Raiders fans are, and I think there's also a little bit of frustration of, like, with Jerry Jones and all the shit that he does, there's a lot of frustration. Like, imagine if Mark Davis was the GM of this team. Like, there's at times I feel bad for Cowboys fans because of all the shit Jerry Jones does. And, Tom and I are obviously very close. I live down here. Like, there's shit that happens all the time. But, I'll always say I'll take 300 Raider fans against 1,000 any other NFL fans. And I think this show is proof of that. So, I want this question, and I want you all to think about this one from a term of roster bubble, right? Terms of roster bubble. Like, what player do you want to make the roster? If you say Geno Smith, I'm going to roll my eyes at you. Give me a name here that you're going is a roster bubble candidate that you don't know if he's going to make the squad, but you hope that he ends up making the roster. I want to see some names down below. And while we are waiting to get some of those names, I'm going to give a few more people some shout-outs here for getting in the duck race. I just saw Sean Morgan, got it in. Miggy Kamach, got it in. John Bravos, I think is a new name, got it in. Joe Mauld, got it in. 20 right now to win, $480 on the show. And I did see somebody ask Mitch, how do I get a Raiders Report hat? Today we're doing $101 Venmo. Just send me your first and last name and your shipping address. Mark Clinton, Ian. I got you. Still waiting. I know. As soon as the 53-man comes out, we're going to break it all down from top to bottom. I'm going to talk about the players that are cut. I'm going to talk about the players that made it, and then we'll go from there. Somebody said Greedy Vance. Unfortunately, he has already been waived. So we talked about that probably 3 hours ago. Greedy not going to make the squad. Mark says Malott got cut. Maybe. I haven't seen anything confirmed yet unless Malott posted himself. I haven't seen it, which I don't think Malott posted anything. Shedrick Jackson is an interesting one. Dalton Wagner. If Dalton Wagner makes it, that to me says maybe we decided to move on from Thayer Munford, and I'd be hyped. Chris Smith is a good name there. Dawson Drake. Raheem Mostert. He's already made the squad. Technically hasn't been confirmed, but they've moved on from Sincere McCormick, and they moved on from Chris Collier. So that they've kept Dylan Laube. He made the team. Obviously, Genty made the team. Zamir White made the team. They're not going to go with 3 running backs. So because of that, I'm going to guess that Raheem Mostert made it. Cody Lindenberg is an interesting name. Cody Lindenberg is a very, very interesting name. Drafted in the 7th round. I was talking to a family member of his, and they basically told me that they could not confirm whether or not he did make the squad or whatnot, but I've reached out to him a few times, and I'm trying to see. Yeah, I have not heard anything from my Cody Lindenberg source, so still waiting on that one. But apparently the Raiders are practicing in 1 minute, so I don't know. Brock is going to make it. Cam Miller will make it. My opinion says they seriously kept White. Zamir White looked good, and I've been very, very critical of Zamir White. I think we all have been very critical of Zamir White, but Zamir looked like Zeus in that final preseason game. Yeah, just a preseason game. I hear you loud and clear, but just watching him run, he looked a lot closer to that 2023 version, and that's the version that you're hoping for. And I don't need anything flashy from Zeus. I need 4 to 4.5 yards per carry. That way, Genty gets a breather, and we're moving forward, and we're not fumbling the football. If Zamir White can do that for me and he can pass protect, he's not the best pass protector, but when he comes in the game, I don't really think that that's the role that he's going to be used in, right? Like, Raheem Mostert's probably going to be more responsible for that. Your Zeus role, your Zamir White role is going to be, I need you to give me 5, 6, 7 carries a game when Genty needs a breather, and if you can pick up 4.5 yards per carry and not fumble it, that's a job well done in my book for Zeus. That's a job well done. John Bravo is going to go with Alex Bachman. All right. Carter Runyon made it, question mark. All right, we just got the roster. It is officially in. So I'm going to send this. Yep, we officially just got it. Thank the Lord. Raiders roster need help building, please. All right, so here we go. The Raiders roster. The Raiders have waived the following players. Zach Carter, Chris Collier. Also, let me get a quick photo here. All right, I'm going to send you this. I need you to put this into photo. That's going to go at the very back end of the show. There's a segment for that. So the Raiders moved on from Zach Carter, Chris Collier, Jahari Farvey, Shedrick Jackson, Matt Jones, Trevor Mahe, Antonio Mafe, Sincere McCormick, Tommy Mellott waived by the Raiders. He is not a member of the team. Tommy Mellott waived by the Raiders. Wow. Cam Miller waived by the Raiders. Maybe they are going to keep Aiden O'Connell. Ovi, cut. Carter Runyon, moved on from. Justin Shorter, gone. Lockie Tossi, gone. Trey Taylor, gone. Greedy Vance, gone. Dalton Wagner, gone. JT Woods, gone. Also released. Alex Bachman, gone. Terrell Edmonds, gone. Albert O, gone. Lonnie Johnson, they're going to put him on the reserve list. So I'm going to try to figure this out here real quick with y'all. That means Cam Miller did not make it. So that means that they're ended up going to keep here 2 quarterbacks in total. Aiden O'Connell is going to go to the short-term IR, but he's going to count not against that 53-man roster. So 2 QBs on the list. The running backs that ended up making it are Ashton Genty, Zamir White, Raheem Mostert, Dylan Laube, Jakobi Meyers, Trey Tucker, Dante Thornton, Jack Besh, Amari Cooper have made the team. Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, Ian Thomas. From an offensive line standpoint, it is Colt Miller, Dylan Parham, Jordan Meredith, JPJ, DJ Glaze, Alex Kappa, Charles Grant, Caleb Rogers, Thayer Munford. I wonder if that also means that Will Putnam has made the team. I believe that it does. Will Putnam makes the roster. And then on defensive side of the football, Crosby in, Kuntz in, Wilson in, Tonka Hemingway in. Charles Snowden ends up getting the nod. Adam Butler, Thomas Booker, J.J. Pegues, John Ulalu, Lecky Fotu end up getting the nod. Landon Roberts, Devin White, Jermaine Pratt, Jamal Adams, Tommy Eichenberg made it. Cody Lindenberg, he ended up making the roster as well. Eric Stokes, Darian Porter, Kai Blue Kelly, DeCamerion Richardson, Darnay Holmes ended up making the roster. Jeremy Chin, Isaiah Paulamal, no Terrell Edmonds, which means Thomas Harper makes it over him. Lonnie Johnson Jr., Chris Smith ends up making it. Hang on, I got to remove that one. And then Daniel Carlson, A.J. Cole, and Jacob Bobenmoyer. That is your Raiders' 53-man roster. Very, very interesting. So if we could just make sure that that's all counted out there. All right, sounds good. So coming up here on the show, the Raiders have waived Cam Miller and Tommy Mellott. So Cam Miller did not show enough. Tommy Mellott did not show enough. They did end up keeping Cody Lindenberg, so that means on this Raiders team, they are keeping, very, very interesting here. I did not really expect Will Putnam to make the squad, but man, oh man. So coming up here on the show, there's a lot to digest here. There's a lot to break down. The Raiders are literally about ready, to step on that practice field. But what I think is very interesting about this move, and they might try to bring back Cam, they might try to bring Tommy Mellott back on that practice squad. And if they end up doing that, also, can I get some LFGs down below for the Raiders roster to finally get that in, for the love of God? I mean, thank the frickin' Lord, man. Let's get some LFGs down below. Coming up here on the show, we're going to break down everything there is to know about the Las Vegas Raiders releasing that 53-man. To me, the initial shockers, though, Terrell Edmonds, not making it. Cam Miller, not making it. Tommy Mellott, not making it. Shout out to Cody Lindenberg, the 7th-round linebacker, for making this squad. Thomas Harper, a good nickel corner, probably might end up being on, short-term IR. Lonnie Johnson Jr., he ended up making the squad. However, they are putting him on reserve, so he's not going to count against the 53-man. I feel like I'm missing somebody here. Designated for return. Lonnie, designated for return. So, I know, but what's the question there? So but that's not right, though. No, you're okay. All right, so I'm trying to figure out if everybody, they kept Kappa. But you also got to remind yourself that there has never been an International Pathway Program player ever claimed off waivers. There's never been an International Pathway Program player claimed off of waivers. In terms of photos, Sam, I have in my script a spot to put the photo of the cuts here. To me, I think we're missing a few players. So, in terms of the cuts that just happened, you can show it. So these are the moves that literally just came in. I know it's going to be a little bit hard to read, but Zach Carter, Chris Collier, Jahari Fari, Shedrick Jackson, Matt Jones, Trevin Mahe, Antonio Mafi, Sincere McCormick. It looks like Tommy Malott, Cam Miller. Yeah, if you can make it a little bit bigger, that'd be dope. Justin Shorter, Carter Runyon, Ovi, and then Justin Shorter, Lockie Tassi, Trey Taylor, Greedy Vance, Dalton Wagner, JT Woods have all been moved on from. If you go to my depth chart, Sam, I updated the depth charts before all these cuts came in, so that way I could figure it out a little bit better. Bachman gone, Terrell Evans gone, Albert O, he's also going to end up getting the boot, and then Lonnie Johnson isn't going to count against the 53-man because they are putting him on that short-term IR, so he's got to be back. He's got to be back. I'm trying to figure out if everybody is on this list here. I'm trying to all count it out. I'm almost like, so Munford ended up making it. Tossie ended up making it. 4 safeties ended up making it. Darnay Holmes ended up making it. Hang on a second here. So I want to see if I can get to the Raiders official roster, and I want to see if that's updated. Trey Tucker, Genty. All right, so it looks like the Raiders official team website does have the updated roster. Also, yes, Amari Cooper is going to play wide receiver. Let me just go through the list here. Porter, Chris Smith, Darnay Holmes, Raheem Mostert, Jamal Adams, Thomas Harper, Kai Blue, Tommy Devin, Charles, Bobbin Moyer, Roberts, Cody Lindenberg, Jermaine Pratt, Jackson Powers Johnson, Charles Grant, Jordan Meredith, Alex Kappa, Dylan Parham, Will Putnam. There's 10 offensive linemen: DJ Glaze, Colt Miller, Caleb Rogers, Thayer Munford, Ian Thomas, Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers, JJ Pegues, Lecky Fotu, John Ulalu, Tonka Hemingway, and Max Crosby. So I think that the Raiders have 52 players on this roster. So you're okay. Let's count it out, right? Trey Tucker, Genty, Zamir, Cole, Smith, Carlson is, I'm already losing count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Aiden O'Connell is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. Yep, all right, we're good. That's 53 players. I think everyone on that list. Well, it's in the doc. The doc should count out to, yeah, the doc. So, but because Aiden O'Connell made the team, he is going to get put on short-term IR, though. All right, so Aiden's the one? Okay. I was going to say, I was counting it out. Yeah. So Aiden is on this team, but them moving on from Cam Miller, I'll tell you what, I'm a little bit. So here's what's interesting. The Raiders technically did not put Aiden O'Connell on short-term IR. So that was reported earlier today. It looks like that's not the case. So 2 players that are on the Raiders 53 right now, Thomas Harper and Aiden O'Connell. If I had to guess, those are going to be 2 guys that you're probably going to put on the short-term IR, thus freeing up 2 roster spots. If my mental capacity here around the Raiders is correct, I believe that the Raiders are going to try to make 2 moves, right? Because Aiden's not going to be able to play, and Thomas Harper's been battling an injury, so that tells me that at some point this squad is going to have 2 open roster spots. And I think that tells me that the Raiders are going to try to go out and get those players. But this is very, very interesting. I don't know if that means they're going to try to add another quarterback. Maybe they try to go out and add somebody like super, super cheap. But to me, there's a few names that you could consider. I think safety. I think wide receiver. I think edge. I mean, we got a lot of needs. Like, let's be honest here. We got a lot of needs. I think Greedy Vance could be an interesting name to pick up here. So here's what's going to happen. Coming up here on the show, I'm going to give you all the information that I possibly can about the Raiders' moves that they just made. And these are the moves that they made today. There was 18 other moves yesterday, which those should be 2 photos. Yep, at the very, very bottom, so we should be good there. But a lot of moving parts, man. A lot of moving parts. I do think, like, in terms of practice squad, you're going to try to bring back Tommy Mellott. You're going to try to bring back Cam Miller. You're going to try to bring back, I would say, Lockie Tossie, I don't think it gets claimed. Greedy Vance is a player that I don't think gets claimed. But overall, no. Overall, though, the Raiders, man, they took all flipping day to do it. And you know what's really cool right now? Watching, also, Amari Cooper is number 19. Amari Cooper is rocking number 19. That was Tommy Mellott's number. It looks like it's now going to be Amari Cooper's number. So, I don't think he had to bribe Tommy Mellott. I do not think that happened. Jakobi rocking 16. Amari Cooper rocking 19. The linebacker group. The linebacker group for the Raiders is Landon Roberts, Devin White, Jermaine Pratt, Jamal Adams, Tommy Eichenberg, Cody Lindenberg. 6 linebackers ended up making the squad. 6 linebackers. So we will go through the entire 53-man. I will break it down for you position by position, okay? And again, we'll start at, all the depth charts. We'll show you where the Raiders are at, and then we'll just keep it going, though. We could also just do it list 3. I don't really care how you want to do it. All right, let's do it. Let's just do it by listicles then. Let's do it by listicles then, and we'll break it all down. Sorry, we're speaking chat sports lingo. I know some of the things that I probably just said there are not going to make sense, but I know that y'all have been patient, and I appreciate how patient y'all have been. And, I've been waiting for a very, very long time. But to me, the move on from Cam Miller is a little bit of a surprising one. I thought that they liked him more, apparently, and that was one of Tom Brady's guys. I do wonder if the Raiders then try to go out and potentially, try to go out and do something else. But we got the Raiders quarterbacks. This is the 53-man for the QBs. Geno Smith, Kenny Pickett, Aiden O'Connell are going to be the 3 quarterbacks that they end up keeping. I do think they're going to try to bring back Cam Miller. I think they're going to try to bring back Tommy Mellott on that practice squad. And I actually think that they thought that there was a chance that those guys weren't going to be claimed. From a running back standpoint, we got Ashton Genty, Zamir White, Raheem Mostert, Dylan Laube. If you guys want to count at home, you can count at home. Don't show that. That's not correct. Genty, Zamir, Raheem Mostert, Dylan Laube. There's 5 names. So overall, though, I think when you talk about this Raiders running back room, this is the Raiders running back room you're going to get 65% of the touches here, and then this is going to be split of the other 35%. It's just going to be to give Genty a breather. If you think 65% is very low, I would encourage you to go look at bell cow running back stats for guys getting 65% of the touches. That's usually what a bell cow gets. From the wide receiver standpoint, Jakobi Meyers, Trey Tucker, Dante Thornton Jr., Jack Besh, and the newly added Amari Cooper. And, I kind of understand if this is the wide receiver room the Raiders wanted, this is a good wide receiver room. There's a lot of solid depth. There's a lot of reliability in here. And if Amari ends up being your 4, your 5, maybe your 3, again, you're going to have a lot of talent there from top to bottom. Your tight end room, as it stands right now, Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, and Ian Thomas. This team decided to keep 3 tight ends overall. I don't think that there's really any surprises in here. Qadir Ismail decided that was a no. Carter Runyon, no. But this is the right tight end room for the Raiders. The silver and black kept 10 offensive linemen. This team values the trenches, and your starters on the left side of the screen. Colt Miller's going to be your left tackle. Dylan Parham's going to be your left guard. Jordan Meredith at center. Jackson Powers-Johnson at right guard. DJ Glaze at right tackle. It makes sense to keep Alex Kappa. He's your backup offensive guard option. Charles Grant, Caleb Rogers, you drafted in the 3rd round. Grant is a backup left tackle. Caleb Rogers, backup left guard. They need a little bit more time to materialize. For Will Putnam, he did some good stuff on the interior, and I think that they like him as a backup center option. To me, there's been rumors that they were unconfident with JPJ's ability to play center from a mental standpoint. They didn't know if he was mentally sharp enough to be able to do it. And I think what this says is, and I think it's almost confirming, that if Jordan Meredith goes down, I almost wonder if they put Will Putnam in at center over JPJ with that extra guy there. Munford still makes the squad. I don't know how, but he's going to continue to make the squad. From a defensive standpoint here, you got Max Crosby, Malcolm Kuntz, Tyree Wilson, Tonka Hemingway, and Charles Snowden. I know Tonka plays a little bit more at DT, but because he was originally listed as a defensive end on that 53-man roster, just from a graphic standpoint, from an organizational standpoint, from me and my team here, we've just kept him there because it just helps us out overall. From a defensive tackle standpoint now, Adam Butler, the traded for Thomas Booker, the rookie J.J. Pagis that you took in the 6th round, and what's crazy is he's the only 6th-round pick that ended up making this team. Janu Lalu, Lecky Fotu overall were some of the names that we decided to bring in, and I think because Fotu was healthy, he was one player that I battled between him or Zach Carter. At the linebacker position, you got a Landon Roberts, Devin White, Jermaine Pratt, Jamal Adams. Those are your top 4 linebackers for this squad. From top to bottom, those are your guys that this team is really going to pay a lot of attention to. Then you got Tommy Eichenberg, Cody Lindenberg is the next slew of linebackers that end up making this squad. So you got 6 linebackers in total. Then somebody said no Tonka. Kings A. Tonka was listed as a defensive end. He was listed as a defensive end. So you missed it. From a cornerback perspective, the Raiders decided to keep 5 corners overall, and there are no surprises in here. I know Greedy Vance was somebody that there was some question marks whether or not he would make the team. The 5 corners that the Silver and Black are keeping are Eric Stokes, Darian Porter, Kai Blue Kelly, DeCamerion Richardson, Darnay Holmes. So those 5 corners end up making the squad. Then you got to go to the safety room. In the safety room, a lot of question marks. And quite frankly, out of all the positions, is the biggest surprise. This isn't Chris Smith, by the way. Jeremy Chin at strong safety, Isaiah Paul-Amal, Thomas Harper, and Chris Smith end up making the roster. I don't know which Chris Smith that is. It's just not ours. But Lonnie Johnson Jr., he also got put on the short-term IR, so he's got to come back week 5. If he's unable to come back by week 5, then he's done for the entire season. But he doesn't count against the 53-man. And then to put a bow on the show, the 3 final players for our special teams, and it is Daniel Carlson, A.J. Cole, and Jacob Bobenmoyer. That is your Raiders 53-man roster. Coming up here on the show, we're going to do a cut, and I want to get the cut done, and then we'll put it out on the channel for everyone who wasn't able to join us live. So please do not go anywhere. I'm going to give you a lot more analysis. I'm going to give you a lot more thoughts of why these players were the ones that the Silver and Black decided to go with. And if you're wondering, well, wait a minute, what about the players that got cut? Also, at the very end of that show, I'll give you my personal opinion about which guys could end up making the practice squad and which players overall will probably end up not bringing it back. We good? Prize Picks is the sponsor. Just so you know. All right, sounds good. You guys ready to go? I know we've been waiting all day for a 53-man, and I hope that we can get this one going. I don't know what happened with it. Looks like the screen totally changed. I feel like I look super washed out now. I feel like as soon as you got ready to go, we got super washed out. Okay, sounds good. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I can't believe they kept Munford. I know it's kind of a weird situation, but we shall see. To me, though, with Aiden O'Connell and Thomas Harper, those are 2 players I think you could put on the I think those are 2 players that you could look to put on the short-term IR as well. I think the Raiders are making 2 more moves. I think the Raiders are going to make 2 more moves before the season starts. That's what that 53-man tells me. And the video that I want to try to get out to you guys tomorrow is figuring out who the hell those 2 players are going to be. So, coming up, let's get into the Raiders 53-man roster right now here on the Raiders Report. Breaking news, the Las Vegas Raiders have just released their 53-man roster, and there are some major surprises. And make sure you watch the entire video because I think the Raiders are setting up for something, and I'll go into detail of what exactly that is. Now, we've been live already today for close to 5 hours waiting for the Raiders to get that roster in. If you've been hanging out with us the entire day, shout out to you. And if you haven't already, make sure you click that subscribe button. Make sure you turn those notifications on because I don't know too many people that were live. We were here last night for 15 freaking hours talking about all the craziness around the silver and black. And today, we are now 1 step closer to getting to that regular season. But if you want to never miss anything going on around Raiders, hit that sub button. Let's first start here with the quarterback room. This is a big surprise. The Raiders decided to not keep 6th-round rookie Cam Miller. I will say, I think he's going to be somebody that the Raiders plan on trying to bring him back for the practice squad. I think Cam's kind of perfect for what the Raiders are looking for from a practice squad standpoint. For Aidan O'Connell, though, he's got a fractured wrist. He's going to be out 6 to 8 weeks. They're going to put him on the short-term IR, which when they do that, that's going to free up a roster spot. In my mind, that means the Raiders are eyeballing a certain player. That tells me that this team's going to try to go out and bring in at least one more name to add to that quarterback room. Now, maybe it's not a quarterback. Maybe it is a QB, but maybe they figure they could put somebody else out there. The overpay now for Kenny Pickett, slight overpay, the 5th-round pick, now makes a little bit more sense with them deciding to move on from Cam Miller because they're going to roll with 2 quarterbacks for week 1 because Aiden's not going to be available. If Aiden's unable to come back week 5, then he's going to be done for the season because of that. They're going to put him on short-term IR. Or they could be keeping him as potential trade bait because there was a team, the New England Patriots, that reached out to the Raiders, and you know for a fact Josh McDaniels would be interested in Aidan O'Connell. That's so far 3 players. Let's go to the running back room. Ashton Genty. No shit, Mitch. Zamir White ended up making the squad, and you got to be able to give Zeus his flowers. He was somebody that I was very impressed by the preseason, and I don't say that lightly. I've been very critical of Zamir White. Raheem Mostert ends up making the squad. Dylan Laube. 4 running backs this team is keeping. They decided to move on from Chris Collier. They decided to move on from Sincere McCormick. I know some of you are going to be like, why did they move on from McCormick? They moved on from McCormick because they thought Zamir White was the better between the tackles runner. Raheem Mostert helps out in pass protection, catching the football. He's a little bit more of the speed. And Dylan Laube gives you more ability on special teams. That's why these 4 running backs were kept. Here's also where it gets interesting. The wide receiver room. 5 wide receivers were kept. Jakobi Meyers, still some trade rumors around that topic, though it's the Raiders want to keep him. Jakobi wants to stay here. Amari Cooper, rocking number 19 because you probably noticed no Tommy Malott. Both 6th-round picks. Technically, the Raiders had 3 6th-round picks. 2 out of the 3 6th-round picks by the Raiders did not make this team. Trey Tucker entering year 3. Dante Thornton and Jack Besh, both of your rookies. This is a solid group of 5 wide receivers. And I know yesterday I sat up here and I was like, I don't know if I like the Amari Cooper move. I like the Amari Cooper move now, knowing that it's a 1-year deal up to $6 million, and you kept only 5 wide receivers. This allows you now to hold on to an extra offensive lineman. This allows you now to add some extra pieces, and I think that this Raiders team is confident that nobody's going to claim Malott. Nobody's going to claim Cam Miller. So because of that, those are 2 players that they're going to look to get on the practice squad. So I want to know from y'all, since we talked about wide receivers so much, especially with Devontae last season and yesterday here on the Raiders Report, this is going to be the pinned comment on today's show. So y'all are about to get it with a YouTube ad break. While the ad is playing, I want you to scroll on down and answer this. Is the Raiders wide receiver room better than last season? Right now, let me know. Yes or no? My answer coming up after this YouTube ad break. The reason why I am going to sit up here and I'm going to say yes, it is better. I know Devontae Adams is the top name, but the depth we have this season, no disrespect to DJ Turner. DJ Turner made the roster last season. No disrespect to Tyreek McAllister, but those guys aren't making this squad. And I know there's been a lot of conversations, a lot of question marks around the Raiders wide receiver room. I believe, yes, this wide receiver room is better from top to bottom. Let's go to the tight end room now. We got Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, and Ian Thomas. I'll say an interesting note. Harrison Bryant was released by the Houston Texans. I don't know. I think Harrison Bryant would be a better option than Ian Thomas if you want to pick up the phone and give him a call. No real surprises in here. Carter Runyon released. Albert O released. Qadir Ismail released. Justin Shorter, a hybrid wide receiver tight end. I think we all anticipated that we were going to keep 3 tight ends. And a very interesting stat from the preseason. The Raiders ran the most, 11 personnel. What's 11 personnel? 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. And the Raiders love the ability that Brock Bowers offers as a tight end and as a receiver that allows Michael Mayer to get on the field a little bit more. You're going to see that. So I know the Raiders kept 5 wide receivers, but Brock Bowers is a wide receiver and a tight end. So you could say it's 6 wide receivers and 3 tight ends is how I'm going to look at it. Let's go to the offensive line now, and they decided to keep 10 offensive linemen. And I would say there's 2 surprises on here. I mean, Colt Miller, Dylan Parham, Meredith, JPJ, DJ Glaze, Alex Kappa, Charles Grant, and Caleb Rogers. Those were the 8 offensive linemen that everybody, and my mom included, knew were going to make this team. I am surprised and yet not surprised that Thayer Munford still makes this roster because there's not a single person that breathes air that has any confidence in that man to protect any type of blind side. But for Will Putnam to make the squad, that tells me that they liked his ability playing on the interior, and they liked his ability as a backup center. There were some rumors that I heard recently about the Raiders not being confident in JPJ's, we'll call it mental ability to be a center for this squad. And I do wonder if a guy like Jordan Meredith were to go down, in my mind, I would say JPJ goes and plays center. You might bring in Alex Kappa. I wonder, and I'm just going to throw this out there. I wonder if Meredith were to go down, if Will Putnam would be their answer to insert there at center. That way they keep JPJ at offensive guard. I think it's just something to look at. It's the very first thing that came to my mind when I saw Putnam ended up making the squad. I also think it's also proof that Caleb Rogers isn't quite ready yet to play on the interior, and they don't really want to waste him away. Could also be because Alex Kappa's been battling injuries, though. I went back and I watched the tape, and I thought Kappa did a better job than I originally thought in that final preseason game against the Arizona Cardinals. Before we get to the defensive side of the football, football is back, which means Prize Picks is back. And I don't know about you, I'm fired up because I love me some Prize Picks. It's a simple thing to play. You just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard, and more for quick and easy deposits into your account this football season. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money this football season. Which players are going off, which ones aren't. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds to turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. If you want to roll with one of my lineups that I'm going to go with into the season, I'm taking Dak Prescott in week 1. They're giving you one. It's half of a passing yard. My wife's a Cowboys fan, but everybody should be a fan of money. Brock Bowers, 5 touchdowns, more. Geno Smith, more than 3,600 yards with this receiving unit, more. And the secondary. Jack Besh, give me the less on receiving yards. And after the signing of Amari Cooper, I'm even more confident that that's going to be less than 600 receiving yards. Jakobi Meyers, 70.5 receptions. Little bit nervous taking the more on that one now with the Amari signing, but I am still confident that that is going to happen. If you want to run that lineup and put some money in your pocket, because that's $20 to win $320, then I want you to download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS. You're going to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That is code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game, and just so all y'all know, those links are going to be available to y'all down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. Play $5, get $50 instantly with our sponsor, Prize Picks. I love them. I think you guys would love them as well, and I'm telling you right now, you're going to have a lot of fun this season playing with Prize Picks. Let's go to the defensive side of the football, and I know it says defensive ends, and I know Tonka Hemingway's on here. But Tonka Hemingway was originally listed by the Raiders as a defensive end. So from a keeping track of a 53-man roster perspective, I've just added him to the defensive end. I hope that you guys understand. But Tonka's going to play defensive end and DT. Tyree Wilson going to play defensive end and DT. I think it is also notable that Charles Snowden made the roster. I'll say it again for probably a millionth time. He's going to get suspended at some time this season for the DUI he had last year. Typically, it's a 3-game suspension. Jordan Addison is a good player to look at because it just happened to him. But for the Raiders, I think that keeping Snowden over Andre Carter is not something that I would have done. Snowden, I know I'm burping, does offer you a lot more help in the running game. I thought Andre Carter was better in terms of being able to get after the quarterback. It's going to be something to watch. I really hope that Carter ends up coming back here. But Jah Joyner, Jahari Fari, those players were battling it out. Ovi was another one. Really, really close there. I think this is very chalk of the defensive ends that they decided to keep, and I don't really think there's too many big surprises there. At defensive tackle now, Adam Butler, easy. Thomas Booker, the Raiders player that they traded for Jacorian Bennett. Jacorian Bennett also made the Eagles roster. I know you guys were probably wondering about that. J.J. Pegues, the only 6th-round pick that made this Raiders roster squad. Janu Lalu, Leki Fotu, and, the Fotu move, I'm not really surprised about. You guys probably saw my 53-man video this morning, and I had Fotu making it over Zach Carter because of what originally happened when the whole Wilkins situation ended up going down. Fotu was the one that filled in for Wilkins. They wanted that extra big body guy, kind of that double team taker, and that's what Fotu's going to be. When Fotu's on the field, it's to make Adam Butler, Tyree Wilson, Malcolm Kuntz, Max Crosby, everybody else around him a lot better. Fotu's going to be the player that you want him to go out there and you want him to get 8-9 rebounds and put up 2 points. That's what he's going to do. Though, it was really close between him and Zach Carter, but I do think the Raiders went with the right player. Carter's probably going to try to come back here on the practice squad. At least I hope that we're able to bring him back. Let's go to the linebacker room now. Here's another surpriser, and I'm super happy, and I can't wait to message Lindenberg's dad because he's going to be fired up. He's been sweating bullets whether or not the Raiders' 7th-round pick was going to end up making the team, and I'm super happy that he ends up doing it. But your top 4 linebackers are Roberts, Devin White, Jermaine Pratt, and Jamal Adams. Those are going to be the guys that put in most of the heavy lifting. Tommy Eichenberg and Cody Lindenberg, I believe, are probably going to get used a little bit more in terms of special teams. Gunner, kick return, punt return. They might get a few opportunities here and there, but for the most part, the Raiders are going to roll with those 4 linebackers. So you decided to keep 6 linebackers. You decided to keep 10 offensive linemen. Those were things that I didn't exactly think were going to happen for the Raiders. What I did expect to happen, 5 corners. And the 5 corners are chalk. I think almost anybody could have been able to pick them. Eric Stokes, Darian Porter, Kai Blue Kelly, DeCamerion Richardson, Darnay Holmes. These are all players where Stokes, Porter, Kai Blue, I say Stokes, Porter, and DeCamerion, outside corners. Kai Blue is going to play a little bit of nickel, and he's going to play a little bit on the outside. Darnay Holmes is going to be predominantly in on the nickel position, but because the Raiders use a lot of their safeties and they drop them down into the nickel, the Raiders are also going to use a multitude of safeties, and the safeties that ended up making this squad are Jeremy Chin, Isaiah Paul-Amal. Those are your 2 starters. Thomas Harper is somebody I did not feature because we haven't seen much of him, but he's going to be another player that I believe they end up putting on short-term IR. So earlier in the video, I mentioned that Aiden O'Connell and Thomas Harper, those were 2 players I thought they would put on short-term IR, and I do think that it will happen at some point. And when it does happen, it's going to open up 2 roster spots. So the Aiden O'Connell roster spot will be filled. The Thomas Harper roster spot, I believe, will also end up being filled. The Raiders also decided to keep Chris Smith. You're probably looking and going, well, what about Lonnie Johnson Jr.? Lonnie Johnson got put on short-term IR, so he does not count against the 53-man. I do wonder if the Raiders deep down said, I don't know if we put Harper, Aiden O'Connell, and Lonnie Johnson, if we all put them on short-term IR, that means we have to keep 2 players. Sometimes I know NFL teams, when they do that, the player's like, oh, awesome, we made the team. And then the next day they end up getting cut because you go out and you sign somebody. In my personal opinion, the Raiders didn't want to do that to anyone. And when you see Harper and Aiden O'Connell going short-term IR, they're going to go out and try to sign 2 players to put on this 53-man. For Lonnie Johnson Jr., he's got to be back by week 5. If he's unable to play week 5, then he's done for the entire year. So, again, something to look at. And then we'll finish this bad boy out with Daniel Carlson, A.J. Cole, and Jacob Bobenmoyer. That is your Las Vegas Raiders 53-man roster. And I know this. It happens every year. And I love people that watch this show because a 53-man is the ultimate testament of how much you watch this channel in the offseason. Anybody can sit up here and talk about Geno Smith, Brock Bowers, Max Crosby. The real ones, though, they'll talk about the roster bubble guys. They'll talk about the practice squad guys. They'll talk about the guys that got cut. And the people that are watching this video right now, I know, I got a bunch of real ones here. So who are you most surprised that the Raiders cut? My answer will be coming up here after this YouTube ad break. I would say the player that I'm honestly most surprised is Cam Miller, because I thought Cam was going to end up making the squad with the Aiden O'Connell injury. The Kenny Pickett trade, though, now even more makes more sense to me of why they decided to do what they ended up doing. But I'll say Cam Miller is a surpriser. Tommy Mellott was a coin flip to me. Didn't know necessarily if he was going to make it. I'll throw out Terrell Edmunds. I think Terrell Edmunds' name has to be thrown in there because, you know, he was getting a lot of first-team reps. He was getting a lot of work there in the big nickel as well. But those would be the names that I'll throw out and say, at this current moment, are the most eye-popping to me. So coming up next here on the show, we're going to get into the Raiders roster cuts because I know that was all about 53. But I don't want to forget about the players that busted their hump the entire offseason. And I do think that we should bring up those names and we should show who exactly they are. So first, we're going to talk about the players that got released yesterday. There were 18 roster moves, and I'll kind of move over a little bit. That way you can see. And if you're wondering, Mitch, what's the difference between waived and released? Waived is you have less than 4 years in the NFL. Released is 4 or more. The guys that are waived will hit waiver claims. Waiver claims are tomorrow at 12 Eastern time. The Raiders are 6th on the waiver wire. If you play fantasy football, you'll know what I'm talking about. They're 6th on the waiver. They can put it on the claim. They'll get that player, and then they drop to the very bottom. If no other people pick, then they get another waiver claim. It's what can happen. I'll talk about some players that I want the Raiders to put claims in for because there are plenty and plenty of guys. It's probably actually going to be the video that y'all end up getting either tomorrow morning or, I don't know, maybe even a little bit later on tonight. But the players that were waived, this is the list from today. And then the first list was from yesterday. The released players are Bachman, Terrell Edmunds, Albert O. Not too many surprises. From yesterday, we got a bunch of names here. The names that I really, really want the Raiders to bring back from over here. Really want them to try to bring back Andre Carter. That's going to be somebody that I'll stand up on the table for and say he should have made the 53-man roster. I'll also go out on a limb. You can go to the next page because there's nobody else here that I want. So we got Andre Carter. Show me the other one, please. Yep. And then I think you could look at somebody like a Zach Carter could be an interesting name. I also think Lockie Tossie is going to be an interesting name. Greedy Vance is going to be an interesting name. And those are all going to be players that I could potentially see if the Raiders decide to move on from those other two names, could bring more guys in. But a lot of practice squad guys, a lot of players in here. I did try to project the practice squad earlier today on the Raiders report. Most of those names are going to stay true. But again, this is going to be very, very interesting for the Raiders, and I do almost wonder they thought if they put AOC on the open market with waivers, if there would have been a team, I don't know, maybe New England, who's looking for a third quarterback, would have went ahead and claimed him. Now, to the 2,500 people that are watching this live, shout out to you. We've had over 3,000 people watching us for most of the day, and in typical Raiders fashion, they got all these names in pretty late, but shout out to all y'all for being real ones. I'm excited for this football season, and if you made it this far in the video, that is a flippin' real one, and I want to show y'all some love. So give me a real one down below, and on a future Raiders video this week, I'm going to see who commented on this video, who watched the entire thing, and I'm going to give y'all some shout-outs, kind of like we do with the Noti Gang. So again, shout out to all y'all. Can't wait for this upcoming season, and the Raiders have officially started practice. All right, y'all. We are still going to be here. We're going to be answering some questions. I see some real ones down below from Benjenzo. Justin, what's up, Moose? Luis Rodriguez, Poppin' Packs. Zalesbo in the building. Rusty T. Rashawn Harper, Malachi Muhammad. What is up, y'all? Sucker Free. Venthrak in the building. So all we have left to do on this show today is we're going to talk about, again, any other questions that y'all might have. We're going to run a duck race. Is there anybody highlight cutting that? Okay, sounds good. What we're going to do next here is we're going to get into a duck race. If you want to get in, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. But now's going to be your opportunity to get your questions in. And that's what I want to see. I want to see what questions Raider Nation has right now around the 53-man roster. And as long as there's questions coming in, I will stay live on this show. As long as we're getting hashtag Raiders or Super Chats, I will stay live on this show. The moment it starts to slow down, We will do the duck race, and then I will hop on out here again. It's been 2 long days for our team here, and I know that I'm the host. It's probably a little bit easier for me, but we got a lot of guys working long hours here around the Raiders with all the breaking news that they have done probably over the last 24 hours or so. So please, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to get those questions, those comments up here on the channel. I saw one from Michael. He said, why Munford and not Wagner? I wish I could give you an honest answer of why. To me, the only reason possible is that Dalton Wagner, he does struggle in terms of pass protection. Wagner's a better run blocker. I know Munford has offered, he's given up more pressures than I believe anybody this entire preseason. Wagner can't play guard. Munford can. And I think Munford is a better offensive guard than he is offensive tackle. But maybe they like his ability to play on both sides of the offensive line. I know they listed Wagner as a left tackle. To me, he's really only somebody that you can rely on the right side of the offensive line. So, I think I've made it very, very clear that I would not want to keep Thayer Munford. But the Raiders have decided that they want to keep Thayer Munford. Interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting. So, Danny R, was Miller time premature? Now, yeah. And again, like I think Cam Miller showed you some flashes in that first preseason game. And then when people get a little bit more tape, they get a little bit more, on you, and then it's a little bit easier for them to make corrections. And Miller struggled those final 2 preseason games, right? Let's just be honest. He did. He struggled those 2 preseason games, and now the Kenny Pickett trade absolutely positively makes more sense. You can't tell me otherwise. It absolutely positively makes some more sense. Reminder, y'all, if you want to skip the line and get up on the show, a super chat is the way to do it. Let's go to Otis, though, or whoever. Oh, we got it. What's up? Mr. Chugs. Cam Miller, Tommy Malott cut.
I saw.
Cody Lindenberg ended up making the roster, which...
If I told you out of those 3 rookies a month ago that Lindenberg was the one to make the roster.
I do not know if I would have believed you. I'm going to send his dad congrats. Congrats. No regrets. What up, Rourke? I think these cuts are an indication that we are overrated our draft. Hindsight is 20/20, but I want those picks back. I mean, I don't know if you could say that we overrated our draft because if the indication of 2 6th-round picks that we knew were going to be projects is the make or break for our draft, probably wasn't a good draft anyway, right? Like, I'll take moving on from 2 6th-round picks because I think we got an absolute steal in Dante Thornton Jr. in the 4th round.
Yep.
And I think it also looks like J.J. Pegues has looked a lot better. And when you watch the film on Tonka Hemingway, the Tonka Hemingway film with Rob Leonard has gotten a lot better. Like, if you thought Tommy Malott or Cam Miller were going to help us win this season, I think that's – I don't think many people did. I think they're just got to develop a little bit more on the practice squad.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Let's go to Chris. What up, Chris? Renfro got dropped today. If we plan on trading Jakobi, why not trade in the trenches for a DB? Get Renfro. How do you feel about that? I think getting Renfro is not a smart idea.
I didn't even see. This is me initially reacting to the Raiders' 53-man roster. Who ended up making it on the wide receivers?
Jakobi, Trey, Besh, Thornton, Amari. That's it. 5.
So 5. Oh, yeah, I mean, you could definitely bring in a 6. How many tight ends?
The Raiders kept 3 tight ends.
And 3 tight ends. Was it the 3 that we thought?
Yep. Ian Thomas, Michael Mayer, Brock. I mean,
you could definitely use to add another wide receiver if you wanted. I don't know if Renfro is the type of receiver you would be looking at because, you have Jakobi in the slot, so you really wouldn't want to play Renfro there. Then you have Amari Cooper, and you have Dante Thornton Jr. and Jack Besh as like outside. Besh can also kind of play on the interior. And then you have Trey Tucker, who's, if you sign Renfro, I feel like that would be the Trey Tucker role of what he does.
See, If I'm going to add a receiver that's going to be no doubt our 6th receiver, because Renfro's not better than any guy that we have on this team. To me, he's got to be able to add special teams value.
Yeah, and Renfro doesn't really.
He's not going to add any special teams value. You can't put him out there because of his past injuries. So
yeah.
I think because you went out and got Amari Cooper, and Amari's not going to help out in special teams at all, and he's not going to block. I don't think that you can have 2 of those guys with this Raiders offense. So I like the idea. I appreciate the question, but from a roster construction standpoint, I'm going to go with a no. Patrick Roche! It's good when you have a quarterback named Pickett. It's good when you have a quarterback named Pickett.
Oh,
Are you saying because, interception,
I think
Pickett?
he's saying Pickett.
Yeah, I guess. I think there's some sarcasm here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a professional sarcasm person, but I think there's some sarcasm here. Let's go to Roy Leos. What up, Roy? Mitch Chugs, you guys are amazing. The nation appreciates you, and you are #1 show that every Raider fan should be a part of. Raider Nation for life. Roy, Chugs and I have put in a lot of time and effort, and what's cool is, we're kind of growing the family here at the Raiders Report, and, there's going to be opportunities where instead of Chugs and I sitting here, we actually just got a brand new couch for a more laid-back type of feel show. We're about to really change the game here on YouTube, and we've done a lot of good things now, and I always say this. We don't keep any of the Super Chats. I don't keep any of the Venmo. Don't keep any of the Cash App, right? We all invest that money back into Chat Sports to get you guys better content, to get you guys, more different looks. And when you see our studio, when you see it all decked out this season, I think people are going to be really impressed by the hard work that we've put in over the few years.
You'll like it.
G. Rich.
You'll like the way you look.
Why keep AOC and not Miller? He was doo-doo this preseason.
Y'all kept AOC on the 53-man?
Yeah, so I think to me what was interesting is, AOC and Thomas Harper, 2 players that were expected to get put on short-term IR. Here's why I think they did it. Instead of putting them on short-term IR and keeping 2 players, I believe that the Raiders are going to try to add 2 players that are starting caliber players on the 53-man.
Yeah, so they don't have to cut anybody.
So, imagine you keep Cam Miller, Tommy Millott, and then the next day or 2 days from now, you end up saying, you know what, we're not going to keep you. We're actually going to cut you and bring 2. To me, keeping AOC and Thomas Harper screams we're going to add 2 players.
Justin Simmons.
Again, if it's Justin Simmons, I hope you guys are ready to silver and black out because I'm not going home that night. If Justin Simmons pulls up, we are going to get wild. What up, Alex? I believe it's 200 Mexican pesos. You're all right. If it's anything, it's red. So orange means it's $20-ish value. I've been on YouTube for a few years. I know the colors. 200 Mexican pesos. Dude, Alex, thank you so much for supporting the show. If you figure out how to get a question in, I hope that you ask the question because, if this donation, huge shout-out to us, huge shout-out to you. We greatly appreciate it, but also don't be afraid to get a question in. Let's go to Sway. AOC goes to IR. Who do we realistically target? If it's a quarterback, you guys aren't going to like my answer, but I think it's Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And I think because of his connection with Chip Kelly. And believe me, I know. It's not pretty. DTR is not the pretty option, but I think if they went QB, it would be the option that this organization, because of Chip Kelly, would believe in. If it's just we're going to add anybody, I'm trying to add help in that secondary because that's where we need help. We need help at corner, and we need help at safety.
I agree. I mean, you need to.
I think it's corner safety.
Justin Simmons, Stephon Gilmore.
I mean, if that, I don't want to say that would make us a playoff caliber team, but I think it would help. I'll tell you that right now. Let's go to Mr. Roche. Oh, I think I already got that one. I actually think we are. I think it's the same exact one. Oh, Roche. I appreciate it. You don't have to send in a super for your correction. You could just comment that.
He's like, you know what? That wasn't right.
He's like, that's on me.
Another super.
That's an L ticket. That's an L
ticket. Did we run the duck race yet?
No. We're going to run the duck race here, though. We're going to run the duck race here. Again, if you want to get in, last chance for you to get in. Also, Sam just sent me the link, so I just want to tweet it out real quick.
Yep.
Just want to tweet it out real quick. All right, y'all. You guys are going to see me down in looking at my computer screen. Chugs is going to be here with y'all.
I'll be right. Don't worry. I'll hold your hand.
I just want to tweet out the Raiders 53 man.
Let me know. Who are you the most surprised that the Raiders cut? Let me know down in the comment section. Who are you the most surprised that the Raiders went ahead and cut? I mean, Cam Smith a little bit because I thought he showed some promise, and then the fact that
Cam Miller.
What did I say?
Cam Smith.
I was thinking of the Dolphins and the Astros. But no, Cam Miller, because he had played pretty well, and he kind of had the Tom Brady stamp of approval. I guess maybe after the addition of Kenny Pickett, it wasn't needed as much. But still, like, that one surprised me a little bit, even though I know very much too well about teams not keeping 6th and 7th round picks. But yeah, that one shocked me a little bit. The Raiders keeping 5 receivers.
See, I said I thought they kept 5 receivers because they were so confident in Brock to also play wide receiver that I think he's good enough to say, all right, we got 3 tight ends and technically 6 wide receivers. Maybe it's me overblowing Brock a little bit, but
yeah,
I don't know. I'd rather overblow than underblow.
Yeah. You don't want to blow. You don't want to blow.
You never want to do that. Let me just tweet this out real quick.
All good. I'm putting the names in for the duck race. So
there are a lot more names. I just want to be clear. A lot more names.
A lot more.
Yeah. Again, final call. I haven't put any new names in for probably about 30 minutes. So just give me a little second. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to share this video on social media to the best of my ability.
You're good.
I am just bad at multitasking. We are going to run this duck race. Somebody's going to win a good amount of money.
A nice amount of money.
A very, very nice amount of money. So I'm going to go on my phone here real quick. I'm going to go on Venmo. I am going to refresh my phone. Friendly reminder, if you want a Raider Sport hat, $101 also, Venmo. That way I know that you're looking for the hat.
If you want a free raffle ticket into the Raiders Report Fantasy Football League, there's one spot left?
Technically, there's 2 spots, but one goes to the Bang MVP for August, which, since Patrick Roche is already in, right now it would go to Cass Joey, who's in 3rd place. Because Ryan Campbell's in, Josh I's in, Raider Ron's in, so it would actually go to Cass Joey. He's the one right now, 3rd to him. So that, and then we're doing a raffle also on Friday, so make sure you pull up here.
Yeah.
All right, let me get these names in. I see Luis Tao.
Over 2,000 people still rocking and rolling with us here on the channel. If you haven't already, go down and hit that like button. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Devin James, is there a chance we kept Thayer to trade him for later?
Who's going to trade him?
I'm good. Yeah.
Who's going to trade for Thayer Munford? Honest question. And I'm not trying to be like I'm actually like asking. Who do you think would trade for Thayer Munford? Like that's me saying, "Hey, I got some leftovers in the fridge from last week. Are you hungry?"
It's like, what? You don't want 7-day-old Popeyes?
You don't want, what's that, musubi? Week-old spam musubi?
Hey, don't
dude, I'm on board with it. Week-old spam musubi? No chance.
No.
Absolutely, positively no chance. I'll say this. Right now, this duck race, somebody's going to go home with over $600.
What? Yeah. Their program worked.
All right, so $20 Venmo right now for a chance to go home with $600.
Oh, my.
Here on the Raiders Report. What up, Blue Eagle? Now that we have our 53-man, where are you ranking our defense and offense out of 32 teams for this upcoming year? I wish I could tell you that I've looked at all other 31 teams' offense and defense. Here's the thing. I haven't. If I'm just basing it off of what I think of right now with this team, I'm going to say that we have let's go with the 10th best offense in the NFL. I think Geno Smith is legit. I think our wide receivers, our tight end room is amazing. I think our running back room, we have a lot of good skill position. It's really going to come down to that offensive line. Can the offensive line hold up enough and be a solid production? Defense, though, I think we're a bottom 5 defense in the
All right.
NFL. Our secondary is very, very much worrisome.
Let's check it real quick.
Common Raider is the last one.
All right, only because it's common.
Only because it's common. And if I don't spell your name exactly right, I do apologize. Just so you know. Actually, is there a Matt Brady in there? Matt Brady. That's actually, I just saw that one. I've never seen that name, so I don't see Matt Brady.
Okay.
Matt Brady, gotcha. Joe Maps. Joe Maps, by the way, is Joe Maldonado. If you ever see Joe Maps, that's you. I don't know why it always autocorrects it to that. Bravo. All right, I got Brady. I just had to refresh. I didn't see it come in. All right, I have confirmed. I have gotten everybody. One more, Rourke. Roarke.
Roarke. All right.
All right. Somebody's going home with 630. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2. Oh, crap. Can you add Caesar? Last one, guys. I know. Caesar. Anything else, you're not getting it. Anybody else, I'm sorry. You're going to have to wait until next time. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Rob Fravor. I knew you had a lead foot, Rob.
O'Neal, you don't just put Jakobi on the 53 if you plan on training him. Hopefully we can get it done. And like you said, address the secondary. Let's keep it moving.
You do put him on the 53. Because if you don't, then anybody can get him. Rob Fravor. I'll tell you what, which car do you think's your favorite? I don't know who's this right here, Soldier Man. That's probably the car I'd want to drive.
Oh, yeah, Tony Barea is in a nice whip. I also like the Mark Caw.
Dude, Carly Kruger right now. Mark Clinton. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of movement in this race right now. Wong, LA Crash. Maybe not the best name for a car race. I see Sean Morgan. I don't know. Is this Randall Carter in the red? Somebody's got to make a move. Corey Max. I'll tell you what, that's the nicest car I've seen. That looks like a Raider car. Come on, Corey. Somebody's going to come back. Is Corey going to have enough to hang on? He is! Leadfoot Corey Max!
Also, look at the number on his car.
Number 1.
The first person to get in the duck race today.
I'll tell you what, I actually don't. That does not happen often. Not saying that you shouldn't be the first one, but who gets the butthole pick?
That would be...
You know what's actually crazy? Because my phone didn't refresh the first time, Corey Max was technically the fourth person in the race. Wow, according to Ricky, the Packers have a trade on the table with the Cowboys for Micah Parsons with a new contract worth $45 million. Corey.
Where did you place Night Devil?
Corey, if you could please confirm that you just received $640, that would be sick. Also, again, Amari Cooper is rocking number 19. Unfortunately for Tommy Malott, it does not belong to him anymore. Some of you might not like that Malott.
Oh, 37.
37. Ryan James, punt return, kick returner, Tucker, Laube. It's going to be Trey Tucker, and I think Dylan Laube is going to be your backup option there. Let's go to GC. Edmonds over Harper. Secondary is unexperienced. I actually think Thomas Harper is a better coverage safety than Terrell Edmonds. The problem is Harper's been banged up. And Harper played in that first preseason game. He played one snap, and then he ended up coming out. Haven't really heard too much about him. But to me, our biggest need is secondary. Like, I really truly believe if we added the free safety, if we added a corner, we have an offense that's going to put up some serious numbers. Like, I feel really good about this Raiders offense. The defense,
not so much.
Defense scares the absolute bejesus out of me. All right, y'all. I got to get on out of here. I appreciate all y'all for tuning in today. It was a long, long day. I would have stayed a little bit longer, but we were also here pretty late last night, and I want to be able to give my guys some time off. Here's the thing, though. If any breaking news happens today, I'm going to keep you guys up to date. I'll probably do the video from home. I mean, there's levels to the breaking news. If it's like, holy shit breaking news, like Jakobi Meyers traded, you'll see me back here on this show. If it's like Raiders sign XYZ low-name player, probably won't. If Raiders sign Justin Simmons, I hope you're ready to silver and black out. Really appreciate everyone tuning in today. Had a lot of fun. Long stream, no doubt about it, but sometimes a good long stream is the best one. From me, Jeremy Chugs, shout out to Casey, to the entire nation. I will see you guys later on this week. I don't know if I'm going to go live on Thursday. I might. I might not. I will definitely, though, be live on Friday for Raiders Friday Happy Hour. I got to figure out a few things on my end, but no matter what, you guys are going to get a video bright and early tomorrow. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure those notifications are turned on. The 53-man roster is in. I'm feeling pretty good about it.